I'm not even going to risk that.
Oh yeah, this will probably be an Odysee exclusive.
Like, that's what I was going to talk to you about. I was going to say, like, I can play it very safe. I can, be very. I'm not gonna. I wasn't intending to go out and be like, this is the problem with the Jews or anything like that. Even though it's very hard not to take that line when you read this book.
Oh, this is the most unironic red pilling book I've read in a long time.
Yeah, and there's a few like central pillars to what we'll talk about, but I thought the stuff with MLK later is pretty well, because MLK does not come out of this book looking very good.
No, he does not. You'd almost confuse some parts of the MLK chapters as if this was a Sam Francis essay about his behavior and his character, but I found those parts to be the least interesting.
Yeah. It got less interesting as it went, and by the end of it, it was kind of repeating itself, I found. And also, my thing is, if you want to get into like the stuff in the 60s and 70s, there's other books that might do it even better. And if you want to go into like the real Black nationalist movements, that's almost an episode in itself if you want to do it right. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. This book it covered a little bit of everything. I mean, in terms of what to expect. I did not know some of the things that were mentioned in here. I felt like, oh, these are like baby's first red pills that I should have known, but I had no idea about. But before we get too far into it, I should let everyone know what we're actually reviewing. So I'm going to just share it up on screen. So we are reviewing What Went Wrong, the Creation and Collapse of the Black-Jewish Alliance by Murray Friedman. Now, Murray Friedman is the former vice chairman of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights in Washington, D.C., and was the Mid-Atlantic Regional Director of the American Jewish Committee. He also was the head of the Center for American Jewish History at Temple University in Philadelphia. Not a half-bad-looking guy, according to his picture on the beginning of the book. Or the jacket there, I should say,
He's the guy on the right there, right?
Yeah. Well, no. Not the guy on the cover. I meant the guy in the back sleeve of the jacket. But
the guy who actually kind of looks like Kanye West, right? From a distance, right? At least.
But this book is printed in 1995. So for all you old heads out here, this book is as old as me. But yeah, this is what we're covering. And I am joined today by Dimes from Blood Satellite. How are you, Dimes?
Oh, I'm loving it. I'm going to let you know ahead of time. We were talking about this just before. I did recently have a baby boy brought into this world. And I say that not as a flex, but as if you hear a baby crying in the distance, I might mute around that. It's upstairs with my wife right now, but it's completely
it's
normal.
It's upstairs with my wife.
It's a normal baby crying.
Are there previous streams of the Blood Satellite show where there's not normal baby crying in the background?
Because I like to use a lot of sound effects in the background, so people might be forgiven to think, oh, this is a goof. But this is not an episode for goofing. I'm coming in hot. This is a no horseplay episode for me.
I guess the horseplay will be left for me.
Hey, out of the frying pan and into the Venn diagram, prude?
Well, I guess I should say Mazel Tov then for having your kid in the spirit of what we're talking about. Many years to you and your son. So yeah, what was the reason why I wanted to do this? And we talked about doing this months ago before the new year had even started. So it's been a hot minute due to our schedules and life events, but I wanted to cover this book because of the whole Kanye West thing. I looked at this book and I was reading it, and then of course the whole Kanye West thing happened, and I thought to myself, oh, this shit isn't new at all. This whole little meltdown against Jewish individuals in Hollywood, the media, and government is nothing new from Black activists, musicians, academics, and so on. It's a tale as old as time in America. And so I thought, well, why not go to somebody who already reviews books and does it pretty well? So I decided to reach out to Dimes. I've been rereading it over the last couple of days and prep for this. What are your general impressions of this book? Because like I think I said earlier, this is like an unironically red pilling text, even though it's not meant to be.
Yeah, it was like you said, written in the 90s. So I wonder if it could even be written today, and it's not really talked about a lot. Although for those who want an unvarnished history about this sort of thing. This is as good as a book as I could recommend. And let me also just say, I know this probably won't be going up on YouTube, but I just wanted to preface this entire talk by reminding people that this is a book written by a Jewish man about Jewish people. So the things we may end up saying on this episode might come across as pretty edgy, dare I say, even anti Semitic. But I promise you, we're literally just quoting the book most of the time in this. And so, that having been said, my feelings of the book is it's first of all, it starts off stronger than it ends, and it goes back deep. It goes deep into the past about like the Jewish relationship with Black Americans during slavery, but I think because of the time it was written, there are a lot of, like you had said, red pills in this that I think were unintentional. And I know you take copious notes like I do. This is one of those books where every single page I had several notes because of it was either a wild claim or a wild truth or some audacious trying to like wallpaper or sometimes a contradiction when it comes to certain things. But it is from the mind of someone who I believe the through line of this entire book is a guy saying, "How dare you not thank us for all we did for you?" That's kind of the headline of the book. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's not even that it's the headline, but it's the subtext of the entire book. The Murray Friedman writes this book, and the history is rather unique, and we'll get into it in just a little bit here, but the subtext of the book is how dare you? How dare you break from us after all that we've done for you? Which is very funny considering that the major through line of the book is that this alliance, right, for political purposes, for Black liberation, enfranchisement, sort of combining America's already built-in race problem with the ongoing issues of, say, how Jews might view themselves compared to the rest of the world, and sort of this, well, we have to stop anti-Semitism type deal. And it's the same problem I think we're still seeing today when it comes to like wokeness and Asians. Like Asians are all aboard the wokeness train until it comes for them. And I think that was the major through line of this book, was detailing the history of how this relationship started. And then once the civil rights regime kicks off, the gibs and the defenses between Jewish self-interest and Black self-interest really breaks this alliance apart. And it's still been really uncomfortable. Even though this book was written in 1995, it's still really uncomfortable today. And I mean, if the recent Kanye West story is any indication, it's not going away anytime soon. But this is the most scholarly work. Like there's like 40 pages of end notes for you all to read through the sources. They're interesting. And yeah, I mean, but it is written with the tone of how dare you?
Yeah, it's
And
impossible for him.
superiority borderlining on condescension.
Yeah, and he cannot stop editorializing. And I don't, you know more about the author than I do. I'm coming into this blind, but for example, you had mentioned Kanye West, and for those you're not, I'm in a 30-year-old boomer, right? I remember a lot of the stuff from the '90s that you might not have lived through, and there's this sentiment that's popular, especially on the center right, where they say everything was better in the '90s. All of the bad race stuff was almost caused by 9/11. That's the implication. But there was a lot of ethnic strife going on in America in the '90s. And one example was like in this book, Introduction, page 1. He calls Luis Farrakhan, the leader of the Nation of Islam, just this lunatic who goes on, quote, bitter tirades. Now, if you know anything about the Black community, and a lot of people in our scene do, because they study Black people for various reasons. But you got to know Nation of Islam is the leading Black supremacist / nationalist organization in the US. And you would probably find, I'd say like 80% of the Blacks in entertainment would revere Louis Farrakhan. That's a number I pulled out of my ass, but it tastes good when I said it. But like so to call Louis Farrakhan just this lunatic fool shows complete disregard for what's actually going on in that community. And we'll get to this later in the book. You'll see them say, our chosen guy was Martin Luther King Jr. That's a whole, angle to it too. But you can tell like the editorialization from the start is, where the hell did all these black radicals come from? Why'd they show up? They what? Huh? They're that's the wrong kind of communism, and that's another subtext.
Oh,
Too.
yeah. That's the whole chapter on it, basically.
Yeah, but it's a lot of this book is, and then one day the black radicals showed up, and I think he doesn't pay enough mind to. He kind of mentions it later, but really the forces at play, and to be honest, if one wanted to take a magnifying glass to the black nationalist movement in America, that could be its own episode. I mean, there's a lot of depth to that. Even if you want to read the book Days of Rage about the black separatist terrorists in the 60s and 70s, like that's its own thing too. But I think just the editorialization is the story here. Sorry, that was a bit of a ramble.
Well, I mean, no, it's a good rant to have, because this book is not going to cover the rise of these movements or organizations, although it inadvertently references them in ways that make it sound like this relationship between these two groups was seminal, no pun intended, for those organizations to give rise. And the early part of the book really delves into that. But yeah, the introduction literally complains about Louis Farrakhan, Spike Lee, and Mo Better Blues. If you've ever seen that, great times.
Yeah, and he mentions like in that example, it was the caricature he's citing was like two Jewish nightclub owners, and I'm like, okay, what part of that is that? Are you mad it's a lie, or you didn't like the actors? Like, what you say? No Jewish people owned clubs that black singers frequented. I mean, you got to tell me what the problem is there, Anyway, sorry, I interrupted.
Well, yeah, and then I guess as we'll dive into it, we'll go chapter by chapter, I guess. But like the early history, I thought was the most important part of the book, because it establishes how this cause came to be. And it's a rather interesting circumstance, because the book will tell you, based upon the studies from the U.S. government and the Bureau of the Census Bureau, that like by 1850 there's only like 50,000 Jews in the United States. I mean, still a ridiculously small number, considering that the U.S. population at the time was, let's see here, I'm going to look it up here, 1850 was about 23 million people. So it's like a 35% increase from 1840. But anyways, but yeah, it's the cause of slavery that really gets them to start paying attention. And what's interesting is that many of the people that come over from Europe, many Jewish immigrants in the 19th century, the spirit, and he mentions this quite frequently with a lot of these characters, the spirit of the 1848 progressive, liberal, and socialist movements inside of Europe in the age of revolution against the Ancien regime, that spirit is still alive with them, and they sort of use abolition and anti-slavery as their cause to sort of promote that.
Yeah, and if I may, there's just to bolster that point, I actually have a quote from the book if people are interested. I found it summarizes it pretty well. He's talking about the Jews who lived in the North in the U.S. around this time. He says, for a long time, few Jews in the North followed their example, but the 1840s brought Jews of a different outlook to America. The Ashkenazism from Central and Eastern Europe, poor and lacking significant business interests, they sought social and economic opportunities that had been denied them at home. Most had no taste for slavery and no stake in the system. A smaller group of immigrants were refugees from revolutionary movements in Prussia and Austria-Hungary, who had fought for equal rights there and would continue to do so in their adopted country. It was they who set the precedent for all Jewish civil rights activity that had been continued to the present day. That's from, I think, page 23 there. But there's little quotes for that, just to prove people that we're not bullshitting them.
Yeah, and I mean, to also get a clue of, I think it's literally on page 22, right? But this is from talking about the issues of the Civil War, right? You also get individuals like Solomon Cohen get mentioned, as well as Judah P. Benjamin of the Confederacy, who was basically President Jefferson Davis's right-hand man and basically ran the Confederacy while Jefferson was sick on multiple occasions. Mr. Davis was not known to have good health. But shortly after Appomattox, Cohen declared, quote, I believe the institution of slavery was refining and civilizing to the whites, giving them an elevation of sentiment and ease and dignity of manners only attainable in societies under the restraining influence of a privileged class. and, at the same time, the only human institution that could elevate the Negro from the barbarism and develop the small amount of intellect with which he is endowed, end quote. This is in 1865, but that tone there is equally condescending from both looking upon whites and blacks. But it's just, this is the kind of language you're going to be listening to, folks. This is not because we're raging anti-Semites or anything like that, but mainly because I haven't decided where this is going to go when I finish recording. But, but it's funny though to look at this history, because even then, right before this like smaller class of people, you did have people like Judah P. Benjamin, and he does cite numerous sources throughout the early chapters and the first chapter is called Early Black Jewish Relations, that sort of tries to do a preemptive like debunking of like the popular black nationalist, black separatist, Nation of Islam type things, that all the slave markets were closed on Jewish holidays and Jews owned all the slave ships. He makes it very clear, and I mean, at least he brings up literature to back it up, which is nice for the purposes of this book and my own reading of it, about that the fact that no, actually, there weren't that many Jewish owners into the slave trade.
Well, what he says is actually pretty funny. He says, I'm going to summarize it. I won't quote from the book, but the summary essentially is like, we were kicked out of Spain, we were kicked out of Portugal, all these places. So we went to the Netherlands. We went to Holland. And that's where the commercial markets were centralized at the time. A lot of people are familiar with that. And so he'll say, it's like, well, yes, we were involved in the slave trade, but we were never more than 10% of it. Which I'm not looking at the demographic hard numbers on this, but that might be a lot. And then it's like, oh, but then, everyone else was involved in it too. And then the second thing, and I was surprised at this because I've never really looked into the hard numbers on this, but he's like, the myth or the comment made on our side is like, oh, they owned all the slave ships. And part of me thought, that's probably not true. According to this guy, it was. But his sort of code phrase was, oh, but yeah, it was ships.
Everyone was doing it, man.
Oh, it's like, they're like, oh, we used it for other stuff too. So like, yeah, we had slaves and dreidels.
Yeah. However, by the 18th century, hold on, here it is. Many Jews settled in Holland, which then was the peak of commercial expansion. Throughout the 17th century, the Dutch were predominant in the slave trade. Jews participated in the trade to some extent, the numbers of Jewish traders in Holland reaching a high of perhaps 6 to 10% at the time. But, it mainly went into the hands of those Protestants, guys. Don't look at us, although that seems like a really large overrepresentation.
There's one thing I'm going to kind of lead with, and this, I'm really trying not to sound too hostile to one specific ethno-religious group, but I'm commenting on something in the book. And one thing he does repeatedly in the book that frustrated me was, on one hand, he'll often say that, he'll say outright that Jews will adhere to the rules and the values of wherever they are. So he'll say this to Jews in the South. Why were Jews in the South so anti-Semitic? Well, because all these anti-Semitic whites. Same with racism. And same with the slave trade. Everyone was doing it. What are we supposed to do? Stand out? But then one page later, they'll say, of course, but in the North, we had to follow our Jewish spirit, which is always to fight for the freedom of the lessers wherever we might land. So I'm like, you can't be both, and he doesn't really reconcile that throughout the book. At various times when he's trying to wallpaper over the Jews who actually did own slaves, it's never their fault. And for the Jews who fought on the side of freedom and liberation, it was almost exclusively them who did it for uniquely Jewish reasons, almost to imply that any of the Catholics or the Protestants who sided with them were doing it for Jewish reasons. And that might be me reading too much into it, but that's pretty much what he says in the book, which frustrated me.
I think it'll be safe to say it's going to be hard for us to... We'll have to delineate often, I think, to say, all right, we may be reading too much into this. We may have come into this with too many, but I mean, at the same time, right? Like, in the North, Jews were freer to express their abolitionist views. They were some of the earliest members of the nation's first anti-slavery organization in 1774. But yeah, I mean, well, it is interesting to see the colonial, but also the interesting history that I think still exists today in politics, is because there is this ongoing political internal struggle over how to approach American politics between the Orthodox side of Judaism and the Reformed side of Judaism. And they say this very clearly in the Civil Wars, because it really was the debate between more Orthodox Jews that were arguing that actually, no, the Torah tells us that slavery is an ordained institution, compared to the Reformed Jews of the time that were saying, no, like, abolitionism is good, it's not blasphemy. And that kind of stuff still happens to this day, where we saw, with Donald Trump, for example, like the Orthodox Jews went out of their way to vote for him, and they, have their portion in New York City where they are, but most secular Jews or Reformed Jews didn't vote for him. And it's funny to see that even as far back as the antebellum South, that was an ongoing factor.
Yeah, and that's a great point you just made, about how, from my perspective, that unique intra-Jewish conflict has not changed at all. And that one example of, there was a couple of rabbis noted in the book. I think it was, who is a Jewish leader, like Shabalo Moraes. He basically said, it's justified in the Bible, and you'll still hear those arguments too. In the book, they were making these arguments up until the 1970s and 1980s, that these, like, how many, of course, if they're old school rabbis, why would they ever evolve? Are there still old school rabbis around? Yes, they are. And their job is to not really change that much. So as far as I know, these debates are still happening right now. And I think, like, to bring it back to Kanye West, because that's still fresh in people's minds, I think you saw a lot of, if you were paying attention to Jewish spaces, you saw these exact same discussions occurring at that time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, and from sort of, and again, this book is written by a Jewish man who has worked. I mean, he's been deceased since 2005, but he worked for. He was a civil rights attorney. He's worked for various Jewish causes. He was on I think the American Jewish Congress, as I mentioned, or the American Jewish Committee, excuse me. And I mean, so you're getting a profoundly Jewish perspective, and again, that's going to come with some contradictions, because he'll say on one hand, there were, they had no problem working in coordination with, Protestants, Quakers, Unitarians, deists, secular free thinkers, but they were always treated with, a cocked eyebrow, and he'll criticize, like, Protestant Christians for saying, like, they'll cite, you'll have biblical condemnations of slavery, but in the next breath, denouncing Jews for craftiness, hypocrisy, and deceit. So you're going to get the full spectrum in this book. Like, this is actually a really good historical text, albeit biased because it's partly an ethnography, but it's still worth your read.
Yeah, and I would encourage people, if there's a lot of your listeners, I'm sure, who find this simply interesting, just from an American history point of view, a book to pair with this, you might have been talking about before, is Try Faith America. The author's name escapes me, but that deals with the around the civil rights movement as well. I will say it takes a sharper focus on the Catholic angle to that, and sort of casts the Catholics as the real bad guys in all of this. So, but just if people want a fuller picture, there is a case to be made that there are the Jews, but then the Catholics were working in concert with them, more or less to just bully the Protestants who weren't ready for this sort of fight, really. There might be something to the point, not to dismiss like anything in this book, but there is a truth to the fact that Jews and Catholics, but mainly Jews, were spearheading this, and the Protestants probably were not terribly concerned and were kind of forced into this through various direct actions. And I guess what's interesting to me also, if people are looking for another subheading, like the big takeaway from this book, at least from my perspective, was, you kind of touched on it just there, which is there really was never a Black Jewish alliance. That's it. That's really the story. Like, if there was, it was very, very momentary and with a few key leaders. But, just to go back to the main thing we were talking about, going back to slavery, the relationship between Blacks and Jews pre, abolition, he's talking about how Blacks idolized Jews, because of, everyone knows the Jewish history of oppression. I'm like, are you sure Black American slaves did? I'm not sure, but maybe. But he says they idolized Jews, but hated Jews, according to him, because they were taught Christianity. But they, from the very beginning, the story was Blacks look up to Jews because of their global minority status and their ability to rise up, but we're always suspicious of them. And to me, That's essentially the story of the entire book. Would that sound correct to you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you get the shaping of a black Jewish relationship really more thoroughly in the 1920s and 30s, and it falls apart very quickly by World War II. In the post-war sort of Jewish narrative of never again, stands at sharp odds with sort of the black experience of we understand, but bondage and lynching and our own struggles, they're two separate things. And I think that post-war, the relationship really falters and falls apart. Although much of the black infrastructure. So, for instance, we'll get into it in a little bit, but like the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the NAACP, is more or less spearheaded by Jews.
Yep.
And much to the anger of black academics and black thought leaders and activists at the time, that would often very much complain that there were more quote unquote white people or Jews in these offices than there were blacks.
And that's true. And the NAACP is a great example because you almost had to pry the NAACP from their cold, dead hands. Like they fought having a black leader of that organization for a long time. And, the excuse was like, well, there's just no qualified people, but it's nearly every, this will sound like a big claim because I'm going to miss a few, but I'd say most of the advocacy organizations for the liberation of Black Americans were, like you said, spearheaded by Jews and only would welcome in Black leadership in almost like in a sidekick position. And it's things like
Would you
this.
say that these spearheaded Jewish organizations were tokenizing the very people they were trying to help liberate?
Absolutely. And because, this will sound like a line you've probably heard from the alt-right, from, the center-right people, but it's the racism of low expectations. What the conservatives say about the
The
liberal vote.
bigotry of low expectations. The
Exact. That's
soft
what it is.
bigotry of low expectations,
That's
as
what it is.
George W. Bush famously said.
Absolutely. And that's what it is. You do see it though, where it's like we're trying to help them because they can't help themselves. They're not equipped for anything. And we'll tokenize them to kind of quiet them, which is why once they become radical later on, this is actually something black leaders cite, the Farrakhan's of the world, the Malcolm X's of the world, by saying like, you just don't want us. It seems like you're using us, is what they'll say, and that sounds pretty accurate to me.
Yeah. And it's very funny, and I'm going to make this observation now, and I might get some flack for it. But your Louis Farrakhan's, your Marcus Garveys of the world, even the Booker T. Washingtons and W.E.B. Du Bois, as things start to really move in an area to fight things like lynching, the second Ku Klux Klan, trying to get federal anti-lynching legislation passed, there was a lot of pressure on black leaders to look at the Jews as an example in regards to pride in their race, their rather inter-ethnic, relationships to bolster and uplift each other, and to develop the means to, if we all work together, we can all get capital, we can all organize effectively, and stand out as an effective minority in a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant majority country. And it's funny because that led to things like, Back to Africa movement and sort of copying the, international form of Zionism to, make Palestine Jewish again. And it's funny because you'll hear, and I remember this from an interview from Dave Rubin and Candace Owens. So we're going back a few years. But Candace Owens
Hey,
says,
look, we've all got some skeletons in our closet with
oh,
Dave
of
Rubin
course,
interviews.
of course. But I think one of them, either Candace or Dave Rubin, who's graduated from conservative pundit to child trafficker now that you can buy children if you're gay. But I have to say that I'm sorry, it's child trafficking.
This is going to be an Odysee exclusive.
Oh yeah, buddy. Oh yeah, it's an Odysee exclusive now. But he had said something like, well, like the Jews have a form of like, they have pride in their race, they have pride in who they are, and and it's just funny because now I think you see a lot of people, alt-right, especially, will say, well, we need to like mirror that kind of thing as well, and that causes more antagonism, as we've seen with the history of the blacks. And so it's just like, maybe Evola was right on like the negrification of America, but I think maybe he was thinking like, if only he lived far enough to see where you see some like pro-white advocates saying like we need to have the same kind of like ethnic ties, relations, and infrastructure as the Jews do, and it's just like we're kind of getting a history of what that would look like in this book.
Yeah,
And I know I'm going to piss
that's a
off a
good
lot of
point.
people by saying that, but it's just like, they have a system that works. And clearly, those that want to advocate for their own ethnic interests are going to look to the ones that have managed to do it the best, for better or for worse.
Yeah, it's true. I think the most anti-Israel people that I know currently are in the progressive side of things. A lot of like those democratic socialist types who are really being that drum, whereas a lot of people on what we call the dissident right are looking towards Israel as we want that, but for us, and let's
Yeah,
emulate. And people, that's not a value judgment. It's just a fun pivot that I've noticed.
it's an observation.
It's a prudent observation. When I heard the name, I clapped.
He said the thing. But yeah, I mean, like, and you see it here, like, again, back detailing the early Black-Jewish relationship. Booker T. Washington became more heavily influenced by the Jewish example. Quote, "Ever since I can remember," he wrote, "I have had a special and peculiar interest in the history and progress of the Jewish race. As I learned in slavery to compare the condition of the Negro with that of the Jews in bondage in Egypt, so have I frequently, since freedom, been compelled to compare the prejudice and even persecution which the Jewish people have to face and overcome in different parts of the world with the disadvantages of the Negro in the United States and elsewhere." And so, although this does come with a fun footnote on the book, little, asterisk here saying, "The New York Times once asked Washington to name his favorite passage from Shakespeare. He selected Shylock's 'Hath not a Jew eyes' speech in The Merchant of Venice. To Washington, Shylock's plea on behalf of Jews and brotherhood had an echo in the appeal of blacks treated as men and brothers." Can't get away from The Merchant of Venice, now can you, kids?
That's a little wink and a nod to people in the future. He knew what he was doing. You raised an interesting point there, and this becomes clear as you read the history of this element, this event. I mean, it's interesting that in the Jewish leaders of these organizations, they had an affinity for, I think, what they saw as Black intellectuals. So you'd have Booker T. Washington, your W.E. Du Bois, your Marcus Garveys. These were seen as guys who were, they wouldn't say higher IQ, but they're more erudite, they're more equipped. And there was, I believe, the hidden story of this was sort of the bifurcation of the Black community between this intelligentsia that was being actively courted by these organizations and then the rest of the Black population. And what becomes clear midway through the book is that bifurcation is what leads to the Black nationalist movement as we know it. Because most of that comes from the ghettos, that comes from the streets, that doesn't come from the people graduating Howard University. And for people who don't know, the listeners who don't know, Howard University, prestigious school, well-known school, Black school. A lot of the people in this book will come up through Howard University, and those are the preferred mouthpieces for these groups, while ignoring the material conditions on the ground, which never actually improve, really, despite most, the laws are changed. A lot of the legislation is put before Congress and passes, but a lot of the Black people notice nothing's really gotten better. And that essentially leads where we are today with the modern day Black nationalist movement, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree. And the same thing that will emerge out of this intelligentsia is also something that, you can still find in major American cities in Chicago and New York City are ethnic newspapers, whether it's like the Jewish Daily Forward or very like the Freeman, right? Like, especially after the South. And they will fight each other in the press, despite sort of with a cocked eyebrow and crossed fingers when they shake hands to work together on some issues. And you see this a lot towards the turn of the century when you're starting to see all of the like anti-Jewish pogroms out of Eastern Europe, and especially in Tsarist Russia. There's this wave of pogroms. There's also the Dreyfus affair in France, which very famously Alfred Dreyfus was a French officer in the French military who was accused of leaking out intelligence and classified information, I think, to the Germans. And, there was a big accusation that this was done solely because he was Jewish. This is not, I don't know enough about that to give you any more details than that. But, at the same time, you see all of these Jewish newspapers focusing on the international persecution of Jews. And at the same time, at blacks that have been recently freed, getting themselves established, they're looking at this thinking, well, we have shit at home that we need to worry about. Like, why are you guys caring so much about these issues? If you're here in America, you should focus on the racism at home.
Precisely.
Yeah, kind of still happens today.
Yeah, well, and I'm going to quote from the book here, just one little line. This ain't coming from me, it's coming from him. You raised a good point there about the newspapers. In the book, he mentions the Jewish-owned New York Times. Hey, it's from the book. I didn't say that. But that was one newspaper that had a lot of vitriol aimed at it from the black community, because just like you said, because imagine this, you have these Jewish-owned newspapers that are advocating for black issues and the news of the day, and then like you said, a pogrom happens in Europe and it's pulling the emergency brake and no one's talking about black people anymore. So then black people kind of take notice, and this encourages them to do their own thing, but it also makes them wonder, are we just a Jewish interest? And they start asking themselves that again and again over time. Some people might say unfairly. The author of this book would say it's unfair to ask that question. But, another case later on is something like the 6-Day War in Israel. Like, that really sent shockwaves throughout every Jewish publication out there. And what you saw was them, once something happens to Jews in Europe, it almost recontextualizes and alters how they use the black liberation movement. You know what I mean? It's a strange thing to say, but it lends to the idea that, and this is said by many of the black leaders later on, it's like, you're just using us as a vector for some larger thing that benefits you. You don't really care about us. You don't even want to involve us, which I said, given the data here, seems to be accurate.
Yeah. And I mean, again, we're just reading from the book, but the Jews, through their instrument, the New York Times, influenced foreign policy but hurt Negroes in America, end quote. And this was in 1891.
That was Donald Trump, 1998.
No wonder why they arrested him. But yeah, and I mean, anytime that something happens internationally as well, again, a lot of the black thinkers and black, ethnic advocates will compare international events to things going on at home, right? So like you had the 1903 pogrom in Kishinev, where 49 Jews were killed, 500 were injured. Booker T. Washington spoke out on this, but at the same time, other black advocates were not so much in favor of this, especially because lynchings were still happening in the United States. And so one of the black newspapers said, Negroes are fleeing from the American Kishinev in Evansville, Indiana. The Freeman wrote bitterly on July 25th, 1903, shall the Negroes go to the Tsar of Russia for protection, since neither the President of the United States nor the mayor of Evansville seems interested in protecting them. And this is where, again, and the book also highlights this too, especially during the Cold War, is the sort of ethnic third worldism bits that we still see being used by like the governments of Russia and China today, where the Soviet Union famously pressured the United States on the international stage over the issues of blacks, and later also with Israel as well. It's just very interesting to know that, quite a few number of Jews were killed by the Soviets as well. And during World War II and after the war, that, both these issues would be used quite flagrantly by both sides on the world stage.
Yeah. It's interesting. We might not get to this later on because there's a lot of notes here, but you kind of touched on one interesting thing there, which was throughout most of this time, at least until maybe the 70s, the sort of internationalist concern of these Jewish groups was not of the black people in the U.S. That sounds like the black people. But one example pulled later from the book was about, and we're jumping ahead a bit here, but this is just for
that's okay. I don't think we're going to cover the entire book in 2 hours, but I mean,
yeah,
but that's okay.
there's certain things that jump out. Like one was the Vietnam War. So Jewish groups, largely communist groups, were agitating against the Vietnam War, or in many cases, coming out in favor of the North Vietnamese and advocating for the Viet Cong. But they found when they polled Black Americans, only 18% of Black Americans wanted a withdrawal from the Vietnam War. And that's just one example of, despite what kind of became later, because third worldism did hit Black nationalism in the 70s, but from a lot of the time, Blacks they liked being American. They didn't want this internationalist thing. They didn't understand why you're giving a shit about things happening in Europe. This should be about America. And it was very difficult for a long time to drag Black Americans into this globalist position to care about like the freedoms of the rest of the world. They really just had immediate materialist concerns most of the time. And a lot of the issues that Blacks were bringing to the table was just segregation up until like that was pretty much the main thing that Jews are trying to kind of get them off of. And we'll get into Martin Luther King later, but it was always just about desegregation, but they couldn't elevate them past that for most of the time. And that frustrated them, I think.
Well, speaking of elevation, I guess this sort of leads into one of the biggest parts that just I felt like I should have known this given the spaces or the circles I travel around, but I didn't, and maybe shame on me or maybe just youthful ignorance. But the chapter 2, the origins of the Black Jewish Alliance, spends most of the time, as we mentioned earlier, on the NAACP in 1909. The participants of this project were mainly from a group of upper-class German Jews and WASP reformers inspired by the philanthropic and political ideals of the Progressive era, and a black group led by W.E.B. Du Bois. This became the most important vehicle for racial progress in the next 50 years, and it was the direct result of Jews and blacks working together for common ends. And I feel like the most important figure, although Murray Friedman points him out to sort of be this footnote in history, although he does not make that case in this book, is the gentleman by the name of, and in fact, they still have a medal named after him in the.
Is it him? Are we doing it?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Joel Sprigham, right? That's his name. Spingarn. There we go.
Joel I thought we were going to do Leo Frank.
Oh, we could do that too, but I mean. I felt like, Joel Spingarn being the guy that they had to pry from his cold, dead Jewish hands, the chairman of the NAACP on multiple occasions, holding that position for decades.
Yeah,
was something I just didn't know.
Like there were two groups at the time. Like there was one called the Urban League, which was a bit more integrated, but the NAACP was notorious for not really being integrated at all. Like it was majority Jewish. And that's like, I'm kind of like you, because I thought, it might have been started by a Jewish individual at one point, but like, no, it was like majority Jew. For the advancement of colored people, it was all Jews for like the longest time. And that just, I don't know, like that still, maybe people are used to that, but that still sounds kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, I would have had no idea either. And what's even more interesting is that in the backdrop of these German Jews that are really leading the charge on the NAACP is that you have, again, inter-Jewish fighting about, well, why are these high-minded, wealthier German Jews doing this when there are bigger Jewish issues to focus on? Like, look at what's happening in Eastern Europe. And you have all these different camps, that's probably the wrong word to use, all these different groups of Jews that are like arguing based upon their ethnic and Reformed versus Orthodox ties, all at the same time.
It's an overheated issue,
Yeah.
Sorry, that might have been too subtle of like a camp riff. Odysee,
yeah. This might stay behind the paywall for a little bit before I release it.
Yeah, but I really do think the NAACP, the reason I think if there's one group to focus on, it'll be that, because what you'll notice is there's a plethora of other groups like this that spring up over the course of the decades, but they all follow essentially the same model. They are at their heart Jewish organizations, and this is remarked upon by all these other Black leaders who gained a sort of sovereignty as you get into the 70s and 80s. And it really, at the time, this is something, okay, I'm just going to say this before I forget, because I found this so interesting. And again, jumping ahead, whatever. But there were, absent any Jewish involvement, there were civil rights events happening throughout America. So everyone probably knows about the Rosa Parks bus. What would we call that? Protest, whatever, direct action. Um,
Crisis actor.
Crisis Action, yeah. Except everyone knows that was a farce because it had happened before. There were other cases where people had done it. In fact, in some people might say Baton Rouge, but I'm Canadian, so to a Baton Rouge. Uh, there was a similar protest going on buses, and what had happened was this was absent any Jewish involvement. It was just happening. And black people were protesting that they were kept on the back of the bus. That's racist, segregationist. And so over the course of various sit-ins, I think they originated the sit-in. I think the Baton Rouge protests originated a sit-in that was copied by the other groups. Anyway, but they had succeeded to a point where they had come to terms with the white establishment by saying, okay, all we're going to have is a couple seats at the front that are just for white people. Then the rest is a free for all. Essentially, desegregating the buses with that one little caveat that you would have needed to get this through the Southern aristocracy down there. Now, that was interesting because I'm like, you know what? That might not have been to modernize the perfect outcome, but I'm like, you know what? That is an actual compromise that seems adequate. And what had happened as the northern Jewish groups came down, they would step in and say, "Not good enough, not extreme enough." So I just found that a striking example of blacks and whites in these areas were coming to terms amongst themselves on the topic of desegregation. But oftentimes it was this intelligentsia coming from outside, literally bussing people in to shake things up even more and to do more change and make more extreme change because, and this third subheading of the book is that this, like we said before, blacks are just a vector for a larger social justice struggle. It's about total equality. And oftentimes it's about economic factors too. So they're willing to play around in this black segregationist thing, but they almost don't care if once they leave, blacks are better off. Like maybe they would have been better off if these protests were succeeded more slowly across time, and we wouldn't have these jarring changes that I think have given people essentially social PTSD since.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you also see there's a self-awareness, as we mentioned earlier, from blacks realizing that they are used for a much larger project of social egalitarianism, as well as to like disrupt. I mean, they basically, and again, this is a vast generalization, but Murray seems to make the case in the book, so don't go hearken after me here, that more or less that Jews took the issues of segregation, lynching, the Klan, etc., as a springboard to tackle the issues of self-perceived, imminent direct harm to Jews in the United States. So, I mean, underpinning, say, like, covenant rules inside of the law, as well as appealing to like the Supreme Court over various issues, which includes Leo Frank, which I guess we can get into next. But the thing, like, you see Marcus Garvey look at the Jews would defend themselves, I guess, or like Spingarn himself, he would say, I really hope more blacks participate. I am tired of the philanthropy of rich white men towards your race, he declared in one of his early speeches to blacks. I want to see you fight your own battles with your own leaders and your own money. In 1914, he told the black audience, we white men, fellow whites, of whatever creed or faith cannot fight your battles for you. We will stand shoulder to shoulder with you until you can fight as generals all by yourselves. Just interesting stuff. But
it is interesting, and also, like we had said before, I think one of the real stories here is that once given that power, blacks do not fight the battles as generals that the Jews want, and so they must re-enter into that. You know what I mean? Like that's
oh
the
yeah,
frustration of the book is that why are these aren't the battles they're supposed to fight. They're supposed to be fighting for, like Christ, as early back as the 60s, like there was these Jewish communist groups agitating for universal basic income through Martin Luther King. It's the same shit that's been going on for decades.
Yeah, again, that's why I wanted to review this book with you after seeing the whole Kanye West thing. I was like, hey, I've seen this episode before, whether it's Marlon Brando or Marcus Garvey, like someone has, started noticing things and gotten in trouble for it.
Well, and also I think an episode like this is so crucial because those examples you just gave, where there were generations past where this went without saying to the ears of millennials or Zoomers. This sounds like jarring, shocking information, but you would find boomers, even a lot of older Gen X, who are like, "Oh yeah, obviously, this went without saying. This wouldn't get you in trouble saying this." But now it sounds like almost a parallel reality where people are allowed to like talk openly about this.
Yeah, and again, just this stuff. Again, like this book is written in 1995. I get that this is more of a Jewish sort of ethnographic expression of their relationship to Black America, and but at the same time, right? Like this was sort of like an openly said thing that, like, yeah, we knew that Jews were in XYZ positions. It just hasn't really been until I think rather recently, at least in my limited time on this earth, where that's been really clamped down.
Yeah, and if I can recommend people who are interested in this stuff, I might be showing my hand here that I know so many of these books, but there's this great book by J.J. Goldberg titled "Jewish Power: Inside the American Jewish Establishment." Again, written by a Jewish guy, New York Times bestseller, glowing reviews from the former Prime Minister of Israel. It's a accepted book written in 1997. So it's very similar to this, where they could speak openly. The purpose of that book was essentially bolstering what we're talking about here, which is that, yes, we have, like, there's something to the tune of 250 Jewish advocacy groups in the US. I might be being conservative on that number too. But he will openly say, yes, we have these many advocacy groups. The reason we have this is because the world is so hostile towards us for no reason. Like, it's stunned. I'm not trying to get off this book, but just to give people the context here, within this book, Jewish Power, he'll say, yes, we own the media. Yes, we hijacked the political infrastructure for our own purposes. But the reason is that everyone bullies us for no reason. So he still manages to, and if as long as you blame it on the Protestants, you can kind of get away with saying stuff like that.
Yeah, as long as
But
you blame it on the stock of the
yeah,
WASP bigots, you're good to go.
but that illuminates why this was happening to begin with, because people will ask, why are they even doing this? Why are they using blacks as a vector for this larger fight? Well, it is because of ethno-religious self-interest. It's because they feel as if they're a global minority. They feel that they have a unique attunement to that identity, and they almost want to drag other groups into that orbit that might have previously not seen themselves that way. So there is a story to be said here of, the Jews teaching radicalism to blacks through communists, and we'll get into this in a second. But one of the red pills in this book is, I think we said this before, but he essentially admits that, I got to stop saying essentially, sorry, but he basically says that all communist groups in America were run by Jews.
That and there's a whole chapter on the Black and Jewish domination of the social sciences, where we get to break down people like Frank Boas and others. So
Yeah, and just that point that from the start, people say, "Is this just an outgrowth of what, their religion, their ethnicity?" Well, no. From the very beginning, they were saying we are leftist, and they use that word in this book, leftist. So there
yes,
is a leftist political angle to this. Sorry, I cut you off there.
I will admit though that he is not as explicitly the author, Murray Friedman. Despite this being editorialized in some places, despite there being a ton of speculation, I am surprised at how non-trashy he is towards WASP people.
Yeah,
I mean, like, he obviously, right, like, he's got the whole, these quote unquote, like, the secret Jews, right, like, people who were forced to convert to Christianity in Spain and so on. But like, he never goes out of his way to be like, really shitting on Jesus Christ, which I was pleasantly surprised by. Although he does acknowledge that Christianity of Black America would be an issue, to a point where, for most of post-Civil War South in America, for especially Southern blacks, Jews were the nice carpetbaggers that would loan you credit, but they were also Christ killers. It was a
Yeah.
weird bit of contradiction to exist in. I mean, it still exists today.
He's got a line in the book later on, in like the last third of the book, and this is the only time I've heard him kind of do what you're saying, but not really, where he says that he was trying to excuse away black anti-Semitism, which was on the rise at the time in mid to late 60s. And he was saying that most Jewish leaders could explain that away due to what they felt were justified criticisms of the merchant relationship blacks, the economic relationship blacks had. And he says, and that's far different than, the WASP anti-Semitism. And he just leaves that there. He just slaps that on the table and walks away from
And
it.
never goes back to it.
He says, which is to say, he thought black anti-Semitism was just materialistic and justified, and everyone else's was like in their DNA.
Yeah, ethno-religio reasons. Although it's interesting because throughout the book, like you see this as like an undertone, right? It's just that this is where you begin to see the emergence, this leftist communist emergence of trying to use classic Marxist focus on economic, dependency, economic determinism, the material conditions as a way to let some steam off as a pressure release valve on issues between blacks and Jews, especially in New York City.
Absolutely. And that really comes into sharper relief as you get into the 60s, because like we said, early on, it was really all segregation. And then once things were desegregated, they said, well, things still suck. Just like now, it's like everything has been legislated away, and yet we still have ghettos, and yet we still have projects that are built from bullet holes. So what do we do with that? So then they have to keep saying, well, maybe we need universal basic income. Maybe we need wealth redistribution. And really, like I said before, the story of Martin Luther King, and there's a lot to the Martin Luther King story we could get into. I think Alt Hype has got a good video about that. But
Yeah.
one of the things that becomes clear in the book is that Martin Luther King essentially was a Jewish puppet. And that was a criticism levied against him by other people. But he had these two like Jewish almost handlers, guys who pretty much wrote his autobiography. They say that in the book that he didn't write really much of what he's we won't get into that. He didn't write nothing, Martin Luther King Jr. But he was kind of this puppet of these two Jewish individuals. And as his career went on, everyone thinks of Martin Luther King, the I Have a Dream speech, but a lot of people forget the tail end of his career when he was getting into essentially communist rhetoric. And they were forcing Martin Luther King to abandon the race angle, if you can believe that, and go hard on economics. And they had to really grind him away to do that. But a lot of these Jewish intellectuals were getting black leaders, intellectuals, to abandon race and go just for economics and anti-capitalism. And that happened in the 60s.
Yeah. And at the same time, right, you also see, like we talk about sort of like the Reformed Orthodox, but you also begin to see the like light-skinned, dark-skinned angle in here as well. It's being played by both sides, right? Like, Joel Spinger hires Walter White, not of Breaking Bad fame, but who was rather a black, but he was light-skinned. He was an attorney who could visit the scenes of lynchings and secure as much data as possible for publication. And he was just part of, again, sort of that interesting interracial, Reformed Orthodox bit of Judaism that's all at fight here. I really recommend that you get a hold of this book. You can find this on the archive. You can get a copy for relatively cheap, for like $20 or less on Amazon. Because we're not going to, it's a really worth your time actually reading this.
Yeah. And there's a couple other things like that stand out, and I want to kind of get to them now because there's enough to talk about forever. But one aspect,
we may do a part 2, I don't know.
Yeah, there's one aspect that really stood out to me, which was again the Jewish groups involved in something that was going on already. One would have been Brown versus the Board of Education. And I'm not a keen legal mind in any sense of the phrase, but I think a lot of people know about that. It's about desegregating the schools. But one comment he had made in the book was that, you know, this case was really pursued by these Jewish groups, to the point that a lot of Black individuals, residents of the area, were hesitant to pursue such a radical thing. And one thing that never occurred to me at the time, but they said, you know, we don't want to have different schools. We want to have integrated schools. And a lot of Black teachers didn't like that because they would be out of a job, which makes it never occurred to me that how often did integration have Black teachers lose their jobs, or how many, you know, what were the ramifications of that meant worse material conditions on the ground for the Black residents. And like, again, another through line of this book is the African American hesitancy to really embrace the radicalism until much later. But early on, like, you had these Black people like saying, okay, we want change, like we don't need to go to war with America. We don't want it. We're still American. Like, Black people back then, they still liked America and wanted to be American. And I think that was radicalized out of them over the decades.
Yeah, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. And the book really does, hit that really hard. I mean, you see this especially in the relationship with union organization and other labor movements that were primarily targeted by, they had a strong coalition between Blacks, but, the few Jewish unions that already existed were the only ones willing to take them on. And then later, as Blacks became more prominent in other labor movements in the country, you saw a significant rise of the issues of like communism and like the federal government, especially the FBI, getting really concerned that there's something going on there.
Yeah. Also, just a side note, this is just a little nugget of me being retarded, but I did laugh. Like, there were so many unions back then. It seems strange to you, but I'm reading this. I'm like, the Carpetbaggers Union? What the what? You know, but there, if you wanted to be like in charge of the unions, there was unions for literally every vocation. So that when people talk about, you know, fighting for unions, like that was such a huge section of society. And for like Jewish interests to kind of be leading the charge for unions at that time, like it's hard, it's difficult to describe how much power that would have wielded. And I think early on, this is why Blacks could point to Jews and say, oh, they're helping us. They're helping us with our jobs, with our employment. And then they kind of moved on from that as time went on, though.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, you also see a little bit of the paternalism that comes out of that in this text. I mean, consider some of the, like, we consider the, Langston Hughes of the Harlem Renaissance, or more famously, James Baldwin, right? Where, this is about, in the chapter about Jews and Blacks as allies in the arts and social sciences. So if I should have prefaced this at the very beginning, but I'm going to say this. This book is an unintentional red pill for those that are curious about a certain question. On the other hand, this book is also a really informative autoethnography, more or less, as to the Jewish perspective of the civil rights movement and Black liberation in the United States. And it's incredibly well documented. But for instance, he talks about James Baldwin, the efforts to make him the most widely read Black author. Baldwin had moved beyond Jewish tutelage and the little magazines edited by Jews. In some respects, the experiences of Black writers like Baldwin paralleled that of Blacks in the civil rights movement. Needing Jews as intermediaries with a broader culture, they initially welcomed assistance, but once Blacks had achieved leadership positions, Jews could be safely charged with paternalism. And that is a charge that I think still exists very much today, although it's probably not paternalism anymore. It's just like, you're going to keep the Black man down.
Yeah, well, because paternalism wouldn't really be taken as an insult. You know, if I can see them saying, oh, well, it appears my superiority has caused some controversy. Because really, it's, oh, so you're just trying to be too great, and they go, guilty. But that is the truth, and that was dogging them from the very beginning. Like, even going back to, it really did start with the relationship between Blacks and Jews in the field of merchants. So, a lot of the stereotypes of Jews being merchants, those were wholeheartedly believed by Black Americans, because Jews went out of their way to open up their stores in Black neighborhoods, and open, be landlords and open these buildings. And, it's difficult. Here's the thing where I don't know where I land on this one, where on one hand, Black people will say that, oh, you run these tenement buildings that are run down. And then the Jews will say, well, they weren't run down until you got there. I don't know who's right for that. It's just Jews owned buildings
Well,
in
a lot of
ghettos.
that has to do with the white flight,
Yeah.
especially as a lot of I mean, this is something that I think is important for a non-American audience to understand. But after the Civil War, right, you could almost argue, and some have jokingly said this tongue in cheek, that the Confederacy won because you had such a substantial amount of former slaves move northward into cities like Chicago, like Baltimore, like New York City. And every time that happened, traditionally, of course, what does occur is that there's white flight. And in those places, the prices skyrocket. There are special allocations made in certain neighborhoods to take care of them, or the people that have recently moved there. And then, of course, blacks don't have access to lines of credit, and the few that do offer them lines of credit are traditionally, and as the book notes, historically Jewish bankers and Jewish, convenience store owners, to a point that it got so concerning for blacks living in New York City, which there was a point in time that there were actually more Jews in New York City than there were blacks until it reached roughly parity, I think, in the early 1930s. And it was just talking about the desire to have blacks boycott places like, Blumstein's and things like that. Like they were upset that they were only maybe 10% of the market, black store owners and shopkeepers compared to 90%. And they, again, it's that I'm afraid my superiority has caused some problems, because Murray sort of waves this away as saying well, Jews historically have always had a financial merchant, background. They were always better at managing money. They were always better at, keeping the stores, shelved and stocked, and could pay their employers better. Of course, these blacks were naturally going to fail.
Every so often they go, and what of it? It's like there were more Jews in New York than stars in the eyes of a rabbi that sees a penny. Who said that? You can't just say that.
Unless you're one of them.
It's the baby upstairs. He's riffing.
Yeah, he's dropping red pills at an early age. You had the Harlem Colored Merchants Association, which, if in 2023, if you told me that there was such thing as the Harlem Colored Merchants Association, I tell you what alt-right fan fiction are you reading? But these were real things, folks. But at the same time, right? But again, they were encouraged by prominent Jews, but no effect. And in fact, a man by the name of Julius Rosenwald urged President Herbert Hoover to hold a national conference on strengthening black entrepreneurship, but nothing came out of the proposal either. Times were also difficult for black-run businesses, to say nothing of minority-run shops and stores. And this is during the Great Depression, but it was just really interesting.
Yeah. One thing that I noted when reading this, especially during these early relationships, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, because I might be wading off into the weeds on this, but it seemed to me that the Jewish relationship with Black Americans was never lateral. It was never equal. So
No.
what we had just discussed was, there's the paternalism from the intelligentsia, sure, but then there is the merchants. And when we say that, we mean that, it was funny that I was reading this and it said that Jews were famous for opening department stores in the ghettos where no white businesses would open them. And the blacks called them Jew stores, which is, I don't know, just kind of funny to me that, I'm going to the Jew store to buy some gum, can't do that these days. But there's always from this, from the top down, you're always a merchant, you are a landlord. And there's a very striking part later in the book, and it's buried in my notes here because I'd be jumping ahead. But I'm going to
go for it.
I'm going to summarize it. It's I believe it was MLK, and there was a protest going on in the South, and it was a sharecroppers protest. And it was something about wages, something about unionization, and I think it was one of the Jewish organizations had advised them to not incorporate whites, because in the sharecropping at that time, you had whites working alongside blacks, sharecropping. You were working the field, and so if that were generated from within, from that area, you might very well have had whites standing alongside blacks as sharecroppers, as workers. and then going at it from that angle. But that's not good enough. That's not radical enough. We don't want these whites involved. We want this to be a black story, and it's just another case of in that instance, that could have been a lateral partnership of sharecroppers, but you can't have that. You can only have this reaching down from above. And I guess I'm making the point that I think there might have been, in certain instances, more black white unity that happened organically. And I think that was snuffed out to America's detriment.
Yeah, probably. And I mean,
maybe I'm reaching on that, but maybe I'm just a bit.
Well, I don't know if you
romantic.
and this. So this is going to pull from outside the book, but I can't help but think of Bertrand de Juvenel, wherein you have a new group which is successful, financial, well organized, what you would call perhaps the aristocracy or just the landed gentry that doesn't obey the king, right? Like they play by the king's rules, but they are the threat into Juvenel's model that the top, the high, the king always has to look out for, because if you can squeeze them out, you squeeze out any opportunity for power. Because in times of revolution or in times of social change, the middle or these other aristocratic groups are potential to succeed you and to overthrow you. And so you do normally get a high-low versus middle here, where to prevent that from happening. But in this instance, it seems like the middle, the sort of like tightly knit, effectively run ethnic group, utilized the ongoing problems of the lower classes, primarily incoming Eastern European immigrants, Roman Catholics and Jews, alongside blacks in America, to sort of like establish themselves with their own needs to make sure that they're never taken out by the king or there's never a pogrom in the United States. And they make those comparisons a lot. And they also do the same thing during up to the lead up of the Second World War, but also during it, because one of the things that really struck me as interesting was that a lot of the black anti-Jewish sentiment, they look towards the Axis powers for potential opportunities to govern and to rise up. I mean, there was a point in time where black leaders were calling Japan one of the places of a darker race. They were calling them dark, saying that they were allowed to have a proud, shining existence. It was just very interesting to see these like racial undertones in the backdrop of what oftentimes just gets labeled as is primarily like a Jewish, genocide in the face of like Gentile white European forces. While at the same time, there's also this interplay about blacks going to war, and that they echoed a lot of the similar things about like, oh, well, don't participate in this war. It's a Jewish war, and things like it's just the same things that you hear today on Twitter in certain spaces, were being said out of the mouths of blacks 70 years ago.
Exactly. And to your previous point, I've long said that the connection between blacks and anime has its roots in Selma. But yeah, it's like, and it's almost, it wasn't blacks against America, like we were saying before, until much later. It wasn't that, why are we getting involved? Now it's almost impossible to separate the American black identity from third worldism. And if I can say some credit to the author, because I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't think he's wrong on most stuff. He mentions that, I guess, the third worldification of black identity politics occurred, in maybe the late 60s. It certainly happened with Jesse Jackson, he said. But, the identification of black Americans with minorities around the world against white individuals in America, that didn't come until much later. But I think once you do that, I don't think you could find a black intellectual now that would make, somewhere on who's the guy? Who's the economist guy? The one I'm talking, who wrote Basic Economics, the guy that everyone
Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, Thomas Sowell. Like, you probably find like a Thomas Sowell who, not Thomas Sewell, everyone, Thomas Sowell. You can tell because he's the one who's got soul. But he would be probably a pro-American guy. But it's hard to look at this story and not see like a complete separation from America, period, around this time as well.
Yeah, and I mean, again, there were just I took some pictures because I was just like, that's interesting. Like this one, in pre-Civil War America, the views, However, a number of them, especially veterans of revolutionary, again, that leftist undertone, August Bondi was one of the 3 Jews who assisted John Brown during one of his raids. And it's funny because at the time of this recording, I wrote an article called Bleeding Transes, where I was referencing sort of the violence of Bleeding Kansas, and I think the irregular warfare that emerged from that, and how I think the transgender question might lead to more irregular warfare with groups like Rainbow Reload and things like that. And John Brown is famous for not only the raid, prior to the Civil War, trying to start a slave revolt, but also that he was part of Bleeding Kansas as a radical abolitionist, posse. And little did I know that there was a connection there. And I thought, oh, that's really interesting. Had no idea.
Yeah. Should we get into Leo Frank briefly? Because I know
Yeah,
that
yeah.
a lot of people are familiar with this case, but I think the Leo Frank case is right around the birth of the NAACP. I think the Leo Frank case birthed the Anti-Defamation League, if my history
Yes.
serves. But the NAACP was also deeply involved with that. And I had a note here that leadership of the NAACP was primarily white and Protestant and Jewish, and their involvement in things was pretty minimal until the Leo Frank murder in 1915. Then Jews became involved when they felt under threat. And then I think the Leo Frank case is really, I don't know if it's ground zero for a lot of this, but a lot of people would point to that case specifically as birthing a cornucopia of Jewish advocacy organizations. And did you want to tell people what that was about? Because he actually he glazes over it in this book.
I'm not surprised that he glazed over it. Although I will say the interesting part that did come in it's like maybe 3 or 5 pages long. He does not talk about this case very much. What he does talk about that I found was particularly interesting was that, again, we talk about these quote unquote Jewish newspapers, especially black papers that were calling out things like the New York Times. And that during the Leo Frank case, they hired $100,000 for a private investigator to try and clear Frank's name. But all these black papers were astounded that these mainly Jewish owned newspapers or white newspapers were pushing. They didn't even name the black gentleman in question whose testimony was necessary to get Frank sort of, arrested. But they just said he was a heinous monster, black guy. They never mentioned him by name, but they denigrated him on like the national stage and international stage. And it's just really interesting to see, again, when push comes to shove, right? My interest over your self-interest, I'm picking me every time. F you, I've got mine.
Yeah. And for people who are unfamiliar, the Leo Frank case, Leo Frank was the proprietor of a department store, I believe in New York, but someone could fact check me on that. And he was accused of murdering, strangling, I believe raping as well, a
Yes.
young woman by the name of Mary Fagan. They found her in the basement of the department store, and they fingered a black guy who did it, like the janitor. So a real Green Mile situation, even though I don't really know what the moral of that movie is. But then, and he glazed over that in the book, doesn't even really mention the black guy at all. But they also glazed over the fact that they were planting evidence in this black guy's like garbage, and they proved it, and all the crazy behavior of this guy. But it's like every Jew in the city united behind Leo Frank, and that was a great division between blacks and Jews. And eventually Leo Frank was
James Conley was the janitor's name.
Yes. And this is, someone made a point. I'm probably stealing this from someone, but someone made a point. It's like, and this happened in a very racist time. So to get all these whites to be on the side of the black guy, you must have been a real murdering rapist. And he was lynched afterwards because.
But it wasn't in New York. It was in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yes. Okay. That's
so you're in the heart of the South. You're in the heart of one of the blackest, and still is the blackest city in the United States. And the whites were like, I'm not buying it.
Yes. So that also says that white people, hey, we're not so bad. But this was the case that to this day, they still rally around. They rally around the image of Leo Frank as unjustly killed because I forget how I think he was on parole or he wasn't accused or something, or some miscarriage of justice. And people decided to maybe it was a black mob. I didn't really say. Anyway, the book really, like I said, glazes over that, and it's like, oh yeah, well, this, of course, every Jew would feel it in their bones that they were under threat. I'm like, this ain't the guy. This ain't the guy. White people, we're okay with throwing a bad white under the bus. You got to be able to do that. If you can't do that, then pack it up and go home.
Yeah, I mean, like to take a look at here, like the black-owned Chicago Defender, in a manner reminiscent of the Amsterdam News headline, "Many blacks, no Jews arrested in Crown Heights," almost 80 years later declared, "Jews raise millions to free Frank and put blame on innocent man." More restrained, the NAACP's crisis and executive secretary James Weldon Johnson expressed resentment at what they saw as an organized effort to implicate Conley simply because he was black. At the same time,
just
right?
a pause for people.
Yeah, go for it.
Everyone just really appreciate this. The NAACP, the National for the Advancement of Colored People, going against the black guy, like that. That's all you need to know about the leadership of this organization.
And I mean, again, right? You had this is I'm going to read the short paragraph here. "The trial was a mob scene as angry cries of 'death to the Jew' from white militants outside the courthouse reverberated within earshot of the judge and jury. In this explosive atmosphere, Leo Frank's lawyers responded to the intemperate outbursts of Georgia's most powerful populist leader, Tom Watson." Ooh, we've got populism now. "Who is in his weekly Jeffersonian magazine, repeatedly demanded the execution of that filthy, perverted Jew from New York, with attacks of their own in the key prosecution witness. 'Who is this man, James Conley?' one of Frank's attorneys rhetorically asked. He was a filthy, dirty, black, drunken, lying N-word. Frank also wondered how the testimony of a Southern white woman of an unimpeachable character who spoke on his behalf could be disbelieved, while the perjured vaporings of the black brute alone could be accepted as whole truth." So when push comes to shove, right, racism is the defense.
Yeah, and especially with, I'm trying to find the page here because there's just around that part you were just quoting. So the Frank episode initially threatened the fledgling partnership between blacks and Jews. The New York Age was critical of Frank's supporters who sought to place the blame for Mary Fagan's murder on the black handyman. And it goes into detail here about, just to establish this for people, the scale that the Jewish, we're talking de Juvenalian sort of stuff, that entire middle section. You had advertisers coming on Leo Frank's side. You had banks coming to Leo Frank's side, politicians, artists, like the entire elite of the city coming to Leo Frank's defense and pouring money into it. And just the sight of that, I really think probably rubbed black people the wrong way because it really, in a lot of ways, like COVID, like a lot of things, like it shows where the machinery of this thing actually is, and it revealed itself. And people, I don't think anyone forgot that. I think a lot of the Jewish groups, they do themselves a disservice by still putting Leo Frank's fucking face on a coin.
Yeah, and I mean, what 69 years of silence, where he had said Conley in the body of Mary Fagan in his arms that day in April 1913, even though Conley's claim was that, he was ordered to put the body away by Leo Frank. But I don't want to relitigate this case. I feel like there are much better channels that have probably
all you gotta do,
relitigated that.
Go look up Leo Frank, look at his face. You tell me that doesn't look like a murderer and rapist. Case closed. Next.
Physiognomy check. Next.
He's got raper eyes.
But yeah, and again, after that trial, though, this is the key question that I think highlights the motivation, which is ethnic self-preservation, and what I would argue is a rather schizophrenic but realistic idea that the world is out to get you. Would a European-style persecution of Jews now be imported into American life? Out of these concerns arose renewed interest and involvement in racial conciliation efforts. In a footnote to the case indicative of its effects, Lewis Marshall joined the board of the NAACP and served on its legal defense committee. Some years later, in a letter to the association's president, he wrote that he was glad thereby to make amends for any previous neglect of the black community. Again, this is where you begin to see, like, oh shit, we can be targeted. We might as well take advantage of existing infrastructure, the NAACP, and also, eventually the ADL. It's interesting for purely historical reasons.
Yes. I got a lot of notes here. I'm trying to think if I want to get off the Leo Frank thing. I think I got it because Um, hmm.
We're a little pressed for
So
time.
yeah, because I do need to get going shortly because I do have a crying baby upstairs. One day he'll listen to this and understand. But
That'll be
um,
weird one day to be like, kid, I was once a niche micro internet celebrity.
and now
I named him, kid.
I'm a billionaire anti-Semite. But also one thing you had mentioned there before was how much these Jewish intellectuals appealed to their own biblical background. Like I have a note here of Marvis Garvey talking about why he's so interested in Jews because of Exodus. The biblical Exodus was sitting at, I think, at the heart of this relationship as well. And the book quotes very often from the black periodicals that we were mentioning earlier. There's quite a few of them, and it's, if you're viewing this in modern times, you would think it was like a psyop of some kind. It's like, why are all these black guys talking about biblical Exodus? It just seemed like that was the word on every black advocate's mouth at that time. But I think that was kind of a sign that they're kind of just, this is the line you go with. Don't you want to exodus from America? And I don't think they early on recognized that that's kind of what they were getting at. Like, don't you want to separate from America? And they just saw that as, oh, you're kind of being exercising self-determination.
Yeah. And I mean, this is also where you get to begin what emerges is the natural sciences sort of emerge here. Like, W.E. Du Bois famously talk with German Jewish anthropologist Frank Boas, and the discussion of, race science and anthropology and what that really means. And this is where you begin to see like the deconstructions of race and the understanding of racial characteristics. And this is, years before, right, like genetics and IQ and the bell curve memes get posted. But I mean, this is at a time where they're trying to, dissuade that actually, no, there may be innate intellectual or mental differences between like whites, blacks, and Jews. And in fact, we're all innate in this place. We're all equal.
Yeah, speaking of science, I'm going to scroll through my notes here, but I read this not long ago, so I'm going to get the name mistaken, but like you said, they're entering into science around this time and doing tests, and there's a lot of faulty science that was emerging during this time. And one specific experiment, and this was used to argue for essentially white supremacy in America. They would do tests on black people, black children, and you've probably seen this in comics. I think there's like some red pill comics that had this, where it's like you give a black child and a white child dolls of different races, and they found, according to the data, that when a black child was given a black doll, they thought it was ugly or mean or evil or something like that. And they said, oh my God, this means that the entire education system is poisoning black minds against themselves. And this was a big deal. And this was such a landmark study that it influenced legislation. But later on, and the name of the gentleman, it was a black guy who did the study, basically admitted later that it was bullshit. And that they said, well, when we did the study in the South and we gave black kids black dolls, they liked them more than the white one, because why wouldn't they, right? If they have any sort of awareness of self at that age anyway. But just as an example, that there was bad science being done at this time that was being latched upon by these Jewish organizations and used to influence legislation that was just completely not scientific at all. It was wrong. But I really do think a lot of the current day arguments for white supremacy, like brainwashing black people against themselves, can be traced back to this time with just junk science, and just never goes away. A lot of these studies, people kind of parrot them, but no one ever knows that it was just a bad sample size.
Yeah, I mean, this is also where you get the sort of what I would call like the Steven Pinker sort of like, there's one race, the human race, enlightenment now, evolution is good type of arguments. Because I mean, in his most influential work, The Primitive Man, published in 1911, Boas lays out a central proposition, We have found that the unproved assumption of identity of cultural achievement and mental ability is founded on an error of judgment, that the variations in cultural development can as well be explained by a consideration of the general course of historical events without recourse to the theory of material differences of mental faculty in different races. A similar error underlies the common assumption that the white race represents physically the highest type of man. Anatomical and physiological considerations do not support these views. End quote. But he goes on later in saying, in an article titled "What is Race?" published in The Nation in 1925, Boas rejected the idea that race consciousness and racial hatred reflected instinctual drives in the human nature. Each race contained so many variations, he argued, that it was impossible to generalize them. I'm going to call bullshit. I don't mean to be that guy, but to me, it really does seem like everyone's got an in-group bias. There's more than enough evidence that backs this up. But imagine that being sort of like a dominant political position for like almost a century, you know? I mean, it still kind of is echoed today that like there aren't any differences. That we're all kind of the same. We can all just get along. We just have racism, man, or it's all about my material conditions, as classic Marxists would say. And it's just a lot of this really does come down to these relationships between Black and Jewish intellectuals.
Yeah. Once science becomes welded onto politics, it's almost never removed. Another example people might be familiar with would be, you know, Sigmund Freud gets a lot of shit. Sigmund Freud did a lot of good stuff, but there's still people out there who think, oh, everyone wants to fuck their mom or their dad or something. Or, you know, the Kinsey report. That was a famously bad sort of report that purported to prove that everyone's secretly a huge pervert, and he just had a really bad sample size for that. But it seems that once the bad science makes its way into the hands of a politician and gets mentioned, like, it never leaves the culture. It's never excised later on. And so we're still here because it got, these bad studies were grabbed upon by advocacy groups and put in front of some politician and said, and now we're just still, it's like in the spirit of us, and we can never get rid of these weird prejudices. That's kind of metaphysical. I'm going into weird areas here, but
well, I mean, but it's very true. I mean, even to this day, right? We still echo debunked or junk science that we still, you know, take as common fact. And I mean, I think that that's also in the fact that we're in the wake of new atheism that was trying to reconcile this junk science and it's sort of, you know, God not real, dinosaur bone, you know, we can all get along sentiments of the early aughts. But I mean, again, it really does illustrate that this is where we begin to see like Black history like becoming a more firm political department that was supported by like Jewish intellectuals, and that the bulk of sociology, psychology, psychoanalysis, you know, in the 1930s, these were all, in anthropology, were all finally being called out, quote unquote, as Jew science. Which is partially in the reason why in the fall of 1933, Frank Boas like tries to team up with like other Black leaders and other Jewish leaders. How do we combat the Nazis? It's just very interesting tidbits of history that, again, like if you were to read like the Jewish Daily Forward or the Jewish People's Daily, you're going to look at these things like you mentioned earlier, like, oh, all these people in the banks and the media and Hollywood and television, and, you know, and to someone who's kind of got questions that they want to ask. And this book treats it very much as like, no, we did these things and we did it for our own benefit. And here's why.
Yeah, and it's like because they were going to kill us. Like that, it always comes down to that. In the book, they'll say, "Well, if we didn't do this, of course they would try and kill us because everyone always tries to kill us," you know. And then, but it's mainly the Europeans who try to do that. Blacks can be forgiven, and to this day, like even with the Kanye West thing, you'll notice, and I hope that that's not too dated by the time this airs, but you will still see, even from the most aggrieved Jewish voices, that same paternalism where he doesn't know what he's saying. He's just mentally ill. It seemed impossible for them to listen to Kanye West and believe that he was genuine and believe that he actually knew a thing or two about what he was talking about. And I thought that what I don't want for people is to lose that, because, you know, with the Kanye West, you know, anti-Semitism debacle, it's easy to take one of many different sides on that. Like, I always hated him. I always liked him. He's right. I'm not going to get into that, but pay attention to how he was treated. They tried to take everything away from him, but I don't think they ever really took him seriously. What I think they were scared of was Kanye West invigorating white people. And that is just to say that to this day, I don't think, and some people don't care about that. Some people are listening like, good, yeah, why would they? But to this day, Jews they still essentially see black people like animals, in my opinion, or just dopes who they don't know what they're doing, and they're just evolving their ways to manipulate them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would think that maybe that was the biggest takeaway out of the Kanye West thing. So when I looked at it, and as someone who knew a little bit about like Louis Farrakhan and non-Jewish actors and actresses and singers in Hollywood, and even people like Spike Lee that had a not so easy relationship with Jews, I was like, this is nothing new. But in an age where it's easy, because again, this is something that I will admit, I'm on the record saying the liberals were right in 2016, 2015, 2017 when they said there was a YouTube to like alt-right pipeline. That is true. And there are a million of people that I can think of, and I'm exaggerating, but there are dozens and hundreds of people I can think of that if you were to ask them how they got started in this like political scene of theirs, it's not because they read like the Turner Diaries. It's because they listened to Jordan Peterson or Carl Benjamin and wanted more. And at the time that was an option for them. Nowadays it's not as a little more difficult, but you can find them. And I think that was their concern, that this popular guy who famously went from George Bush doesn't care about black people to Christ is king and stuff like that. I could imagine that was the primary concern. Like, they don't want this as a social contagion coming out. But lo and behold, probably some threats, some conditioning, and a little bit of Jonah Hill was all that they needed to shut it down.
Yeah.
But
well, you mentioned the Christianity thing, which is part early in the book was him outlining how Jewish leaders thought that Christianity was forced upon Black America. So that was something they felt they needed to unwork, that Christianity was not natural to this group of people. And if there was any anti-Jewish sentiment, it must have come from this
must have come from
virus.
those Christians.
Yeah, basically, that's what they were saying. And so I think it was puzzling to them over time why that stayed around. And with Kanye West, it must be said again that his criticisms are nearly identical to the criticisms that were coming out of Black entertainers in the 50s, the 40s, the 60s, almost line for line, and maybe that's an evidence that they just haven't evolved their rhetoric. But the fact of the matter is, like, they're complaining about what? Jewish record label owners. And that's, most rappers now have something, a thing or two about that in their songs. But
Oh yeah.
A lot of it was, this is their lived experience. The relationship that I think a lot of Black entertainers to this day, none of this has been resolved. I guess that's a good summary of this, is that, what happened to the Black Jewish Alliance? Like, it was a very short amount of time. Nothing has changed. And like you had said about the YouTube to alt-right pipeline, the reason people like this stuff is because everything snaps into focus once you know this. Once you realize, where do these arguments come from? Where do these positions come from? Oh, they haven't changed since 1930. Nothing's changed. And there has been, I guess in recent era, there have been this sort of like working class Jewish lateral collaboration with Blacks, but I don't think so. I think if you ask your average, Black individual, they will look at Jews not as someone on their level, and especially if you go to the South. And I think the book points out that the South was a very important battleground to these Jewish groups because they themselves were foreigners there, and they were interfacing with a relationship they didn't understand. They didn't understand the relationship between Blacks and whites in the South. And to this day, I still don't think they do. And I think they're probably confused because they have this idea of the South, the American South, as just this bigoted, racist place. And I'm sure it is to some respect, but it's almost, I think your average Black person would accept white bigotry over Jewish paternalism. And that's the claim I'm going to make. And people can argue with me on that, but I think a lot of people on our side will know that's true if they've engaged with them before.
Yeah, and I mean this, and the question about these tropes and debates and relationships gets even more interesting as you look at the post 1948 position over Israel. And I'm skipping over the civil rights movement. I think there needs to be a part two, if you're okay with that,
Yeah,
Dimes.
yeah, oh, absolutely. Because
Fantastic.
I got so many.
I got notes for days, but I really wanted to focus on the issue of Zionism and Palestine real quick, because this is something
Yes,
that I think it's really overlooked, because we do focus a lot on, say, people
yeah.
like
I think
Leo.
this will be a good place to end on because
Yeah,
this really kind of ties it all together.
yeah. And so, again, there's a lot of focus on, say, the early 30s, the NAACP, Leo Frank, ADL, Martin Luther King, and we'll definitely get into the civil rights movement. That's for part two. But I want to focus on, like, chapter 16 is called Garvey's Ghosts, because Marcus Garvey is famous for instituting the Back to Africa movement. If the Jews have this idea of Zionism, and there's, again, this book really iterates that black advocacy groups were looking to the Jews as a model. Well, Marcus Garvey, the sort of black separatist and nationalist who didn't think that you could get along with Whitey, and to some extent probably has been vindicated by that, I think, in a large respect. Because when we get into the civil rights bit, Harold Saltzman's Race War in High School is an excellent, accompanying text. But they were like, okay, well, if they can take over the Middle East or have like a global, Jewish sentiment, why can't we have one for Black, African, Pan-African sentiments across the world as well? And there were some that were really adamant, Garvey being one of them, about taking a special interest in the fate of the Palestinians. And one of the biggest things that this book talks about is the Andrew Young affair.
Yes.
Andrew Young, for those who don't know, was the 55th mayor of Atlanta. He was the 14th ambassador of the United States, ambassador to the United Nations. He was also a member of the House of Representatives in Georgia for some time before being nominated for this position by Jimmy Carter. Now, famously, at this time, this is during an issue about advancing a settlement deal with Robert Mugabe and Joshua Nkomo, as well as the rebel leaders in the Rhodesian Bush War, which ended in 1979, which would lead to the formation of the Republic of Zimbabwe. But the thing that got him in the most trouble was, of course, dealing with Palestine. And this book does not offer a very pretty picture and says that what they call the Andrew Young affair, and this is cited in the book and it's cited by other Jews, particularly in Commentary Magazine, which used to be a very Jewish paper, which, again, not my words, Murray Friedman's, not mine. But he says that, no episode in contemporary American history has been marked by greater outpouring of animosity against Jews than the events which followed Andrew Young's resignation as the United States ambassador to the United Nations. The black leaders who rallied to Young's side portrayed him as a victim of a concerted Jewish campaign to oust him from his post as a result of meeting with Zedi Terzi of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, a meeting which violated the American agreement with Israel not to deal with the PLO until it recognized Israel's right to exist and accepted Security Council Resolution 242. And of course, he's famously photographed and met with them, and he had, the meeting had became public when the Mossad leaked illegally acquired transcript of the meeting, and it had been controversial because of that. So, I mean, you get this really awkward bit, and during the controversy, John F. Kennedy Jr. tried to offer him a way out to talk about apartheid instead, focus on racial issues to take heat off the Jewish issue. But, they said this, and then later on, the visiting with Yasser Arafat by Jesse Jackson, who ran for president in the 1980s, also really helped destroy the ties between the two. And it's really interesting because early on, like towards the end of the book, they were talking about polling various Jews, and they were just like, well, we would vote for Democrats, but we wouldn't vote for Jesse Jackson. Even if, he won the nomination, we'd probably vote for him, but we wouldn't be happy about it. It was just really interesting to see how that relationship plays out, because even to this day there's a lot of Black nationalists and Black separatists that are really interested, and Murray looks at this with a lot of depressing, like, oh, you guys chose the wrong horse in this one, and laments the fact that the issue of Israel and the Palestinians is, like, for some reason, an international issue that divides Blacks and Jews in America.
Yeah, and a lot of people hear the name Jesse Jackson and view it from a modern perspective as he's just the guy who runs the Rainbow Coalition. He looks kind of strange. He kind of looks like, what was her name? The former mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot.
Lori Lightfoot.
Yeah, he's got a weird feminine face, but it can't be overstated how important Jesse Jackson was at this time. And we mentioned before in the episode about how he was leading a charge of third worldism, that he was almost teaching, this will sound paternalistic. I don't want to do that but it's almost, he was teaching American Blacks about these international causes, and that Jews being upset that Black people didn't come out on the right side of that. And I think, that might have been the last straw, because, the peak of the Black Jewish alliance, as outlined in this book, would have been, and correct me if I'm wrong, around like the civil rights movement. Martin Luther King Jr. is essentially the peak of this relationship, and everything after that is downhill. And I think, as you correctly pointed out, by the time we get to Jesse Jackson, there's almost no going back. Like, there is no interest in any sort of collaboration between Black leaders and Jewish leaders, and maybe we'll get in this last time, like the power politics that went on there to really introduce like the new young radical blood, both to Blacks and Jews, by the way. That's what I found most interesting, that on one hand you had like Black radicals coming in and getting in Martin Luther King Jr.'s ear about how this is living in America is like neo-colonialism, but then you had these like extreme communist Jews coming in and scaring a lot of these old establishment Jews who were, to their effort, they were more peaceful. They were more like, let's color within the lines, let's have sit-ins, let's have these protests. And then here come these young Jews saying like, why don't we burn down the White House? And then they take over. The old guard's gone, and Martin Luther King's gone. And it's like, these are the last of the aging elephants who might have been able to come to terms in a conversation. And after that, you could say, oh, it died with Martin Luther King. No, Martin Luther King's death was just the symptom of the transition over towards, we can never reconcile. And so the idea is like, and this might sound fatalist, and I don't want to blackpill people, but for Black and white broad collaboration in America, like, I think you'd have to go back to the 40s or the 30s. Like, it's been so ingrained in the DNA that you're like it's like two different nations within a nation.
I think it could have been done actually as late as the 1970s. And I say this because Jesse Jackson, who had a weird relationship with everybody and still kind of does to this day, but he was like meeting with the RNC and being like, look, we need alternatives. And if you want to be competitive, you're going to need an alternative way to like get Black people to vote for you. And of course, that kind of falls apart because like, what is Ronald Reagan's election? But sort of the 1980 campaign, I should say, really is sort of this like almost borderline Revanchist sort of like, baby, the white man is back type deal when it comes to the issues of like states' rights and race. And there was like a really big thinking that like, oh shit, this like white guy is really going to change things around, which that never happened. And you can look at Buchanan and Sam Francis as to why the Reagan Revolution was betrayed. But that's no, Buchanan wrote that book, but it's still really worth your time.
Yeah.
But
sorry, I might need to put a terminus on this talk. In just
that's no problem.
Minutes. I apologize. We've covered a lot. We still have a lot to cover.
We will do a part 2.
Get back to this. Yes, please.
Yes, we will schedule that. But this is part 1 of covering. Let's make sure I have everything that I need here. But yeah, this is a covering of what went wrong, the creation and collapse of the Black Jewish Alliance by Murray Friedman. So yeah. Dimes, do you have anything that you would like to plug? Let us know.
Sure. My show is titled Blood Satellite. You can find it at bloodsatellite.ca. For some reason, though, the website is down as of 5 minutes before jumping on this call. But aside from that, I also have a publishing outlet called the Vanguardist Journal. That's at vanguardistjournal.com. And I recently released a book on our merchandise store called Good Suffer. That's Good Suffer with a V instead of a U.com. You can purchase it there and a whole bunch of shirts and shit. And I won't waste your time, but sometimes I get too long with the plugs, and I'm cutting it there. I'm not going to plug anymore. Check it out. Check out the show.
All right. Well, by all means, check out the show. Dimes and Judas do a good work, although Dagoth doesn't like Judas as much, but that's okay. Or Dimes as much, I should say. Judas is fine. I wonder why.
Everyone's trying to.
I don't think you have a
AI.
fandom until your fans make Dagoth Morrowind edits about you. I don't think that's truly when you've reached peak parasocial relationship.
Yeah, you're not truly a micro niche e-celeb until your greatest followers use AI to call you gay.
Well, James, we'll definitely schedule another one for part 2. I don't know when I'm going to upload this. This may stay behind the paywall for a bit until we get a date down for the next one. But thank you so much for coming on and help. And for those listening, we're citing the book. You know, we're not as crazy as you think.
And Prudentialist, he's not one of those guys. He's not one of these, Mein Kampf guys. He's erudite. He's an aristocratic soul. He's not the guy you want to go after.
Yeah, by all means. No, you have you should be doing inter-department intelligence community stuff. Like you should be going after your other glowing psyop people like Richard Spencer. Not me. I don't glow. Go target the other guys from the other department. But yeah, we'll see you all next time, fellas. Take care.
Go ahead.
Because one of the interesting thing is the first time that we talked about this book, Dimes, was that it was my chief inspiration for wanting to talk about this because I grabbed this book in a closing out, final days, take whatever's free off the shelves at this bookstore in my town. And I saw this and I thought, well, this is really interesting. And I want to talk about this book eventually because, the creation and collapse of the Black Jewish Alliance just sounds like a screaming red pill to anyone maybe on this side of politics. But it's also written by a man who worked closely with civil rights affairs in the American Jewish Congress. So I was like, okay, we got to go pick up this book. And then we finally got to talk about it right after the whole Kanye West thing and the whole name them stuff that happened in that brief moment at the end of last year. And now, since the Ye 2024 thing faded away, we're back to talk about this book in the midst of hashtag ban the ADL on Twitter, or X, as Musk likes to call it. And we're recording on September 11th, 2023. So 9/11 is feeling 22, as Taylor Swift would say. And here we are. Dimes, how the hell are you?
I'm doing great. It's funny how we schedule these things because we'll schedule it like a couple weeks or however long it is in advance. And then it just so happened that the ADL, stop the ADL hashtag was trending, that whole movement. So it's a great time for it. It's very serendipitous, I suppose. And I'm very happy to be here. I always have a great time on the show. You're one of my top creators that I like to follow. So this is a great honor to me.
Well, thanks. You're probably some of the best in the Great White North out there, and you guys always bring on good book reviews and interesting guests. I appreciated your appearance on Jay Burden the other week because Dimes spoke so little. I think that he's just this alter ego that you've got going on.
Oh, Judas, yeah, he's
yeah,
yeah, sometimes I can be a bit of a blowhard, so it's hard for him to crowbar his way in, and part of that's my fault. Because when he does get to talk, everyone loves it. He's got the entire Blood Satellite fan base is behind him right now. There's a coup going on for the sounds of it.
Yeah, I remember your fans making Dagoth edits, crimes chat, more like Dimes chat. Yeah, that's when
do you get the same thing with Geo? Is there a war between you and Geo between the fans?
I mean, Geo engages in that parasocial shit way more than I do. I play as the stereotypical straight man to Geo's antics, and I love him for it. So I'm sure that would be the case, but I don't think about that very often. I just think about the fact that the show does well and it makes me money.
I often enjoy Geo's essays on what's going on Twitter because I can't follow any of this shit. He's got me into all the the weird. The first time I heard about Dimes Square was from him. I still don't even really know what that is, but he's the guy with the finger on the pulse of all that shit.
Yeah, I rely on him to explain things to me, or he'll talk about Twitter drama from like 6 years ago, and I'm like, you have to explain for the new people in the room, myself included. So he's very good as a Twitter historiographer for all things on the e-right, or this thing of ours, as people like to say. But yeah, I thought it was interesting that we're now in the midst of this ban the ADL thing, and I was reading that they've been wanting to squeeze him for advertisers ever since he's talked about buying and bought Twitter. But at the same time, I think they're also advertising the ADL on Twitter as well. So it's rather, to me, it seems like what will probably come out of this, if at all anything, would be ways in which you can get Greenblatt to step down and maybe put a more quote unquote moderate face of the ADL up there and act as if nothing's changed or anything's happened. But at the
That's
same
my belief
time,
as well. Yeah.
yeah. But at the same time, right? I saw a lot of the headlines come in, and this isn't to bash anybody, by the way. I want to make that clear as I state this. But I was just reading through some of the ban the ADL stuff, or Musk threatening people with the ADL, and Yahoo Finance and a few other, news sources were just talking about like, yeah, like he's replying to far right guys and anti Semites like Keith Woods or whatever. And it's just like, I feel like that does more damage, I think, to advertisers than, whatever the ADL might do, because they're just making the ADL's case for them, all these news articles and journalists. So, I mean, the ADL being off Twitter to me would not do much, in part because they're banned off Twitter. It's not like their organization has been debanked or,
Yeah.
structurally, it's not like they filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy or whatever. It's the same thing with the SPLC. Like, if you wanted to take down those orgs, I mean, you got to get them to be in financial ruins, and that's when you need like a Peter Thiel Gawker situation. That's what made the threat of a lawsuit so interesting, because Elon Musk is the world's richest man. Like, he could easily, afford to take the hit to, dump $22 billion into a lawsuit and bankrupt them. But uh
Absolutely. And I think you had hit the nail on the head by saying, like, early on when this was happening, I was on the side of it because I don't like to just throw spears at things. And I said, you know what, this is good. Keith Woods did what he was kind of the head of it. Like, he's
yeah, he
popularizing
was.
it. And I said, and people were kind of getting on his case because, oh, he's not going far enough. I said, no, he did what he's supposed to do, which is help get the conversation going. But I know where this is going to go, and I was calling this days early, and it came to pass because it's obvious. I said what Musk is doing is he doesn't really want to destroy the ADL. He just wants them off his back. So he's probably going to say something like, "The ADL is a fantastic organization that's been corrupted by the woke mind virus," which is actually what he said, and then that will chart a pathway for the ADL to redeem itself by switching out some of the top executives and actually coming out the other end feeling stronger because, oh, we listened, we learned, we're better now, and then everyone will be happy. Now, that's not Keith Woods' job to do that. That's actually our job. Our job is to get in the comments, is to start tangential conversations by saying, actually, the ADL was always like this. It was never a fantastic civil rights organization, then got corrupted by this thing called wokeness that you don't even know what it means anymore. So it's always trying to drag it back into its own history. And unless people are willing to do that, and that's kind of what this book was about in a lot of ways, because it mentions the formation of the ADL. Unless we're willing to collectively do that, then we know how this is going to play out, and it comes out the other end with the ADL being ironically stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. To me, I think that, like, I know a lot of people want to do the justice for Mary Fagan thing, and I'm totally, like, it's a knee jerk reaction. I totally understand it. Clearly that woman was, strangled, raped, mutilated. I think that the overwhelming amount of evidence from how people have portrayed the case, it does make it look like, hey, um, that Leo Frank's the one who did it. But as we were talking before we went live, you had made a point saying that, like, the Leo Frank case is sort of an easy sidestep for ADL apologetics to take place, because they can argue, judicial mistrials, or sort of abuse in the case and all yada yada yada. And I mean, that doesn't get to the point that, like, throughout the ADL's history, it's played a major role and upending and upheaving every sort of like WASP cultural norm and institution in the United States since 1913 in its foundation.
Yeah, the Leo
And
Frank
that's the
case.
more important part.
The Leo Frank case is fascinating, and a lot of people in our sectors are obsessed with it, rightfully so, because it's very much an open and shut case. Everyone looks at it for 5 seconds and know he was guilty. And the more details you learn, the more lurid the tale gets. But it would be easy, and this is what they do. It would be easy for them to sidestep it by saying, "Look, we don't care if he's guilty. We just felt we needed to defend him because there was a mistrial of justice." We know where this goes, but really the core of that story isn't so much them like jumping to defend this innocent man who just so happened to be Jewish. To me, the story of that case, and I say this because I think this will reverberate through the rest of the episode, it's that this was an interesting case where blacks and whites were united against a common enemy, because Leo Frank tried to blame a black person for murdering Mary Fagan, and then whites, who are supposedly the most racist, insanely, evil people on earth, were actually defending the black guy. And that's just not supposed to happen. So that's why people wonder, well, why did they spend something to the tune of $27 million on this case for this guy who's just kind of a nobody? He's not a nobody, but he's not like a celebrity. But I really do think there's a story at the heart of the Leo Frank case where what really got them scared was whites and blacks united in some kind of, in a way that they didn't expect, and they had to like fight that somehow, because otherwise it sounds like they created a whole fucking organization to do this. They birthed a league to address this.
Yeah, and it's funny because we talk about coincidences, and how funny it is that we have a talk about this book every time something goes on. And you just mentioned black people being united and such with whites on this issue. And apparently Cynthia McKinney, former congressman and 2008 presidential nominee for the Green Party, uh had said, on I know where I'll be and what I'll be watching at 6 p.m. Eastern today. So apparently David Duke and Io Kamathi, or best known as the irradiated genie of Sofese, are saying, can black people and white people work together to defeat a common enemy? So, I guess, lo and behold, another coincidence for today's discussion.
Yeah. I mean, really, like you had mentioned at the top, this book is written by a Jewish activist who's very, very close to the issue. And if you read reviews of the book, and I would welcome people to do it, because there's other books on this topic from different perspectives. One criticism of the book is that Friedman takes a very, we might say, pro-Jewish stance on things, or kind of skips over certain parts of it. I think that's why it's illuminating, in my opinion. Like, you're hearing right from the source of Jewish activism how they viewed these instances, and it's a unique opportunity to read between the lines. And if you understand what was going on at the time, you'll see him kind of skip over certain parts and certain race riots that are not friendly to the narrative, because really at the heart of this book is the belief that Jews and blacks can be united against whites once again. That's really what the book's about.
And the book ends on that sort of really fearful concern that as non-white immigration comes to the United States and non-European immigration, fades to the wayside, that the cultural memory of the Holocaust will disappear, and that things are going to be awkward to sort of navigate these relations, especially for Jews in America. And you've seen this before with other ethnic groups. Like, I recall when Biden first got into the White House, he had a meeting with black leaders, and he was speaking with Al Sharpton, and he had made a point saying that, like, whites are not going to be the majority in America for a long time. It's that their days are numbered for that, for in terms of demographic majorities. Is you're gonna have to learn to get along with other groups, because even then, right, like, white liberals know that, like, white guilt isn't gonna win forever, because there are other groups that don't like African Americans, like Puerto Ricans and Mexicans, for example.
Yeah.
But this book also is really compounded as an illuminating read if you've read John Murray Cudahy's Ordeal of Civility, because once you sort of understand the Jewish concept of chosenness, especially, and like more modern Judaism or just Jewish identity, the relationship to how they feel when it comes to civilization from other cultures, that sensation of otherness, ethno-narcissism and sort of the knee-jerk reaction to defend one's kin, like this book is even more illuminating, I think, because you're trying to incorporate or enculturate African Americans into the Jewish ordeal of civility through these sort of common bond connections, like, Moses in the book of Exodus, and that, we're also equally being fought against in our own ways. Anti-Semitism is not all that different from anti-Black racism. And clearly it has its issues. And one of the things that we'll get into in the book before we, finish up this little intro here is that I recall, did you watch Oppenheimer by chance?
I didn't. I was going to wait till it goes up on torrents, and that's not for any like moral or political reason. I got a new baby that's like 5 months old. It's very hard to get to theaters right now, but I do want to see it.
Oh, well, I won't spoil the whole thing for you, but there is.
Is Japan okay?
I don't know. I don't know if I want to spoil it that much for you. I don't know. Japan is not okay, though, by the way. Their prime minister told them to have sex and they killed him. So I don't think Japan's all right. But there's a point in the movie where they're talking about Oppenheimer being a fellow traveler in communist politics, which was the case for a lot of Jews in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. Still kind of is. But, he just says, nope, I'm a proud New Deal Democrat. Like I'm an FDR Democrat. And it's just sort of this like weird, like taxonomic language shift where it's like, yeah, but you're still a communist in a lot of respects. But I guess that means so are the New Deal Democrats. And you see this throughout the book that they're like, well, some Jewish groups were like really into the Marxism, and there were all these internal disputes, so we wouldn't go too far to the left. But then the neocons were their own separate entity focused on foreign policy. And it's just like, but that still doesn't address the rampant Trotskyism and communism inside these organizations that makes these allegations that, for instance, when we talk about like Martin Luther King, like, Levinson was associated with communists. He had communist politics. Like, these accusations are not untrue as much as you want to skirt away from them. Either own up to it, or in this case, play defensively like we are here. And before we get any further, we are talking about What Went Wrong, the creation and the collapse of the Black-Jewish Alliance by Murray Friedman, published in 1995. We talked about it probably like 6 months ago, but we're here to hopefully finish the book. So we'll get into it there. I think we left off right around the formation of the ADL. Like we just said, I don't think we need to go too much into the Leo Frank case. I feel like most people are kind of familiar with it, but that was sort of the flagship moment for more, organized Jewish political activity in the United States, and it had only grown from there in 1913 onward.
Absolutely. And you touched on something just there that I think is an important thread that's going to weave its way through this entire episode, because the first part of this, I think, had its own nice encapsulated story of how many Jews saw their relationship with Blacks in the very, very early formations of these relationships in America. And this segment, and for the rest of the book, I really think the through line is the radicalism and the break, as it were, between the Blacks and the Jews, how that happened. And what you had just mentioned, I thought was very poignant, which is that, a lot of these people we might call Marxists, or anyone would call Marxists, wouldn't call themselves Marxists. And that's something you see to this day. If you are all tuned in to these circles of leftists, most of us would just call them communists, but they're like, no, I'm actually a progressive. No, I'm not a Marxist. I'm a Trotskyist. No, I'm like a New Deal Democrat. But it's all, if you break it down point by point, a lot of them are just basically Marxists anyway. And this book is full of that, where they talk about like all these Jewish intellectuals who are like supposed to be completely diverse, but they were the ones engineering the infiltration of communism in the era. And this was the era of communist infiltration in American culture. Everyone was hyper aware of it. Everyone was on the lookout for it. But, there's other movies that kind of dance around this, like Trumbo and other movies where like the Red Scare. And it's like, oh, that's just,
Good Night and Good Luck comes to mind, especially.
Yeah, that's just code for anti-Semitism. Like, they get that it just so happened that the people who were fingered for these these infiltrations just happen to be mostly Jews. And like, you can't get rid of that story from this. And there is a story also at the heart of this book, which is that the story of Black nationalist movements and their radicalization through communism. And we'll get to this in a bit, but it's like the wrestling of trying to make them communist, but also not racially aware, but also make them racially aware against whites. And it's this tension that I think blew up in their face. And it's still and point is, it hasn't been resolved. I think that's what's so interesting in this book. As you're reading it, you'll recognize a lot of parallels from like 1995 or even the 70s. It's still essentially the same, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I still see the relationship as fundamentally broken. We're kind of still talking about the same stuff. The Black community and the Jewish community have the exact same problems, and those Black radical groups haven't really changed much either.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there are multiple times throughout this book where I'm like writing in the margins, where I'm just like, this feels really familiar, or like this hasn't changed, or oh, this makes sense based off some other recent news story that we can get into. And it was this really bizarre, like, deja vu for me going through the history and seeing that really it has been this conflict frozen in time since the 1970s. And it's, the final chapter of this book is called The Ghost of Marcus Garvey, or Garvey's Ghosts. And it's particularly interesting because they still go back to that. Even when he wrote this in the 1990s, like, we're still going back to Marcus Garvey. And we're still talking about Black nationalism and taking the concept of like Zionism, but putting it for African Americans. And we talk about it now because, like, in the 1920s, and the last time we talked about the book, there was a lot of Jewish store owners in like New York City and outside of Harlem and in Harlem, as alongside property managers as well, and landlords that were Jewish renting to Black tenants, and they couldn't stand them. And now that sort of like the immigration, the demographics has changed, one of the things that he points out in the book is that, like, even when there's hostility to Asian store owners, because all, like, say, like, Jews had their own version of white flight, that there was a saying. They interviewed some Black guy and they said, well, behind every Oriental is just a Jew. And it was like, there's still these cultural and historical fights that have not gone away. And so this book is like a really good summary of a frozen ethnic conflict that really does only come to work together tentatively when it is to sort of like bash like the white man or the system, or to get more particular money for programs, or for their own government grants for their own organizations. And so, yeah, I mean, like, this book is a really fantastic, and you can get this on Internet Archive. You can get a paperback or a hardcover copy, I think, for like $30 on Amazon if you want to hunt it down. It's one of those books that is like, I think our friend Bennett's Phylactery on Twitter said, a book is banned when it's like $1,000 for a hard copy on Amazon, not this burned book shit that you see in like Barnes and Noble. And this is one of those books that I think is slowly turning into a banned book because it's just not being published anymore. But it really is a great historiography for this stuff. And yeah, I just that's I think a really good summary for what this book is.
These are the best types of banned books, where they started off as like liberal books and now it's just inconvenient. Like, we're not supposed to know this stuff. This is back when liberals and progressives were speaking more openly about what they wanted or what their beliefs are, and they're not supposed to believe that now. So there's a few books like this. I think I mentioned, if I mentioned this on the last episode, forgive me, but on our show years and years ago, we covered two books back to back. One of them was the infamous Culture of Critique by Kevin MacDonald, which everyone's familiar with. Fantastic book. And right after that, and that's been banned off Amazon since forever, banned everywhere. If you
know
get
what kills me about that? Where I bought my copy of Culture of Critique?
Where?
Books A Million.
I thought I was going to say at the synagogue. I was going, what?
That'd be a fun way to drop it. Yeah, I would love to explain to my Jewish friends why I have a giant icon of the Virgin Mary written by me. Yeah,
but
absolutely.
The other book right after that was one called Jewish Power by J.J. Goldberg. positively reviewed by the former Prime Minister of Israel. And what I found was that both these books, one celebrated, one banned, was they said essentially the same thing. And Jewish Power, you can get this anywhere, and you can get a cheap paperback version. It was outlining the proliferation of Jewish interest groups in America throughout the 20th century, something that, to the tune of over 250. And he seemed to agree with Kevin McDonald on every single point that Kevin McDonald was making. Why they're doing it, the existence of these groups, the power that they have, the pressure groups. They only differed in one respect. And I always come back to this, that J.J. Goldberg said that Jews need these groups because Europeans are randomly hostile to them. So they will admit that, yes, we have these groups. Yes, they're to serve our interests. Yes, we pressure Europeanness out because that is, we believe that is hostile to us, and you've proven that over the course of the 20th century. So I just found that interesting, that the only difference is like the justification that, oh, we actually do have cause to hate, white culture, European culture, or be fearful of it at least. And I think that also runs through the DNA of this book. That you'll see, there's one line that he has later on in the book where he's talking. We'll get to it later. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but we can get started now on the actual book.
Yeah, no, I haven't read Jewish Power, and it's just kind of funny because it's like J.J. Goldberg was for the longest time the editor of the Jewish newspaper, The Forward, and wrote for numerous other Jewish publications. But yeah, let's just dive into it. I mean, so we kind of wrapped up around chapter 4.
Let me just say, I tried to search up right now J.J. Goldberg to get an image, and all I got was Goldberg the wrestler. So be careful out there.
Oh, I literally typed in J.J.Goldberg, and I got what I wanted, apparently. But
what
yeah,
is Juju Goldberg that just searched the full name.
That might just work, actually. You never know. That might just work. But yeah, so I mean, we really just went through the 1920s and 30s, last time, and we have like the rest of the 20th century to go into. But it was particularly interesting. So chapter 5 is called Blacks and Jews as Allies in the Arts and Social Sciences. And this is about, expanding reach and publication for Black and Jewish newspapers. For instance, James Baldwin had famously been more read in Jewish journals and Jewish newspapers before his sort of rise to prominent fame on the national scale. And that's partially because of those publications, because he was mainly published there, whereas in comparison to, say white writers or Asian writers, so he became the most read Black intellectual or Black author because of this relationship. But, you begin to see these relationships between, in commentary in The New Leader, James Baldwin, and this is in page 113 for me. So in 1948, after Baldwin's first important piece, The Harlem Ghetto, appeared in Commentary, the magazine of the American Jewish Committee, Nathan Glazer, then a member of Commentary's editorial board, wrote of the board's pleasure that a remarkable young Black writer, how remarkable we didn't know, had come to the magazine. The editors of Commentary, then a much more Jewish magazine than it is today, suggested that Baldwin write something about Blacks and Jews, and Baldwin agreed to do so. The young writer found it difficult to deal with anti-Semitism in Harlem, but Warshaw forced him to confront the issue squarely. Baldwin found Warshaw to be an extraordinary editor who taught him you had to force from your experience the last drop, sweet or bitter, it could possibly give, end quote. Baldwin's piece on Harlem was one of the first serious explorations of Black-Jewish relations. He wrote deep empathy for both groups. Quote, the Negro identifies himself almost wholly with the Jew. The image of the suffering Christ and the suffering Jew are wedded in the image of the suffering slave, end quote. But then Baldwin turned to the harsh reality of life in Harlem. There, Jews were small tradesmen, rent collectors, real estate agents, pawnbrokers, and then followed the American tradition of exploiting Negroes and became identified with oppression, where they were hated for it. Just as society must have a scapegoat, so the hatred must have a symbol. Georgia has the Negro, but Harlem has the Jews.
Yeah, and just right there, you see the little rhetorical sleight of hand he does. He does this throughout the, and not him, but the writer in question. They were just small tradesmen, rent collectors, and they followed the American tradition of exploiting Negroes. Like he'll frequently say that well, the Jews are just trying to fit in. Like, it was really like white people who enslaved them. We just, well, what are we supposed to do? We just want to be landlords, and of course we have to exploit the blacks because because white people bullied us into it. And he does this repeatedly in the book, and it really, sorry to interrupt your train of thought, but that really drives me fucking.
That's a really good point, because you see this as even the writer Murray Friedman sees this, where it's just like, they don't understand, we're not white. And it's that Schrodinger's minority thing that people kind of do when it comes to the issue of like Jewish relations and say like more whiter European societies or relations to other groups, is because a lot of them, especially African Americans or blacks in general, do view them to be like, oh, they've just assimilated. They're just like the white man. They're just like the oppressor. And they're like, no, 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 no. You have to understand, we're the secret other third thing. We're not black. We're not white. We're Jews. It's just like, and that's how it is.
He's got a moment of clarity in the book. I remember at one point, I think this might have been even earlier, where he says something to the tune of, black people would identify with anyone they thought could represent oppression. So in a way, he's right. But he said like the black nationalist movement at various points would look at like the Irish or Jews or the Japanese or whatever. But and what you saw, I mentioned this earlier when I said like it hasn't changed over time, but what you've noticed, and this will sound very coarse, but it's true, that a lot of black nationalists just steal shit. So, for example, I think the best thing that ever happened in modern times was black people just saying that they're Jews now. Like they just internalize, like we're going to identify with other oppressed people around the world so much that we're just going to say we're them. So, and a lot of like the black Israelites are like, yeah, no, actually black people are the original Jews. So we're just taking being Jewish now. And I think like the seeds of that started with like black people looking around, like, who can we identify with? And it's like, well, how about everybody? How about you're also Irish? And that's what we've seen throughout like the 2010s of them just saying like, yeah, by the way, black people are all of the oppressed people ever.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of funny how it emerges, because you have the Black Hebrew Israel. That actually is not a lot about at all in this book, which is particularly interesting. That you
Because
would
they were
think
back then, they were starting around that time too. He would be aware of it.
The earliest, it starts with two black guys named Frank Cherry and William Saunders Crowdy, and they had started, this claim. They say that they had revelations from God Himself that Black Americans are the actual true descendants of the Hebrews in the Christian Bible. And they started this church, I think, called I wish I could remember it, something called like the Church of God and His Saints, and like in 1898 or whatever. And they said that Jesus was real. He is the Son of the living God, but the Talmud is authoritative. And oh, by the way, Christ returns in like the year 2000. Which is like, weird, right? To say the least, right? For anyone who's got that sort of strange position with religion, at least they maintained their like Christianity, but they also like said that the Hebrew, the Jews after the Christian church is established have got some good things going for them. And oh, by the way, we're also really interested in Freemasonry. So it's this weird separate other thing, right? But it became sort of this very niche black church, and it ends up moving from I think it started out in Kansas, and it moves to Brooklyn in the 1930s. And so that's where you get a Israelite rabbinical seminary where black Hebrews, they call themselves, are ordained and educated. And so they've got all sorts of issues there. But that's been a big part about their fight with Jewish identity as well, is that they don't identify with the non-black Jews, but at this time they don't believe in Christianity, but they maintain its elements.
Yeah, in terms of religious formation, this would be akin to robbing a store but then stealing a bike on the way out as well. You're just taking a bunch of people's different stuff in one clean movement.
And it's very interesting to see how that, because one of the biggest things that Murray Friedman in this book, and this is just found as a subtext throughout the entirety of the book, is that they don't know what to do on the religious issue, because I mean that is where the ordeal of civility really helps expand my appreciation for this book because you know Murray Friedman's Jewish, whether he's practicing or not, like he identifies with the people, and so by extension, he kind of keeps the tenets of the faith. But at the same time, African American Christianity is so widely it's I would argue it's far more philo-Semitic than how I understand Christianity because that was an interesting point in time when you read yeah, Cuddihy's take on the ordeal of civility, and he's just like, well, there's some philo-Semitism in Christianity, and I'm like, whatever philo-Semitism exists in quote unquote Christianity stands in opposition to the gospel, and
Yeah.
furthermore, the entire history of the Christian Church has been this war with whatever has survived of the Talmudic tradition against like the Christian Church and its doctrine and its organization and institutions. But neither here nor there. But like in this book, Murray Friedman sort of highlights, well, what do we do with this? Like, we can use the Exodus imagery very well to free our people out of slavery. But then once you get this introduction of, Marcus Garvey, the sort of black nationalism, we'll repatriate, we'll take over, we'll get our own independent state, we're going to learn from the Jews. And then you have the introduction of the Nation of Islam and Louis Farrakhan and these ideas there. And this is something that, of course, James Baldwin had famously wrote about in the discussion with the Nation of Islam, saying that like actually no, the black man has been using white man's Christianity as a way to keep them humble and to keep them under the thumb of the white man, using the white man's god. And it's a particularly and so groups that took on that sort of mantra, again, the Nation of Islam or the anti-Zionist positions of a lot of other black groups, Friedman highlights this weird ethno-religious tension that, oh, maybe we can't use this Exodus thing forever. And I'm really
Yeah.
concerned what's going to happen when blacks become totally divorced from Christianity. Like there's a very large portion of Christian blacks in America. Like that's very true. Black churches are a whole other ball game from whatever you're used to with mainline Protestantism. But like
Yeah.
there is a large group that are they can even be pro-Christian blacks, but even then they're like free Palestine. And we see this later on in the whole Andrew Young affair, which to me is one of the most interesting chapters in this book, but we'll get into it later. But is there
My
anything that
fe-
you
my
wanted to
f-
add?
yeah, my feeling, and this is more of a subtext, and I see this to this day with a lot of Jewish intellectuals, is I don't think they take black Christianity seriously, because I don't think they take black people seriously. And that's really the headline of this book, which is that these black people don't know what's good for them. And however you feel about black people, that's one thing. I know a lot of listeners of our show have their opinions, but there is a very paternalistic tone. And I think they look at black Christianity as like, oh, they're just fans of it. Like they're not really Christian. So we can dabble in that. And they were always convinced that they could like jailbreak black people out of Christianity because they didn't get it or something like that. And I still think they think that. And that's, the proliferation of the Nation of Islam is just another kind of example of that. But really, there's this line in the book. I'm trying to find it in my notes, but I think it was related to the Vietnam War. And it was about how Jewish radical groups were campaigning against war, against the Vietnam War, and against American interventionism. And there was a shockingly low amount of black people who were polled who were against leaving the war. Like at this time, black people were still very, at least the main line, they were still very pro America. They weren't anti America yet. And I think there is some kind of correlation between how much a lot of these communist pressure groups were able to wedge black people away from being pro American, that they became third worldist. And that third worldism led them right into the Nation of Islam or anything exotic, sort of this odd Pan Africanism. That's all of it's very poorly understood, but it's just what happens when you just crowbar them off of American patriotism and let them go. But then they go in wild directions, and that's kind of where you are now, where the last thing they want to be is pro America. At least like the young, maybe there's some older generations, especially veterans who are still like that. But I think even they know that the winds have turned. And I think that like one of the stories in this book is that the Jews kind of got everything they wanted. They got their, we talked about this before the show, whether or not this is too crude, but they made their golems. They made their golems of people that they thought would help them in their socio-political cause, but they lost control of them. They lost. That's what this whole book is about. That the Black Jewish alliance, the entire first episode we did was showing that they were never really friends to begin with. And we're kind of talking about how they're not really friends now. So the Black Jewish Alliance was like this little fucking 20-year pocket there where Jewish people were just puppeting Black people to get precisely what they wanted. And that window of time closed. And now they're like, what happened? It was so good. It's like, no, it wasn't. You lost control of them, and now you kind of don't know what you're doing. That's my take on it. I'd be curious to hear what you think.
Yeah, no, I noticed that, and I just read this book again over the course of the weekend, so I've got the second half of the book much more fresh in my brain. But like, they noticed that once these more after Martin Luther King, like the central core tenant figure that did have a close relationship with various Jewish groups, is not to mention like Levinson and so on. But I mean, like, you had Abraham Herschel and these sort of memorial services in the 60s, and there's this close relationship there. But I mean, even Friedman's just like, look, the civil rights movement was the zenith of the Black Jewish relationship, and after that it goes really downhill, because after Martin Luther King, who really begins to, who were all these emerging factions? Because after King's assassination, all these various groups about what is the future of like Black identity and Black civil rights movements, where do you go? So you have everything from like Louis Farrakhan, or more or Jesse Jackson, the Operation Breadbasket in Chicago. I mean, the destruction, absolute utter devastation of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference after he resigned in 71, because like nothing was getting done. It was mired by internal politics, no one got along. And so Friedman's just like, really, that shows us that Jewish relations to Blacks in America is about who are we more closely aligned with in these cults of personality, and that's what
Yeah.
made, and you saw this really manifest in its tensions between the president of the United States, Barack Obama, and Jewish America. And I'm not even talking about Garrow's like his biography about Obama and like his ex-girlfriend or whatever before he married Michelle, Michael, whatever,
That's a
about,
great story too. I just read that recently.
yeah, where he's just like, well, I'm more supportive to my race than allegations of anti-Semitism. And we saw this even in his foreign policy with Israel, because Benjamin Netanyahu hates Barack Obama, and we have to famously remember that Barack Obama did send political operatives in to interfere with the Israeli election to get Netanyahu ousted. And it's sort of this echoes of the Andrew Young affair, where like, you don't want like this Likud, hard right, Jewish nationalism. And I mean, like, it reflected quite clearly in the politics of Barack Obama and his own concept of Black identity. And so, yeah, the 20-year period is really there. And so, Stokely Carmichael, Malcolm X, Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, everything that sort of emerges after and during Martin Luther King's time kind of illustrates that like we can use each other for mutual ends, but when we're done with this, I'm going to go my way and you're going to go your way. And our ability to have any sort of relationship is going to just disappear really fast. And that's where, to me, the book really takes the interesting turns, is witnessing the destruction of this interethnic relationship that really wasn't a two-way street. Because we noticed that MLK, and when we talk about him, all of his sort of more Jewish advisors were saying like, listen, you have to be moderate, you can't be a radical, you can't demand immediate action. And it has this very, like, if we talk about communism again, one of the things that really strikes out to me, and it's in, I think, chapter 6 of this book, where they learned a lesson from British Fabianism, slow incremental changes by changing popular and public opinion in a democracy. Because that's a lot more effective, I think, as we've learned, than the 1920s Red Scare kind of communism, where we're going to just like bomb shit and we're going to like try and kill people. And we saw that again in the 1970s with like the Weather Underground and other groups. But what got leftism more hurried along? It was legal victories and public awareness campaigns to get people associated with the idea that we can all get along. And so you get organizations like the American Jewish Congress and the ADL working with the NAACP about how we can fight hate, how we can fight segregation, how we can encourage integration. But again, if as long as it serves mutual ends, that's fine. But the moment we run into like, I'm going to fight for my guy, you're going to fight for your guy, we can't work together anymore. That classic kind of, once there's that line of exception, on really on ethnic lines, that Schmittian friend enemy distinction makes itself very known very quickly.
Yeah, and on page in that same chapter, chapter 6, he's got a quote from Stephen D. Isaacs, where he says, after World War II, Jews were overcome with a quote religio-cultural obsession with the equalitarian ideal, and this is like you had said, where they start ramping up the creation of NGOs, just like the Jewish Congress, and he makes a point here that the angle they were taking during this time, and I think for the succeeding decades, was they were planning an attack on racial identity explicitly to further their own interests. Specifically, what they were targeting through psychology, because psychology and psychiatry was starting to get more mainstream acceptance. They started targeting what they called authoritarian personalities, or the psychological profiles of people who want to control things. So there's like this broad movement in the interest of equality targeting people who seem like they want to control things, which would be people who are interested in hierarchies. So you can kind of see this graft very easily onto liberalism as well. But it was completely through the conduit of psychiatry and these NGOs, which were pushing all these like bogus papers. Like you start seeing all these like studies and papers emerge about the types of people who discriminate and how evil they are. A lot of it was just, there's a story here later on about how it's like all like the biggest study, and a lot of people will remember this. It was about introducing kids of different races to dolls of different races, and it proved that there's the entire idea of internalized racism was forwarded by this Jewish scientist who noticed that
Ruth Horowitz.
exactly. The black kids didn't like playing with the black dolls and they like playing with the white dolls, which means it's the internalized racism. Total bullshit, not proven at all, but that persists in the zeitgeist to this day, and it was made back then. So there's all this shit that was drummed up out, made of whole cloth back then that it's on the top of everyone's mind. It's baffling.
Yeah, that's in the chapter, The Origins of the Civil Rights Revolution. There were a few things that really stuck out to me in this chapter. And so this is on page 144 for those who have a copy of the book and you're listening and following along. The American Jewish Congress established in 1945 the Commission of Law and Social Action, CLSA, under Will Maslow and Alexander Pikellis. In an essay that year, Full Equality in a Free Society, Pikellis wrote that American Jews will find more reasons to take an affirmative attitude towards being Jews if they are part and parcel of a great American human force working to better the world, whether or not the individual issues involved touch directly upon so-called Jewish interests. The tradition and the fate of Israel are indissolubly bound to those forces of liberalism. But later on, there's this section here where he says, Pikellis believed that anti-Semitism in the United States, unlike that of Tsarist Russia, had its roots in private governments, by which he means aggregations of power in giant corporations, large universities, real estate boards, professional associations. So accordingly, in the 1945, the American Jewish Congress opened fire on Columbia University. But to me, what he's really saying here is that American Jews really don't like private covenants and freedom of association, which kind of ties in very well for the Civil Rights Act, because I mean we've seen the absolute destruction of freedom of association in this country.
Yeah. And conservatives have been beating their head against that wall ever since. Like, why won't they just let us hang out with who we want to hang out with? And they're still doing that to this day. It's like, you should be able to free. That's been a losing battle since the 60s, because you have these well-moneyed and well-funded organizations who are trying to sell you a story that's anti-American.
Yeah, and they also will call you a racist, bigot, and an anti-Semite if you do so. And so Americans are like, well, we just want to be left alone, and it's just like you're never going to get that because that's been legally both de facto and de jure just like taken away from you. And unless you're willing to acknowledge that, and that might require you to get called a bigot, you're never going to win that battle. But he talks about the psychology aspect of it here. We talk about I mean, famously, I think a lot of people in our circles might know, like, the Frank Boas thing, sort of the clean blank slate of human anthropology. We saw that with the rise of, like, Jewish and Catholic, anthropologists and sociologists that were more likely to take the blank slate idea rather than, like, maybe an HBD take in the 1950s. But that Ruth Horowitz story about, like, self-hatred is, cited in Brown versus Board of Education in 1954, along with some other studies. But, even Friedman's like, listen, that Ruth Horowitz study from 1939 doesn't really hold up to snuff. And then you see others, talking about the authoritarian personality was being published. Clark completed a 6-month study for the American Jewish Committee on the impact of, studies on, on the idea of racism, which of course has its own issues. But all of this to me illustrates that, like, the 1950s, you see this rise of, well, if we can use egalitarian equality liberal ends, we can sort of get two birds with one stone here from both ethnic groups. And once you begin to see that, it really gets heated as they try and take on the fallout of the Civil Rights Act and the Civil Rights Movement. Well, how do we make sure that, like, rioting or ethnic resentment towards white people doesn't fall back on us?
And what's interesting is that so there's some claims, especially on our side, that absent the Jews, that none of these things would have come to pass. For me, it's difficult to draw a firm line between what parts of these movements are just Jewish influence and what parts are just liberalism kind of evolving over time. And what you see in a lot of these cases, and Brown versus the Board of Education is a good one, and maybe we can dive into this if you'd like. But the one thing that stood out to me was that a lot of black teachers in that entire catastrophe, they were against it because they thought, well, this will threaten my job. Like, we actually like segregated schools because it means black teachers, there's more schools. If we get rid of these schools, if they're illegal, then we'll have fewer schools and a lot of black teachers will lose their jobs. And so, in a lot of these cases where there's sort of civil rights flashpoints, it seemed to be that the blacks were more on the side of incremental change. They're like, okay, let's not be crazy. We just want a few things here and there. And oftentimes, not all the time, but oftentimes these Jewish groups came in and wanted to supercharge and said, no, you're not being radical enough. Or there's times when the blacks were partnering with the whites. It's like, no, don't partner with them. You need to be on your own or with us. Or, you know what I mean? Like, there's a case to be made that without these pressure groups, America would look very, very different than it is today. It might not be exactly where it is, but it's like maybe these battles would have been a bit more incremental and a steadier balance would have been struck, maybe closer to something like this. People often look to the South as, whites and blacks have slightly better relationships there. So maybe it would be something closer to that. You might actually have more of a segregated America if it was up to whites and blacks, just them. I think I'd like to hear what your thoughts on that are, but that seemed to be a pattern I saw with some of these flashpoints.
Yeah, no, I think that there's a good nugget to examine there, because I don't. For instance, I was listening to a lecture from Don Livingston of the Abbeville Institute, and he was offering a rather interesting claim about race relations in the South. Saying that, like, listen, as the war went on, the War of 1861 continued. Like, there was calls for, freeing blacks and to have blacks serve and earn their freedom that way. And some might find that absolutely radical, that they were their property. But the logic for a lot of, like, Confederate legislators, of course, most famously the Jewish member of the Confederate government, an assistant to the president, at the time, he had said, Judah P. Benjamin, he's just like, well, really, our logic is that they would fight for their homeland, not their master, but their home. The South was their home. And so, and there's a rumored and alleged story that some try to debunk, some say that isn't, that, famously there's a story where, after the war ends, Robert E. Lee is at an Episcopal church in the South. And as they approach the communion table, a black man, he lets the black guy go first, rather than himself, as sort of this, like, sense of honor or belongingness. And so his thesis is that, listen, had the South become its own independent state, or had we not dealt with the tyranny of Reconstruction, race relations between whites and blacks would be a lot different in the South. And I mean, they fundamentally are different in the South than they are in the North. And I mean, there are multiple studies that even total dickheads like Richard Hanania or Richard Host, would like to say that, like, well, more, people don't like blacks the further north they get up. The great movement north of black flight after the 1940s and 50s. But to me, we probably would have a much different race relations there. I mean, people naturally segregate. People try to figure out that question time and time again. Like, why do all the black kids sit at the same table? Because we all want to be with our own kind. Like, that's a natural tendency that has been thoroughly eliminated for a lot of mainly white people. Like, because white liberals hate themselves and they're so xenophilic, and there's more than enough studies to conclude that. But it's very interesting to see, had all these organizations not exist. I mean, like we talked about in the last section, that, when the NAACP was created, most of its board and its chair people were Jews for the longest time. And, if those organizations didn't exist, would we see more of a black nationalist attitude? Would we see more of a, okay, you're going to have your black school, we're going to have more HBCUs, we're going to have our, primaries or whatever that are white? Like, would it be that way? Maybe. But again, those are those kind of questions. It's like asking, what would it be like if Adam and Eve never fell to corruption? Like, we'll never know. But I do
We
think
wouldn't
that.
have podcasting at all, I bet.
Oh yeah, I'd imagine. I'd imagine that we'd be in a much different place than we are today.
I guess there might just be one
certain.
podcast.
Yeah, one podcast.
No, that's as you're describing that, I keep getting this image in my mind, and it's, some people will think this is just a flight of fancy, but I know a lot of people who are very deep into American history have similar thoughts on this. But I'm like, the story of whites versus blacks in America, it's like two people at a table having a very tense negotiation, and then a rabbi just like drops two knives between them and says, go now. It's like, what could have happened if these conflicts, and there's so many in the 60s and the 50s and the 40s, like, what would have happened if that negotiation was like allowed to happen on different terms? Like, we'll never know. But unfortunately, it's difficult to even imagine that, looking at the race relations of 2023. Like, it does seem like peering back into a different world. Like, we're not dealing with the same types of people anymore. So I don't want people to get the wrong idea. Like, I don't even think, if we were granted the idea for some kind of negotiation like that, it would probably end in some kind of national divorce, which I don't think would ever really happen. Like, it's just a mess now. So this isn't like we can work our way back there. I think it's probably done at this point. But
yeah, I think that time has long passed. But it was kind of funny because I think everyone has kind of got, like, I know people like to use the phrase on Twitter, like, in their traditional, sort of like edgy racist fashion or whatever. They're like, everyone's got Negro fatigue or whatever. And like, because you look at the media and every time that there's like a black criminal, it's a different kind of euphemism. And I at this point, the newspapers are just playing a parody of Arthur C. Clarke's The 9 Billion Names of God. It's the 9 billion names for the N-word. And it's frustrating because on one hand, even like normie political or just like podcasters, like Martyr Made, like Daryl Cooper has taken the throne of Dan Carlin, who doesn't have Trump derangement syndrome, and he does good stuff on history. But he had said, like, can you imagine this happening? It was a video. He was quote tweeting a video with the caption, like, was race relations always like this, where like a group of blacks were harassing somebody? And even Martyr Made was just like, yeah, it used to happen, but we could lynch them, send tweet. And it was just like, ooh, that's kind of saucy for a large mainstream podcaster. But like,
yeah,
it was, there's a nugget of truth to that, like that stuff happened, that stuff exists. That was the way of keeping law and order when it took forever for a judge and a jury to get organized and you needed swifter justice. But now we can't have that. And it was just a particularly interesting world that doesn't exist anymore because you aren't allowed to defend yourself as a white guy. And that's just that's gone, and a lot of that does have to come out of these civil rights revolutions. and sort of the emergence of this more new and radicalized left. He talks about this here, where he's just like, a lot of Jewish leftists and academics, they just became thoroughly depoliticized. He had wondered if, like anything was worth saving with these sort of movements. He says, this is page 159. He says, David Horowitz, a principal figure of the New Left and an active supporter of the Black Panthers in the 1960s, wrote that his own parents never spoke out publicly. Like thousands of other former communists, they had left the party, but they could never leave the faith. And then this goes on about talking about the Montgomery bus boycotts in the 1950s, and that how we still have these problems between, well, the relationship between like ex-communists, quote unquote ex-communists, and how we can try to advance these sort of ethnic groups here, which had made the predominantly still rather waspy and Ellis Islander governments of America, kind of like, we can call you communists, but we're going to get in trouble if we call you Jewish.
Yeah. And like a lot of these ex-communists just became progressives. Like they got disillusioned with the Soviets, but they changed essentially nothing about their worldviews or their politics. I think that's why Horowitz was saying, I forget the quote he just said, but he like never left the faith. Yeah, they never do. And you can even look at most Marxists now, like they'll have nothing but criticisms of the Soviet Union, but they're stronger Marxists than ever. It's a remarkable ideology where the more it fails, the stronger it gets, like a superstructure in a sense. But yeah, like
I have a friend of mine who says that a lot of like new rightists or whatever, they're just functionally Marxoids because we use words like the base and the superstructure, and I always chuckle at that. It's just like, no, I'd like to use Marx's hammer and sickle to, redact leftists. It's a little different.
Yeah, I like hammers and sickles. You don't get to take the hammer and sickle, but like I always, just as a quick tangent, we've remarked on our show, because on our show we cover a great many books, and we covered the first two volumes of Capital by Marx. We've covered, the Conquest of Bread. I give things a fair shake. And I've said before, when I was on Jay Burden just the other day, we were covering Foucault. I often like the leftist and Marxist starting points. I like their starting positions. I typically don't like where they end up. But if you take the time and read what they write, like you'll find stuff in there that's good, and that things like concepts that would not have been stumbled upon by traditionalists or people on the right. Like, people use the word hyper reality all the time. That's a fucking Marxist communist phrase. Like, I think that was Althusser that came up with that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff. You can read Zizek. Slavoj Zizek is cool and funny and interesting. But you need to have the intellectual rigor to like kind of parse through the stuff. And if you actually know more about this stuff, you can kind of see where they're being a little devious with their reasoning. But like, people, don't be afraid of it. You can like, I find that with a lot of them though, like they're very allergic to concepts from the right, and we're not as allergic to interesting ideas. I think that's to our benefit. Anyway, that's a bit of a tangent.
Well, it's also kind of an interesting historical tangent to go on, because this, relating back to the book, like they left the party, but they never left the faith, was that, this is happening at the same time, like Stalin is dead, Khrushchev is in charge, and you're like, well, Stalin killed millions of people. Prior to that, like the predominantly, there was an overrepresentation of Jewish individuals that were a part of sort of Bolshevism, like that killed millions of people and martyred countless Christians. But, and he's going down in the book, he says, quote, the badly discredited Stalinist left, led by William Z. Foster, ordered party leaders and other stalwarts underground to escape prosecution. Another faction, while retaining its Marxist perspective, sought to, quote, Americanize the Communist Party. Early in 1956, the leaders of the latter faction, many of them Jewish, like John Gates, editor of the Daily Worker, and Joseph Starobin, its former foreign editor, as well as Eugene Dennis, suggested taking a new look at the causes of the party's failures. Its ensuing struggle, the Foster faction won out, so to escape prosecution. But, the Americanizers stayed in touch with one another, he argues. and they had formed sort of a reserve apparatus to spring into action at the first hint of social ferment. They were present in the civil rights movement and the peace groups through a powerful, informal organization presence. Maurice Eiserman has written the most influential adult radical group in the 1960s was probably this party of ex-communists, a party that could do almost anything that a more formally organized radical group could do the same in every situation except recruit new members. And this is sort of the part of the relationship of the Montgomery bus boycott and the New Left. And so you have the socialists who are also sort of like anti-communists, but like every sort of like non-capital, non-waspy group in America, especially Marxist, socialist, syndicalists, they were all looking for, well, how do we get blacks on our side? And what
Yeah.
can we do to get them there? Like you said, you were more crude, like, yeah, well, how do we get our golem? But like, how do we get our angry, radical, bodies out on the streets? And Harrington wrote, or he called, what was it called here? I'm trying to look for it. Yeah, they were all looking for black people, but he says this Afro-American Jewish radical community in New York and elsewhere became the seedbed for civil rights activism in the 1960s. So we're sort of getting this like, well, yeah, a lot of these guys just happen to be Jewish and were happen to be at the forefront of these like radical organizations that would help foment what becomes the civil rights movement in the 1960s.
And I forget if I mentioned this on the last episode, but there's a book that goes into this specifically, and it because you can spend an entire episode on a lot of these specific areas, but there's this book called Days of Rage by Brian Burrow. I think you might have.
Required reading.
Yeah, and there's so much. It's one of those books, if for people who like to read books, there's some books where they lag in the middle or they kind of get better near the end. This is one of those ones where every single page has something you want to take a note on. And just you can speak about this book forever. We covered it on our show a long, long time ago. But one of the things that I always come back to is the, again, distinctly Jewish recruitment of black soldiers for like their leftist Marxist revolutions that they were kicking off, like actual terrorism for people who haven't read the book. And they were often recruiting from prisons. And the way they described their relationship with the black soldiers they're going after was really interesting because it wasn't even that cynical. Like a lot of these true believer, often Jewish leftists were like in love with the idea of black people. Arguably, they still are. As this, or almost like a noble savagery. They thought that they're like the clay they can mold, and they're very sexually attracted to them. And they'd go to prisons and fall in love with them and teach them and give them money and give them books. And it was so funny reading stories about how many like black people just went along with it and then just ditched them the moment they got out. Like they just used the communists to get like free fucking canteen money and then just like left. And then they were all dejected. Like, why didn't they see? But like that story, there's so much of that goes on in the 60s of them trying to like make black people into like these, they're cool hep cat revolutionaries. And sometimes it worked, but most of the time it's like we're dealing with fucking crack dealers and shit. Like they don't get this.
Yeah, you're just not gonna get what you want out of them. Like there's too many problems that you have to deal with.
Yeah. Crack dealers haven't changed much. Go try and get them to read Marx and Engels. It's not easy.
Yeah, no, it's not going to work all that well as much as you want to.
They
It
won't even sit through Kendrick Lamar videos anymore.
Whoo. But yeah, I mean there's quite a bit there to just deal with in that respect, but there is that sort of like, how do we use them as a useful cudgel and then get the hell out of here when they start pointing the finger at us?
Well, and I think that could even lead, because we could spend a lot of time on this next part. I don't know what time you need to leave or put a terminus.
We're good.
Okay, because we can get into Martin Luther King. And like there's, again, this is one of those things like Leo Frank, there's so much content out there. There's so much that can be said about the phenomena of Martin Luther King Jr. Especially there's the part we're going to cover, but then there's also the entire hemisphere of his life, which is about how he got to where he is, how he was a philanderer, plagiarist, shouldn't have even got to the position he was at. I don't know how much of that you can blame on Jews versus just white liberals kind of hand waving him through and pretending he didn't just be a hack fraud his whole life. But there is the relationship established in this book where he really did seem like a puppet to a lot of his Jewish handlers, especially near the end.
Well, and it's really interesting because it isn't just an explicitly like he's not just like a puppet of Jews or whatever. Like it's very important that that isn't the takeaway. But there are other characters besides, say, like Stanley David Levinson. But like, there's also, of course, Bayard Rustin, who is an Indian, and he had, had a relationship and wanted to model it off Mohandas Gandhi, and he wanted to be like a pacifist. He wanted to approach things, but he also was a big help to working with Martin Luther King Jr. And he was told by a lot of people, like, you need to go talk to him. You need to go do these things. And be a part of this like idea for change, the fellowship of reconciliation. And this is that Fabian thing I was talking about, because despite the fact that he was a former communist and he had to keep the party line and all that jazz, he was also looking to talk with others in America, and he had met A.J. Must. And A.J. Must was the head of the Fellowship of Reconciliation, which was this organization started in 1914, quote, to seek social change through the confrontation of ideas. The organization came to the United States 1 year later and quickly grew into the nation's leading exponent of pacifism. Now, regardless of your take on pacifism or American foreign policy or whatever, Rustin was called the itinerant Gandhian of the Fellowship of Reconciliation, and he's a big part of helping the start of the racial equality Congress for Racial Equality Corps in New York in the 1940s. But he would later on work with Martin Luther King, and so you've got this sort of like Fabianism. And I don't know if like the Fellowship of Reconciliation isn't innately Fabian, but Fabianism to me is sort of that leftist notion of like think tanks and social groups confronting ideas, having dialogue, or what Nick Land would say is that every dialectic, every opportunity to argue is an opportunity to rule. And to me, Fabianism really hits that at the core here. So from rather radical, violent action, which has always been sort of that. I mean, I know that Bowling for Columbine is a total piece of shit, but like Moore kind of gets a point there where he's just like, yeah, white people were concerned about race riots because that was also a big part of the Civil War. Was like Abraham Lincoln, a big part of the Emancipation Proclamation was to encourage slave riots, was to encourage the killing of white mothers and children while the men were fighting war. But that didn't happen the way it did, and so they had to change things.
Yeah,
Go
that's a
ahead.
good point. I was going to say, just as a addendum to that, like, yeah, people in the modern day in our current era forget how frequent these race riots were and how absolutely fucking brutal they were as well. Sorry, I just wanted to add on to that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so you have Rustin working with Martin Luther King, and that even though he was like this pacifist or whatever, like we gotta embrace the Gandhi way of things, despite Gandhi having his own giant closet full of skeletons. He says Rustin found King an odd and appealing mixture of determination and vulnerability. I need your help, King told the entertainer Harry Belafonte, who also joined King's entourage. I have no idea where this movement is going. And after lengthy conversations, King and Rustin reached an agreement on how supporters in the North could assist the Montgomery Improvement Association, the central vehicle of the bus boycott. King knew that communists and other radicals in seeking to alleviate working conditions in the South had worked alongside blacks in textile mills and union shops, but he always opposed communism and recognized the perils that lay ahead if his actions appeared to be influenced or controlled by leftists. The Improvement Association, which was in fact a grassroots organization, must give the appearance of developing all the ideas and strategies used in the struggle, is what King told Bayard Rustin. And I like that immediately right after this. With this remark, King unknowingly laid out the future agenda of the Black Jewish Alliance.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing in this chapter specifically, I think we're on. It shows that he was wrestling with this a lot behind the scenes, and specifically with his, he calls them his Jewish influencers. There's Stanley Levinson, Randolph, and Ella Baker. They essentially wrote his, they ghost wrote his autobiography, Strive Towards Freedom. And that they painted a picture of MLK who was like wrestling with this one hand, that there's these communists that want to pull him this one direction, and he's making like secret phone calls like, I don't want to do it, I don't want to, but it painted a picture of like a man who wasn't really in control. It seemed like he was being pulled from many different sides, which would fit the description that a lot of people have of MLK as a guy who wasn't particular, like he was charismatic, but I think he was punching above his weight for all the people who wanted like to invest in him and essentially control him. Now, what do you think about that?
I mean, this goes back, I think, to a lot about the debates over like Martin Luther King Day, because it's that great article about Samuel T. Francis, the Martin Luther King holiday, and I don't remember if he wrote it in American Renaissance or somewhere else, but he was talking about how, like, you go through the records and how much the FBI still to this day has stuff classified on him that they kept classified after the deadline. I think it was like in 2022 or whatever. But I mean, you're surrounded by these far more influential people that have deeper connections than you, and you've now made yourself this deal where you're not really in charge, but you're the face of it. You know, you are considered to be this, like, you know, this reverend who, oh, you know, despite the fact that you hung around philanderers, made fun of Kennedy getting assassination, denied the divinity of Christ or whatever, you kind of recognize that you're not in charge, and you don't know what to do about it. And that's when you get Rustin, you know, making sure that there's the introduction to Stanley David Levinson in 1956, and just as Lewis Marshall typified the relationship in the 1920s, this is now repeated with Levinson versus, King. And I think that there is a lot of helplessness to that respect, because, I mean, you know, King's got armed guards. King knows the stakes. He kind of recognizes what he is, and he's got his own politics. He does have ideas. And we see this later on, especially when it talks about foreign policy before he's assassinated in 68. Or 60.
Yeah, a lot of people
Yeah.
when they talk about MLK, they talk about this kind of brief span of time when he's more, I guess, headline friendly, but he's saying and doing a lot of interesting stuff near the end of his life that they don't put in the movies. I think he gets a
Yeah.
lot more radical. He gets a lot more, I'd argue, even anti-American. I think I read a few quotes from him. And then he's shot. I don't think those two are connected. It was just those two things happened in concert.
Yeah, no, and I mean, like, this is the fun thing to deal with. This is just like, well, who is Stanley David Levinson? And this is the big indictment about, you know, MLK being a commie, or, I mean, MLK's got his own issues, which this book talks about, but like in relation to this relationship, quote here, you know, let's find where's the section I had here. Levinson was a political radical who worked on behalf of the convicted Atom spies Ethel and Julius Rosenberg, who were executed in 1955. I think those are the only two large, well-known names of Jewish individuals that have ever been publicly executed like that, or, you know, with charged with treason, and efforts to abolish the McCarran Act and other limitations on political expression. He was also a financial pillar of the Communist Party and other radical causes. Though Levinson won no honors in his lifetime, he was enormously influential behind the scenes throughout King's career. This is like 3 sentences. You know, like, this is Stanley David Levinson. And this is going to be one of the most influential men on civil rights icon, quote unquote, Martin Luther King Jr. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
a little and this is just right here, right? You know, all right here in this little book, telling it like it is.
Let's just breeze past that too.
Yeah. It's not like this. The author of Siege wrote this book. This is just a guy from his side of the story telling you how it was. And I feel like that's kind of the important thing to get out here. It's just like, regardless of whatever your take is on that position or the questions or whatever, you know, like, it is very clear to indicate that no, there's a disproportionate group of them that identify with these principles, that have, maybe, as E. Michael Jones would say, a revolutionary spirit to, you know, undermine what already exists. And I mean, I think that concept of, like, anywhere around the corner I could be attacked, or I could be exiled or brought up for disputation. It means we have to undermine everything. It's that book you mentioned, Jewish Power.
Yeah, if you truly believe that you are a targeted minority, because if you, again, we're not trying to psychoanalyze the entire Jewish people here, but let's do it anyway. I mean,
I mean, they do
if
it to
you
us.
exactly, they made a thing called
Let's call a spade a
psychoanalysis.
spade.
And then so like if you believe you are a chosen people and that runs in the DNA of your existence, you kind of believe you're targeted at all times, even when you're not. And is that going to inform your behavior in any way? And this is why you should never believe the whole thing about, oh, there's religious and non-religious Jews. Well, ask a non-religious Jew their opinion on Israel. Across the boards, like, do you think Israel should exist? You won't find many Jews who say no. So on every significant issue, any socio-political issue, it seems that the religious and non-religious align over identity. So let's start the conversation with that, And you had mentioned, Revolutionary Spirit from E. Michael Jones, fantastic book. And this is sort of what Kevin McDonald was getting at with the culture of critique. Like there's something, and this is really what he was getting at in this book too. He makes a couple comments in the book where he says, that the communist revolution grafted so easily onto Jewish identity and the Jewish belief to, they'll kind of wallpaper over and say, oh, we believe in it says in the Talmud to help your fellow man and shit. That's what communism is. I do think it is deeper than that. I think it is also a strong critique on religion, and it's a critique on everything. It's a critique on the entire system itself, and that's what appealed so much to these Jewish intellectuals. And if people disagree with that, then you'll have to fucking tell me why there's so many of them in these revolutionary movements. You know what I mean? Like you can't say it doesn't exist. And the funny thing is that when you see these Jewish writers talk about it, they'll admit to it because if they're being honest about history. But then the question is, well, why do you care? Well, why does it matter? I'm like, okay, well, we agree it's true, but I'm still the bad guy for thinking it's significant, I guess. And that's where most people end up when they read these books. I'm like, well, this seems important. It seems relevant. It kind of seems relevant still because we still have these exact same back to the ADL thing at the start of this. We have the exact same groups in existence doing the exact same things. And this is sort of the dodge that they're going to do right now by saying, "Oh, the ADL, these Jewish orgs have just been corrupted by the woke mind virus." No, you can't believe that. It's the exact same shit, and they're functioning just as they did back then, which is just to subvert. And again, this is turning into like another fucking rant that
But I
people
mean,
heard
like, there's
before.
the book gets at so much of that, though. Like, it's still like this is a history that goes up into like like at the beginning of the 1990s is when this book ends, and he sort of makes some prognostications on the future. But it's just like it's frustrating because it's the same issue that a lot of people that I think have pioneered sort of these questions and the studies and these just sort of political understandings of the world and how it works is that like they'll say, oh, it's the woke mind virus, in the same way that people say rootless cosmopolitans. Or when you start talking about like warmongering or neocons, like the ADL will be like, that's an anti-Semitic trope, and it's like, well, why, why, and and like, and so but they'll say like, oh, and you notice that too with like a lot of mainstream sort of conservatives that hopped on this train for like 5 seconds, or they were like, well, the ADL's like a good organization, it's just too far left. And I'm like, no, it's kind of been like this since the beginning. But we can't admit that because that fundamentally gets at the awkward, well, are you a Nazi question? Like, you don't want to be like Hitler, do you? And like the left is fundamentally, and not even the left, but sort of like the entire mainstream post-war liberal order replaced Satan, replaced the actual devil, the actual enemy, for a dead Austrian guy who may or may not have died in a bunker or died in Argentina. You be the judge. But like, the guy died. He's dead. But we are so haunted. And again, go back to that postmodernism stuff. There's a hauntology. There's a specter of Hitler that rules over the post-war, like, political conservative and progressive lens that no one, even if you wanted to be an authoritarian, they're going to call you that anyway. They called George W. Bush Hitler. They called John McCain Hitler. They called Mitt Romney Hitler. They called Trump Hitler. They called Putin Hitler. Like, it doesn't matter. In the Western liberal progressive mindset, like, behind every progressive is an esoteric Hitlerist.
Yeah.
like
What's interesting is that a lot of people will say that the founding mythology of modern America is the Holocaust. But there's an interesting thing you touched on right there about how often Hitler is brought up, because in some sense, he is the face and the embodiment of anti-Semitism, but in another way, he's the face and embodiment of authoritarianism writ large. And in a lot of ways, that's why he's brought up so much. And by doing that, you permanently tether authoritarianism to anti-Semitism in the minds of people. And that's kind of what they were getting at with the psychoanalyzation of it after World War II. They're like, we need to target guys who are into authority, into hierarchies, into tradition, because
I mean,
within
that's
that,
where you get an Adorno in the F scale.
yep, within all of that lurks Hitler. That's what they're selling you right now, and a lot of people believe it. And you had mentioned the neocons. Oh, that, like, look, let's talk about Leo Strauss. Let's talk about how often these movements are. And we covered this on our show a while ago about the development of neoconservatism in America with the hands of Leo Strauss. It's like even the foundations of neoconservatism cannot be divorced from his Zionism and his philo-Semitism. Like
Well,
it's all
even the
there.
most one of the more famous neocons too, Max Boot, had said, and this is I'm quoting Patrick Buchanan's "Where the Right Went Wrong," published in 2004, because he's shitting on he walks that fine line of not wanting to be called an anti-Semite either, but I mean, like, he does the whole like, look, I'm just quoting Max Boot here when he says that neoconservatism is primarily a foreign policy based movement. The local domestic stuff be damned, like Zionism is what matters, and he's just like, there you have it, folks. Like, but to have that conversation gets you called a bigot.
Yeah.
And
Ask
there are pioneers of this long before I was even born that'll
yeah,
tell you
ask
the same
ask
stuff.
them what their foreign policy is, and they'll give you a 2-hour dissertation on the importance of Israel. Ask them their economic policies, and it's going to be stop being poor, LOL.
Yeah, sir, my bootstraps are so long I can hang myself with them. Well, as long as your will goes to, the IPAC, I guess we're fine. Like,
Have you tried being Mexican?
have you tried
Uh,
cutting some lawns on the weekends, sir?
there's still people that say that. Maybe we're gonna miss neocons when they're gone. I always think
I'm
about that.
terrified of I'm actually terrified of what comes after them, because I think it'll just be 10 times worse.
I went to a concert the other day. I went to see Rob Zombie by myself.
Based.
And I saw a bunch of older white guys, and I saw like old white guys with at night with wraparound shades and Pantera t-shirts and wearing like cargo shorts. I'm like, there's gonna be a time when this guy's not walking around anymore. I'm gonna miss this guy. I'm also gonna miss like the Gen X rock star who wears like a lot of scarves and wears leather pants, like a Steven Tyler or the lead singer of the Tea Party, like that type of bullshit white guy. But you laugh at him now. You're gonna miss that guy when he's extinct. And we just have guys with face tattoos overdosing on pills.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, and then of course there's Ella Baker, right? The least known of the three, came of age during the Depression, raised in North Carolina, moved to New York in 1927, worked with the Young Negro Cooperative and the Works Progress Administration. Just before World War II, she joined the staff of the NAACP and as a director of branches, especially to strengthen the organization in the South. During these years, she became friendly with members of the communist parties and other leftists bent on provoking mass action. While the president of the NAACP branch, Ella Baker also been associated with Levinson during fighting the McCarran Act. Together with Rustin, they had talked about the need for developing a mass force. And so there they were in New York in the short, authentic period of Afro-American Jewish radicals working together to become a strong triumvirate of supporting Martin Luther King Jr. when he most needed the support. Just funny,
And this goes into what they call the Southern Invasion, and they call it the Southern Invasion pretty frequently in the book. And this is what a lot of people think of when they think of Martin Luther King getting involved in Southern politics. And I think it's described as like the pinnacle of Black and Jewish involvement surrounding MLK, bringing all the Jewish leaders on board and in reinvigorating Jewish causes for equality back then. And this was like the Freedom Summer protest and things like that. And I just found that was interesting because it was another case where they looked at what was going on in the South. There was all kinds of political firestorms brewing, but it seemed to be that in every case, the blacks that are involved wanted incremental change or incremental successions, and the goal of the Southern invasion seemed to be just to move south and pour gasoline on the fire and inflame and turn what were local or regional protests into mass anti-government protests. I thought that was interesting. I don't know what are your thoughts on the Southern invasion? I'm not American, so my distance from this is pretty great.
Well, I think that you see the long shadow of what gets called the Southern invasion a lot, because every white liberal and every immigrant that comes into the United States, like post 65, Hart-Celler Act immigration, almost all of them side with like the North, and they're like, haha, rebel tears or whatever. It's like Reconstruction ended, and they hate the fact, like, they weren't even in this country when it happened, but they hate the fact that Reconstruction ended, and they wish that it was a total destruction of a people, because most civil wars usually end with one side getting just wiped the fuck out or exiled, like we saw with Russia, like we saw with the Chinese nationalists, or like we've seen in every other sort of African civil war where like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people get slaughtered, right? Like, that didn't happen in the United States, which is, for all intents and purposes, I consider that a historical, uh, aberration in history. But like you see it today, where they'll do even like like Jewish, like even so-called conservatives, like Sohrab Ahmari does that. And in fact, I'm blocked by Sohrab Ahmari because I said, like, find you somebody who hates you, like, or find somebody who loves you, like Sohrab Ahmari hates white people. And it's funny because I've reviewed his book for the Mars Journal Review of Books, and he's going to wonder how the hell I got a hold of a review copy. But that's another story. But no, I think that there's a lot to deal with that. And I mean, like, this discussion over action, or do we do it more? And again, that's why that Fabian thing is always stuck in my head, because you do have individuals that have been part of this since the 1920s, like since even earlier than that have been advancing these movements in the South. And now that you've got, the Montgomery bus boycott, you've got the famous, case with Brown v. Board, like, you've really got some momentum going. Now you just need the organization. And now you've got all of this sort of like radical, quote unquote, ex-communist groups that are now trying to put as much influence and organization into the South. And it's really kind of funny when you start seeing people debate over what to do. And so, like, Roy Wilkins is one of the guys that gets discussion about the NAACP, and worried about the possibility of communist infiltration. But he says this, or this is page 167. So, however, the NAACP and other civil rights groups committed to more conventional tactics were not entirely comfortable at first with the kind of mass action that took place in Montgomery about the bus boycott. Not long after the boycott ended, Levinson recalled a meeting at A. Randolph's office with John Morsel, Wilkins' second in command, which at the time was at which the veteran socialist leader Norman Thomas was also present. Morsel recounted a discussion with Wilkins in which the latter claimed that mass action had been discredited by Hitler. Hitler had pulled out hundreds of thousands in public squares, and as a consequence, the average person looked with suspicion. On such gatherings. Thomas exploded. The days of mass action had just begun, he said. Roy Wilkins also believed that the NAACP's paramount position had been usurped, and that he worried about finally about the possibility of communist infiltration of the NAACP. And this is where we begin to see that concern about communism pop up. But Hitler discredited mass action. I don't know. I think he kind of proved that mass action's kind of what you need. That's why they call those Trump rallies Nazi rallies.
That's like anything that like reminds them of Hitler. Like, you have to understand, like, once you get into their mindset and their worldview, you realize that it's just the reverberations of that. I don't even want to call it trauma, but like an identity trauma that they just carry through with them. Like, they cannot break from that. And I think, if anything, that's what people have noticed for a long time, especially the younger generations. Like, why has everything got to be Hitler?
Yeah.
Especially like the further, like, what Jews are noticing is that as like the descendants of people, as we get distance from World War II, no one has an emotional investment anymore. As bad as I say, I know a lot of veterans don't want to hear that, but it's like, yeah, there's going to be a time when people look at this like the Peloponnesian War. Like it's just a bunch of it's interesting, but then you're going to have this one group that's like 7 generations removed still crying about it. You're going to say, well, that's weird. What a weird group of people. And I don't think they're prepared for that. And so I think, I'd love to see an updated version of this book. Like I would love, and maybe I don't know if he's still around, Murray Friedman. Like maybe he's got a fucking blog somewhere. But I would love to see if this type of guy, this type of Jewish activist, how their tone has changed from 2023. Whether he would rather rewrite this entire book, would he remove certain parts or heighten certain parts, right?
Yeah, Murray Friedman died in 2005, but I would have loved to have known his thoughts on the last, like, maybe 5-10 years of politics, to say the least. But yeah, I mean, it's sort of illustrates that. And here's the other thing: is just that after he starts doing all of these like speeches, like the prayer pilgrimage, the Lincoln Memorial, the famous 1963 March on Washington, King had his first major audience outside the South, and he made the most of it. The theme of his speech was the crucial importance of franchise for all Americans, regardless of creed, color, or social class. And I wonder if someone's done a more modern analysis of the "I Have a Dream" speech, because like conservatives, like the modern sort of like Con Inc. types, have just like clung to it. Like, he's actually our guy. He's like colorblind liberalism. And I'm like, no, Martin Luther King was more of a radical usurper of hierarchy, but go off, King. But
a very apt phrase there, go off, King.
Yeah, go. I didn't even, that was not intended, but thank you for pointing out to me. Maybe I'll edit that out so I look even more clever. But so they go on and he says, both Levinson and Rustin had prepared working papers for him, but the speech was basically his own. And they, and it was a lot of it was a lot about courting that more New York centered money, a lot of the New York backers. And now it was no longer just a Southern strategy. It was no longer just blacks in the South are getting uppity type deal. Although I've been told that the word uppity is racist, but I don't care. I'm still going to use that word anyway. Same with woolly. Apparently, if you describe someone's hair as woolly, that's also racist. I had a note from an editor about that, and I was like, what the fuck? But that's a tangent aside.
What else are you supposed to say?
Yeah.
Give me the word.
Give me the word, and I will find a way to work around it.
Because I'll tell you what words I can't use. Silky, flowing. There's a whole dictionary of shit I can't say and be truthful about that hair.
So true.
I'm going off on these. I feel like my rants are getting dumber as the episode goes on. I should really...
No, you're fine. You're fine. But yeah, so I mean, after that, you had youth marches that were organized, of course. Youth marches for integrated schools, initiated by Randolph. Of course, you had quite a few other activists, such as Bob Moses, Eleanor Holmes Norton, Norman Hill, Tom Kahn, and Rochelle Horowitz. And it's very funny because if you look up who Rochelle Horowitz is, you will not get a Wikipedia page for this person, despite the fact that, Rochelle Horowitz is a rather interesting character, because Rochelle Horowitz is famous for advancing a lot of these sort of anti-racist causes, who was an aide to Rustin and, worked with Levinson, of course, but she was also a member of the leading members of the Social Democrats USA, the SDUSA, one of the few successor organizations to the Socialist Party in the United States. And she has no Wikipedia page, despite playing such a fundamental role with A. Philip Randolph, who was a part of, groups with Norman Thomas and David Dubinsky and David, Stanley Levinson, and a lot of the people closely associated with Martin Luther King. And she's got, I find it interesting that she has no Wikipedia page, but neither here nor there. She plays this really large role as being the supporter and organizer. And, here she is a long time, communist, and she's got no page of her own, despite playing, closely with these groups. I find it interesting when I was doing research for this and looking up tabs and getting things going. And it's like, interesting,
Yeah, Levinson's so fascinating because like there's so much evidence in the book of him drafting letters in King's name without his approval, condemning the Newark riots. Like, people really need to look into Levinson about how many things that were purported to be published by King that just came from his hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I mean, even King didn't know what to do with Levinson at first. And he says that, King was guarded, but over time grew fond of Levinson and his family came to trust him completely. The two men would talk for hours on the phone, usually late at night, discussing fundraising, speech making, and civil rights strategy. Andrew Young, one of King's key aides and President Carter's ambassador to the United Nations, ooh, that's a fun story, said that Levinson was one of the few people that King could let his hair down, and also one of the few people he felt free to have King criticize him face to face. According to King's biographer, David J. Garrow, who also did the biography of Barack Obama, the secret of their relationship was very simple. Levinson wanted nothing for himself, and King knew it. I'm going to press X to doubt on that one.
Yeah, that was a strange part of the book. And also like the way they describe their relationship of him like having these secret calls. Like you just imagine MLK twirling the phone cord on his finger as he's like, it seemed like
you
he always
imagine
had
him
to be
laying on the
consulting.
bed with his feet in the air like a schoolgirl in the 90s or
Yeah,
whatever.
it's like he was always consulting with this guy, and people didn't like it, and people around him thought it was strange, but they couldn't wedge between those two. And then Andrew Young's an interesting character too, because it says that he was he was the one who shifted King, because Andrew Young's another black guy, shifted King towards an outlook of domestic colonialism, which according to the book signaled his move towards radicalism, and also kind of this is where he gets to like reshaping American society and some of that later more radical stuff. But that's what I was saying, like at this time there's all these people pulling King in all these directions.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, and it's despite the oratory and everything, he's got these guys just whispering in his ear, writing letters in his name, ghost writing virtually everything he's ever done.
It's insane how little he did, but to his credit, he seemed kind of bothered by this. Like he did seem to think like, oh, everyone's being real nice to me. I don't really know why.
Yeah, and I mean, like again, it only took 4 years, less than 4 years, really like 3.5, for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference that really MLK was a big head behind, just dies right after he's gone. Um, and the SCLC idea, has got so many other people that were contributors that were also not, not Christian at all. But I mean, let's be very clear: Martin Luther King Jr., despite being a so-called reverend, was not a Christian either. So he had Fred Shuttlesworth, C.K. Steele, Ralph Abernathy, Mrs. King, A. Philip Randolph, Bayard Rustin, Ella Baker, and himself. But it was just a collective discussion on how you can get Southern black men. Again, it goes back to that conversation we were having about like black Christianity. Like how do we get the SCLC to like get all these black ministers, black pastors to support us? So in friendship, no more, just the SCLC, and we're gonna make it work. But when they did that, they labored behind the scenes in New York with fundraising and coalition building. They connected him to not merely the pacifist fringe, but with figures of labor and the left as Randolph, Norman Thomas, Ralph Hellstein, the Jewish head of the Packing House Workers Association, who brought the SCLC's first big contribution of $27,000. They helped him draw on Walter Reuther and for funds and Chester Bowles for political influence. They were also able to guide him in distinguishing between the rhetoric appropriate for a black audience as well as trade unionists, and the etiquette for and thank you notes for generous contributions for Corliss and Margaret Lamont. It's just like, it's almost like My Fair Lady. We're going to teach you how to be like the perfect like leftist, but instead we're going to just teach you how to play like the New York Jewish political game.
Yeah. And another thing around this time, because this whole stuff with MLK is occurring in the background, what's happening is that Jewish groups are becoming more radical. So, what an interesting dynamic in this relationship is, even with MLK's Jewish advisors, they felt like they were being pulled in a more radical direction and not sure what to do about it, because they could, according to the book, and I'm not a huge expert on Jewish history, even though it should be, even though I talk like I am. One thing he makes a point of is saying that around this time, the 6 Day War was going on, and this shook Jewish sensibilities and actually increased sort of the tribalism in there. And that's why I think this was more of a mask off moment for these groups where they became more explicitly in favor of Jewish interests. And then you start seeing groups like the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the SNCC. I think they came up with the phrase like "Don't trust anyone over 30."
Yeah.
They had all these like crazy slogans, like really radical slogans, and then so like you start seeing this like new young crop of more radical Jews and more radical Black leaders, like kind of shuffling off the old guard who were. They were still arguing like we just want equality. Then these newer cats were just trying to destroy America, and so
Yeah,
that's
and
going on in the background the entire time.
I mean, like, I've done shows with this guy named Hitman. It was just sort of it was about the legacy of the Sykes-Picot Treaty, and like, people can say philo-Semitism all they want when it comes to like Christianity or whatever, but like, you look at like the Ingrid Group or all these other terrorist organizations that basically told post World War II Britain, we will continue to bomb British Palestine and kill people and kill our own people unless you give it to us. Because we're going to hold you to account for that Balfour Declaration. We're going to fucking kill you. And no one talks about that. I mean, maybe some people in these spheres do, but I thought that was rather interesting. Because it's just like, no, this wasn't a free gimme. This was like a lot of terrorist stuff as well. And like you're sort of seeing that identitarianism play out here. Because like even before the 6 Day War in 67, or not 67, isn't this, well, no, you had the 48, you had the 6 Day War right after that, right? And then there was another one in 67. The name escapes me. I will go look it up in just a moment here. But he says, during this time, as he's getting all this money from the New Yorkers, there's this huge debate over, who's going to be in charge of getting King's ear. Is it going to be Levinson and all of the New York guys that happen to be Jewish, or is it going to be like actual Black Southerners? And this is a good point here. Levinson later told that only some 10% of the SCLC's money came from Jews because Jews understandably found it difficult to contribute to a Christian organization. Yet so important was Jewish support that King's advisors considered dropping the word Christian from the organization's title. Rustin never failed to remind King to mention the Judeo's italicized in the book, Christian tradition in his speeches. Don't you love that? Don't you love
Yeah.
that?
And also for people, there's a great book on this, and we covered it on our show. I'm sure a lot of people are aware of it, called Tri-Faith America. And for people who want to know the full story of how the phrase Judeo-Christian became in vogue, the answer is not that long ago, because the story is that, oh, America's always been a Judeo-Christian country. No one used that phrase up until around the time you're saying. And the book goes into great detail why that happened, the forces that kind of propagated that in the American discourse, and essentially rewrote the entire American identity.
Yeah, I mean, one can do a Google Ngram for that term, and you're only going to see that pop up in the 20th century. And I mean, the Christian tradition from Tertullian to Augustine to Saint John Chrysostom to Martin Luther. So I mean, like all these like big, or even Thomas Aquinas. It's like all these like big names in early Christian, Orthodox, Protestant, and Catholic theology. They're like, no, there's no Judeo-Christian here. It's just Christ. But this is only a relatively 20th century invention that has rewritten sort of the entirety of the American political narrative of the nation, which is really frustrating. Because I mean,
Yeah.
like this is the funny thing, because I know that some people don't like, for instance, like E. Michael Jones, because like his thing is Catholicism. It's not really like race realism or whatever, and it's just like that man's quote unquote bigotry is legitimate because like that man believes that Jesus Christ is the son of the living God. And of course he's going to be a bigot, because it's just like, how can you not be a bigot towards a group of people that rejected their own God and decided, no, we're going to kill him instead? And that's sort of been like believe it or not, folks, like E. Michael Jones's attitude towards them would have been totally normal 300, even 200, maybe even 100 years ago. But lo and behold, Things have
Yeah,
so quickly
Michael
changed.
Jones would have just been a regular writer back then. He wouldn't be. We
He would have
might
been
not
a
even know
regular
him.
old Catholic.
Yeah, and yeah, in so many ways, in such a like the America. I had an image in my head of a prism splitting the white light into a rainbow, and I'm like, and that prism is like the civil rights movement. It fractured America into the gayest thing on earth. And part of it is the race thing. Part of it is like the Judeo-Christian thing. Part like there's a bunch of things that happened around that time and a lot of movements that kind of coalesced. But yeah, the America that a lot of people think they know is a creation from like the 60s. And there's a lot of guys in our scene that can speak at length more of that. Like, why do you want to listen to a fucking cool, handsome Canadian talk about American history? But you know, we've covered a few things. We covered the true history of the American Revolution, so I'm not some Johnny come lately.
No, you guys' book reviews are some of my favorites. But no, it's kind of funny because you even Friedman here is taking a punch about like the South and sort of like the black, control for their own movement. He says this about in the chapter where the Jews went south. He says the real argument that quote real Jews, more orthodox or traditional Jews, were not involved in the protest movements has been given particular emphasis by Claiborne Carson, who's a Black American historian focusing on like Malcolm X and the history of the civil rights movement from an explicitly Black perspective. Um, he stresses the role of blacks in their own liberation struggle. And this is funny. Blacks here is, I mean, this is 1995, but blacks is lowercase, Jewish is uppercase.
Yeah, I've seen that throughout the entire book too. And I'm like, even back then, I would have noticed something there.
Yeah. But anyways, he says that blacks he emphasizes the role of blacks in their own liberation struggle and suggests that Jewish involvement was peripheral, arguing that there was little in Jewish tradition and ethics to impel Jews to engage in civil rights work and liberal reform, and much mitigated against such engagement. The fact of the matter, of course, is that this is extremely high proportion of whites involved in the freedom rights and other protests. And Schrodinger's minority. Let me read the sentence again. The fact of the matter, of course, is that an extremely high proportion of whites involved in the freedom rides and other protest movements were Jews, undoubtedly
Uh-oh.
because of the egalitarian strains within Judaism, and as well as the entire Jewish historical experience as an oppressed minority group. There was, in short, nothing ever that prevented, quote, real Jews from participating in the civil rights movement.
Yeah, the book is full of little things like that, which again line up completely with what someone like Kevin McDonald or E. Michael Jones might say. It's like, oh, it's just in our this revolutionary stuff is in our blood.
Well,
It's in
even
our blood.
J.J. Goldberg would say that, or more famously, the author of that great, interesting, spicy read, Maurice Samuel and You Gentiles.
Yeah, and you have to ask them, okay, so are you always in the favor? Are you always on the side of revolution as such, or is there anything you won't revolutionize? And they'll probably have a few things like, okay, so is it that?
Israel.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, are you in favor of true egalitarianism, or are you just in favor of your own interests? And egalitarianism is just a technique or a method to achieve that, and that's where a lot of the other real anti-Semites will come in. But it's like, look, I'm just listening to what they're saying. They're saying it's in their blood to like start shit, to move in and say, like, this isn't a revolution enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Because like I said, even in these chapters we're talking right now, like there was a protest involving sharecroppers in the South, and it was white and black sharecroppers working side by side. It was concerning wages. It was just a labor movement. It was just a labor uprising, and then the Southern invasion got there and said, "No, it's better for black people to be the face of this. It's bad optically for lower class blacks and whites to be united on this issue."
whoa, optics cucking.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, and this is where like you get the creeping third worldism. This is where you get the like, we want the face of this revolution to be non-white. And that's a very specific request that they have. And this goes right into the third worldism of Soviet intelligentsia. This goes right into like the entire leftist progressive movement of like, can we put a black or brown face on this? Because we want to align them completely with anti-capitalism or whatever their secret goal is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that it's kind of funny because again, it goes back to that hauntology thing. Like in the 19 or is it, yeah, it's in 63. This is King's in no later on in 64. I think it says King was in St. Augustine, Florida, challenging the city's segregated public accommodations. He met fierce opposition, and knowing the rabbinic conference was in session, sent a telegram asking for support. Within hours, 16 rabbis and a member of their conference staff, Albert Verspan, was on their way to St. Augustine. On their arrival, they received a briefing from King and attended services in a crowded black church. Leaving the church, the rabbis walked through the gauntlet of menacing state troopers who, quote-unquote, protected them from a menacing mob. In violation of St. Augustine's laws, Forspan and one of the rabbis sat down in a local restaurant with two blacks. Ordered to leave, they refused and were immediately arrested and placed in a cell with other demonstrating rabbis from other parts of the country. They were jailed for 2 days before being freed on bail. Before leaving St. Augustine, emulating King's own famous letter from Birmingham jail, issued their own, asking for forgiveness for not having acted sooner, and citing silence as the great unpardonable sin of the time. They came, they said, in hope that God would accept their small involvement as a partial atonement for many things they could have done before, mindful of the millions who stood quietly by and watched the smoke rise from Hitler's crematoriums.
I got a few other things those rabbis could apologize for.
So yeah, chapter 9 goes into after the more or less the civil rights movement happens and achieves a significant political victory with the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And after that, what gets really complex, of course, is the fight of, well, there's still a shitload of communists, and there's still a shitload of Marxists and party movements, but also at the same time, there's a lot of black militants. So it's just like no one knows what to do with this, and it's getting really hard for them to work with this more two very ethnocentric organizations, one that wants to be in charge to quote unquote destroy the hierarchies that have oppressed them, and then the others that want to do their own shit, and that means excluding the Jewish support that they've received.
Yeah, and this is where Andrew Young, as for example, MLK's influence, and this is where you see Jesse Jackson emerge. That's a name that doesn't get brought up that much anymore, but Jesse Jackson was a staunch third worldist, staunch, global exporting of the struggle. And this is where, like, you see these names that are still popular now, and you forget how radical they were and are to this day. They start emerging, and this to me is like the final fracturing of it. And like we talked before, this is black people finally getting their self-determinism and realizing, like, do we really need Jewish people? Like, because they never really had anything in common. And you have these agitators coming in and saying, and this is, I think there was a line in a previous chapter, and maybe we'll get to this in a second, about schools, and they're openly claiming that Jewish people are polluting the minds of black children. Like, this is where you start to see that real anti-Semitism come from the black community.
Yeah, I mean, but it's also kind of, and we talked about this in the last time we talked about this book, is that there is a well sort of established, like, they have their own form of anti-Semitism, whether for market related reasons or their own black syncretic form of Christianity. Like, it's been there. Now it's like, well, you've got a little too much influence on this movement that's supposed to help me. How else are you affecting me and my children and my people? And you see this a lot with like black youth groups, especially the student nonviolent coordinating committee. They're one of the bigger Southern protest movements, and they were all a lot of Jewish liberals were happy with it, but they also they financed a lot of it, but also at the same time it had quite a bit of militancy to it. They were very much uncompromising, and in doing so, they were raising a lot of suspicion from other black and other moderate groups. And so when some blacks did manage to take control of it, whether that be Robert Moses, Stokely Carmichael, they were influenced by these guys, but they also wanted their own shit, and they wanted to make sure that could be the case. But instead, you got individuals like who was it, like James Foreman and others that are like, whoa, we're not going to be able to really get along here anymore, are we? The sudden realization that the fault line, like we're getting very close to it totally cracking apart.
Exactly. And what's interesting is that I mentioned this book a lot recently, but I was reading this book called The Square and the Tower. It's about the power of social networking movements throughout time and decentralized secret societies and things, and the influence that these have on intellectual movements and even revolutions and whatnot. And there's this interesting idea that we're obsessed with these groups existing, and then we see that he gave the example of the Illuminati. He's like, the Illuminati was a group that actually existed, and they were pretty big for the time. But then they only existed for a brief window of time. Then they stopped existing, and to say that they still exist is a silly conspiracy theory. But it seems obvious that what happens with these groups is that they oftentimes flare up in times, and by the time they collapse, they just scatter individuals to the wind, and that makes them more socially relevant. Which is to say that I think in our society we have this idea that there are these, like, as long once a group falls or collapses, that's the end of it. And to me, that is merely its second act. So a lot of the, like it says in here, when you read about the SNCC, it's like it's disbanded in the 1970s, and people would say, "Oh, so this radical group, it was there and then it ended, and that was the end of it." It's like, no, that just meant that it kind of reverberated through the rest of society, and those people who were parts of it just infiltrated other groups, and the radicalization almost spreads more. It's like a what would it be, like a corpse finally exploding and spreading its gases everywhere, right? Like it's way more toxic once these groups stop containing the individuals and they fly out. So anyway, that's I was just saying, like the SNCC, people say, oh, that was like, it was kind of crazy in the 70s when we had these groups. Like, yeah, those specific groups don't exist anymore, but it pollinated everything around it. And I think that's the way I look at a lot of these groups in the 70s.
Yeah, and I mean this goes back to, I mean this hits its peak, of course, after the Civil Rights Act passes, and you get the question of who's going to be president in 1968. And 68, of course, there's the the big fight over the Democratic ticket. The issue of race is still going on. We have to understand that, like, they still rioted and burned down cities after the Civil Rights Act was passed. Like, appeasement did not, you weren't going to get your kumbaya after this law was passed. You just got them more energy. And from there, you know, you have to find a way to get these quote unquote freedom Democrats a seat at the table, and how they can vote and make sure that they can, stand their ground and have more political voice for black enfranchisement, because they want to have a say in these things. And so, the Democratic Party, of course, had its issues in 68. And then, of course, this is playing into the huge role even prior to that, 1964, about what happened in Atlantic City. Cleveland Sellers is one of those, other student nonviolent guys. He had said that Atlantic City was a struggle not for civil rights, but for liberation. The National Democratic Party's rejection of the MFDP at the 1964 convention was to the civil rights movement what the Civil War was to American history, an event after which things would never be the same. From then on, the civil rights movement, the term white liberal, used previously as a neutral or even praiseworthy description of a person's politics, became an epithet. It's kind of funny because that white liberal was also directed towards Jews.
Yeah. Around this time too, maybe I have my dates mixed up, but I wanted to mention one other group, which was called the Jewish Defense League. I think it comes up around this time too, but in terms of Jewish radical groups, they actually coined the term "never again." And they're highly militant, and they advocated for direct violence. So this was a group of Jews who were like, and by never again, of course, they're referring to the Holocaust.
Yeah, they were
So
founded in 1968.
I wanted to just bring that up because I found it so interesting that that phrase is still with us, and this is kind of what I was just talking about. That even though the Jewish Defense League might exist in a different form, like you still carry their extremist slogan, and people still say that. People still say "never again," and I think the violence that implies is still there. People just kind of accept it now.
Yeah, and I mean, they consider the movement to be quote unquote over, but I mean that sort of militant aspect of it is still there. And I mean, like, Congressman, or then Congressman Daryl, I don't know if he's still in Congress anymore, but Daryl Issa, oh, he is actually in Congress. I stand corrected. Or he was. But he is one of the wealthiest serving members of Congress as of this year. Look at that. What are the odds? Anyway, they tried to kill him in 2001.
Jesus.
And I don't. Anyone remember that? Does anyone talk about that shit? But yeah, they did coin the phrase "never again," and it's kind of interesting.
One thing that marked this split between the blacks and Jews, because we are really seeing the split that has not been recovered from since then. But I see a lot of apologia occurring around this time, and there's one phrase, I know it's from chapter 10. I've got it here. It says, both blacks renting ratty tenements and the Jews who own them were prisoners of history. So it was like there's this like retroactive rewriting of the relationship between Jews and blacks. And there's this, I'm jumping ahead a bit here, but there's connected to that is this study he mentions in the book that I think is very interesting, done by Gary T. Marks. This is from page 272. A study on black anti-Semitism, because they're trying to figure out why all these blacks are anti-Semitic. The study was called Protest and Prejudice. And the entire purpose of the study was saying that blacks are only anti-Semitic because of their economic interactions, which is understandable compared to white anti-Semitism. So something that occurs around this time, I know that was kind of jumping ahead a bit, but I just wanted to say that you start seeing a bifurcation of types of anti-Semitism. And I think you see that to this day. Like if you look, like black culture is highly anti-Semitic, and Jews seem okay with that. And I think there's two things going on there. One is the thing I just said. Then two is that I still think Jews don't take black people seriously. I
No.
think they see them like animals, frankly, and they see whites as more dangerous and a higher priority. But that study is so interesting because it's like, oh, of course, there's different types of anti-Semitism. One is serious and one isn't serious, and that's just an interesting thing that occurs around this time.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people. Again, like, this is everyone kind of gets it. They're like, oh, Black Israelites, or they'll say, oh, Louis Farrakhan Nation of Islam. I'm like, no, it's not just these like fringe or these like one or two cults of personality. Like, this is kind of baked into it, and both sides just kind of casually accept it.
Yeah, I know a lot of the listeners of this program might not listen to hip hop. I did a lot when I was younger, and I still kind of do. But it's pretty shocking how ingrained the Nation of Islam is and the Black Israelite movement, and like these openly anti-Semitic groups. I would say like half to 2/3 of all rappers are parts of these arguably fringe movements. Like it's popular within the black community. The Nation of Islam is highly, highly respected. And Kanye West is a great example. Like if you look at Kanye West, like he makes these appeals to Christianity, but there's a lot of songs where he says, praise to the Most High, Allah. Like, and he makes these appeals to Louis Farrakhan. Like Kanye West is an example of the average black man that can exist in both those worlds. He can be a Christian and also an advocate of the Nation of Islam, and they don't see any tension there, and that's a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, people kind of forget that when it comes to it. And even after the civil rights movement sort of gets into full swing in the late 60s, you still have the issues of, well, the idea of buy black and to just focus on our own kin. There's that inherent distrust of Jewish influence on their own movements. And even Bayard Rustin is like, well, we don't know what to do here because this isn't the Klan. This isn't the John Birchers. This isn't segregationists, George Wallace segregation forever types. It's blacks. I can't blame Whitey for this one. And that's sort of I think that's the interesting phenomenon that we saw when it comes to, quote unquote anti-Semitism or anti-Jewish attitudes is well, and you see this with even white or racial rightists, where it's a lot of people will, they'll say what they want to say and they'll stick to it. And then when someone like, you say Kanye West or any other black politician or Louis Farrakhan or whatever, there's, or even like George Lincoln Rockwell, right, with the Nation of Islam, right? It's just like, I'm here for what you have to say, and we kind of have a similar thing where we have this own group that we have a problem with, but they'll latch on to them very quickly because it's like this kind of anti-Semitism, it's paid lip service to, but it's never going to change,
Yeah.
whereas like white people have that intrinsic like guilt because like, oh, you're white, you're European, like the Holocaust or whatever, but like black people have their own, this book is a really great historiography of it. Like they weren't as complicit in those things, they weren't really part of the wars, they weren't part of the pogroms, or whatever. So what now? Well, we can just say that, hey, black people, that anti-Semitism is real bad, but it's never going to change. And because if it were, it would, I don't think you'd have another episode like Kanye West did at the end of last year, beginning of this year.
Yeah, Kanye West is still allowed to just hang around, and he was allowed to come back pretty fast too. Like again, they treated him like he was like they were scolding a child in a sense. And Kanye West, remember, he was really out there talking some shit. He was a walking 4chan thread for like 3-4 months. Like he was saying shit that David Duke probably wouldn't say in public anymore. Like there was probably like Michael Jones was telling him like ease up on that shit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like, you mentioned that weird, like sexual aspect to all of this when it comes to these two groups earlier. And
Yeah.
there's Nathan Podhertz, who was a writer on these issues. And I mean, he famously wrote the essay, My Negro Problem in Hours. And I think that's the part there where he has that really weird like sexual line about it. I'm going to see if I can find it real quick because like he later becomes a famous neoconservative.
Yeah, this is the interesting stuff because this is where I would veer off of my research and go more into things that I've just intuited or things that I've noticed. But I think like the relationship between blacks and Jews, at least in America. So maybe this is just localized to American Jews and African Americans. So something going on there. But yeah, just an anecdote. I don't know. You make of this way you will, but the joke was that I've only ever known one guy who openly admitted to watching that blacked porn, and it was Adam Friedland from the Adam Friedland Show. So that was always like the Jewish guy, and he was making excuses like, yeah, like everyone does it, right? And everyone was like, no, what the fuck are you talking about? That's weird. But it just seemed like Jewish guys had a strange like relationship with like basketball players too, and hip hop. Because the Jews were always involved in hip hop early, and I don't know. There's something there. I don't know what it is. Probably someone has written about it before, but I also harken back to like Days of Rage when we talk about these Jewish communist groups and their obsession not only with like the black struggle, but like their virility and their masculinity. Their writings are about this all the time. You look at a lot of anarchist literature too. There's like a lot of stuff about black guys, and I don't know.
yeah,
Like, it's just something I've noticed, and I don't see that with any other type of political literature.
I don't know. But yeah, I mean, here he says it's from Commentary magazine. He says, yet just as in childhood I envied them for what seemed to be their superior masculinity, and so I envy them today for what seems to me their superior physical grace and beauty.
Uh,
And it's just like,
what
what the
what an
fuck?
and the fact that he says that, it's like, yeah, we all feel this way, right? And everyone's just no. What the fuck are you talking about? Like
I, I I just don't get that.
I remember I actually heard a different a comedian. His name is Bert Kreischer, a man who I uniquely hate.
Isn't that
Like a
like the
real
fat guy that always does his like bits shirtless or whatever?
I I hate him so much. I don't want to go off on. I'll go off some other time. But he had made a comment like, "What black guys are always ripped? Why are they in such good shape?" I'm like, they're like statistically the most obese people ever. So it's like it's not based on reality. It's not based on like because I always recommend people probably have an idea of Black people from watching music videos. What you should do is go watch a documentary, like a hood documentary. Almost everybody is not only fat but morbidly obese. But it's like you live in this unreal world where like you need to believe in this like strange myth of reality, but then you also like everyone thinks like this, right? Like, no, that's an odd thing to say publicly. That's not like a secret thing that everyone has.
Yeah. And it's like, and of course he had a son named John Podhoretz, who was a speechwriter for Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush, and was also a popular neoconservative. And
Can I interrupt you? Would
yeah,
you
go
mind if
for
I
it.
just run to the washroom quickly? Just two
Yeah, go
seconds.
go for it. I
Sorry.
will read a section here, and I'll go on a riff while you do that.
All right.
But yeah, so I mean, like you see this stuff sort of come out, and there's this big debate over where we go from here. Like, hey, what do we do now in respects to the relationship between us and ourselves here? And I mean, like of course, at the same time in 1967, you do have the 6 Day War. It plays out in its own role. But then you have, of course, Harold Cruz's like The Crisis of the Negro Intellectual, which came out in 1967, and it gave a degree of respectability to the radicals' cry for racial separation. He urged Black intellectuals to break away from the domination of white intellectuals, especially Jews, who so claimed to play a major role in influencing Black thought. Some whites were absolutely enthralled. Interesting. Here's a fun name that was fun to find in the book. Christopher Lasch, who wrote the Revolt of the Elites and Democracy and stuff like that. Yeah, for example, wrote that while all the manifestos of the 60s are forgotten, this book will survive as a monument of historical analysis. The Kirkus Reviewed received The Crisis of the Negro Intellectual rapturously, sympathizing with its attack against the advocates of integration who had misdirected blacks from a truly radical and creative goals. Before long, Cruz's writings became the source of a burgeoning Afro-American studies program on college campuses, foreshadowing the revisionism of black intellectuals of the 80s and 90s. Though Jews had mastered the art of playing both ends against the middle. How Juvenilean of them. He argued that the average Negro would never be able to buy the line that blacks and Jews were in the same boat. I just found that Christopher Lasch part to be interesting, that he liked that text there.
Yeah, I remember seeing that name pop up. I'm like, is that the same guy?
It is the same guy.
I
That's what made it interesting for me.
I love reading these old books, and you'll see them like mention like Spengler and things like that. I'm like, I didn't know people just talked. I thought that was like a bad guy these days. But
Well,
back
it's
then,
funny.
yeah.
I have an essay out on Substack. I'm going to make it a video. Hopefully, it'll come out this week. This guy named James Blish, who was like a British or an English. No, he's not even English. He's American. He's a science fiction writer, and he wrote this essay in 1975, saying like science fiction is the work of a civilization into the winter phase of its cycle. And he was like, my entire thesis is from Spengler. And so I guess he's not this like evil German guy that only right wingers like. But if there's a part of your notes that you want to get into, by all means, go for it. I got to go take some anti-rejection pills. So you're up on first, your dimes.
Okay. I'm actually running to the end of the notes that I had, and we covered most of the stuff that I had, but let's see what I got here. Yeah, I think one thing that I had here, which is pretty interesting, and this is from chapter 12, so I might be skipping ahead quite a bit here, but near the end of the 1960s, what was occurring was the blacks were turning against Jews mainly through the school. And this is a theme that will carry on. You know, it's not even resolved right now, really, but this is what I was saying before, where the president of the Martin Luther King Center, not Martin Luther King himself, but the president of his center claimed that black children were being intellectually castrated by Jews. And I think this is where you really start to get into the Nation of Islam type stuff by saying that Jewish people are they're not only not working our interest, but they're actively working against us. And like I said before, like I do think this stuff is internalized over time. So this is something that I think the black community still essentially believes. But I think the fight going on right now is with Jews trying to add these demarcations between themselves and whites, and then claiming that they are white in other areas to try and make this seem like not big of an issue. What's interesting is I was on Twitter just today, and I saw a tweet concerning Ben Shapiro's book about Hollywood propaganda, and it was this book that came out, I believe, in 2006, and it purports to be the inside track on what all of these TV shows and movies are really trying to do, how subversive they are. Now, the whole title of the book is about how leftism has infiltrated Hollywood, but the poster, whose name escapes me, they're remarking how he was only granted these interviews and granted this access because his last name was Shapiro. And he says as much in the book. But, there's this idea that because they knew they were talking to someone like them, they could openly admit that, some like the creator of MASH saying that, oh, we created this to forward our progressive values, or that, the creator of Friends, a Jewish woman, said that, oh, we're trying to put more leftist stuff in here for the purpose of subverting. I think one of the characters, Ross, is Jewish in there, but in All in the Family, Archie Bunker, these are purposefully
Yeah.
subversive things. And I think that's kind of the influence campaign going on right now. That is, a lot of people on our side have noticed that or remarked upon that, but really, I think like the 60s, this period that we're talking about was like like it gave birth to this idea that the Jewish people are not going to openly admit what they're doing in the media unless it's to other Jews. And that's why the Ben Shapiro phenomena was so interesting, and why conservatives kind of liked him for a minute, but he was saying that it's leftist. He's saying that it's woke,
Well, it's like that
but
old clip that people like to bring up, I think, because someone asked Dennis Prager, and Dennis Prager is also kind of in the hot seat again for a totally different reason. But someone asked Dennis Prager, like, "Hey, why are so many Jewish people attracted to these leftist organizations?" And he kind of just lists out, like, well, there's this concept of otherness. We want to make the world better. Like they're into this like reformist thing and mass action. Like that's a really big motivation for it. Um, and like if there were any other guy saying that, this would be like this man is about to get like canceled and debanked and deplatformed. But it's someone else of the similar ethnic group telling you that actually no, this is a big reason why they are. Although he got in trouble a few like weeks ago for basically saying he didn't take issue or like with people like jerking off to like animated lowly stuff.
yeah, I saw that.
And he tried to defend himself. He's like, it's not honorable, but like, if God doesn't like masturbation, then like, what are you doing? And he's like trying to defend himself. Like, listen, I'm a Jewish guy, like bringing people to Jesus or whatever. And I'm like, I don't think Jesus at all is okay with you jerking off the lowly there, bud. But like that,
Yeah.
tell me how we worship the same God. We don't. But
Yeah, well, like, and not to make this too much about, your Jewish layperson, but I have yet to see a Jewish person that takes that strong of a stance against pedophilia, frankly. Like I just don't see the same passion against pedophilia that you'll see largely from the dissident right now, to the point where some people call us obsessed. I'm like, I think we're treating it with the appropriate amount of scorn that it deserves, whereas the entire world is telling us to chill. And I don't like that. And the point I was just making before was, around this time, you see the black people start to say like, oh, the overrepresentation of Jews in academia, you're trying to brainwash and intellectually castrate us. And that would, like, you start to see, I think, the movement against Jewish like intellectual influence around this time. And I don't think they ever really had an answer for that, except against, white people, I guess. But like we said, there's different forms of anti-Semitism.
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'm skipping around too. This is the chapter called the 19 Messiahs, which was, again, it doesn't really tell you which 19 they are, just other than what the turbulent 60s brought about. And one of the things was interesting because it was from James Kilpatrick, the editor of the Richmond News Leader, and more recently a syndicated conservative columnist and television personality. He was writing about the ADL. And he had said, Kilpatrick wrote became an intellectual leader of the Southern resistance. Now he attacked the ADL specifically for the Richmond office. In an editorial on July 7th, 1958, he observed that anti-Semitism appeared to be on the rise in a section of the country that traditionally seemed rather hospitable to Jews, the South. He suggested that Southern Jews should search out the reasons for this phenomenon, and pointed to the ADL's Richmond office. By deliberately involving itself in the school's desegregation controversy, he wrote, it identified all Jews with an unjust cause of compulsory integration. Kilpatrick conceded the agency's right to interest itself in any form of bigotry, but warned that militancy invited retaliation. He then put a question that he termed the South's many esteemed and influential Jews. What could there possibly have for a Jewish organization that foments anti-Jewish sentiments? Sound really familiar, huh?
Yeah. There's
Like,
actually
it's like Elon Musk saying, like, well, turns out the biggest source of anti-Semitism is the ADL.
yeah, like this is what I keep coming back to. This is why I'm so happy we opened with the ADL and keep returning to it. Like it's existed essentially unchanged, and it's just people will remark on it intermittently, but for some reason no one's really treated it as the subversive organization that it is. Maybe up until right now, like we'll see how this goes. This
I'm not
current,
optimistic for that, by the way.
yeah, I mean, because right now it can still fall back on legacy. It's like, oh, look how old we are. We must be important, right? you know.
Because I
But
mean,
I'm
like the whole move, and like I get it, right? I understand why it was done. You want to expose an organization, like this book kind of indicates, like the creation of this sort of ethnic alliance, that high-low versus middle stuff against mainly WASPs and other Ellis Island or European immigrants. But like, you want to ban it off Twitter. It's like, if you wanted to destroy it, which I know, because I mean, like, Elon Musk isn't going to be doing that. I don't think he is. But I mean, like the ADL, like we said at the beginning, like the Leo Frank stuff's not the way you go about this. You pointed out, saying the questions that Elon Musk is raising about why does anti-Semitism seem to like always be on the rise, or why do they invent anti-Semitism when it comes to the ADL? It's like, hey, like, James Kilpatrick asked that question in 1958, and there wasn't a really good answer to it.
And the worst part is he said it at a time where people were more comfortable with you asking those questions. And that's what's kind of disheartening about our current situation, which is that you could get away with speaking more openly about this stuff back then. So they've essentially remained the same. We can just say less because they've effectively won. They've effectively gotten everything that they've wanted. They are the police. They wield this power. We'll see if Musk, the richest man in America, can combat them. But it seems that one of the most powerful and influential men in America can only kind of throw a few rocks at them.
Yeah,
But we'll see.
it's
But
definitely true.
I always say, like, I don't want to get too mask off in these moments, but a good bit of kryptonite for these sorts of organizations and their defenders to really reveal their true intention would be to say, what are your feelings on the slogan, it's okay to be white? Do you see that as tolerable? Oftentimes they'll say no. And then why? Like, why does the Anti-Defamation League have such a strong position against it's okay to be white? Now I'm saying stuff that everyone kind of knows, but it's
Yeah,
like that's a very simple thing. As this movement is going on, like, get at them on Twitter, get at them in public. Like, I'm telling stuff people they'll probably already know, but that to me is the next thing, because that really is what the Anti-Defamation League is, which is a lot of these groups are, which is it's not so much defending itself as it is critiquing and attacking and subverting things they think are threats. And what they think is a threat is the entire American apparatus as it was at the time. And they gave birth effectively to the America we have now. And I'm not trying to make like a lot of people will go a bit too far on our side and say, this is why America should be destroyed. I'm not that cynical. And as someone who is outside of America, I don't, it would be easy for me to say, yeah, fuck America. But I'm like, I think that's wrong. I think it's incorrect. And I think it's kind of a silly position to have. And I don't think that like America is dead or anything, or frankly, I don't think it can be killed. I don't think I think it was everyone was like looking at their watch, waiting for America to fall. I'm like, keep waiting, I guess, but that's not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, and I mean it's kind of funny because this is about like political discourse in the South, and I'll make this circle back to you in just a minute. But you know, he said political discourse in the South was unnerving for its Jewish population. Two Mississippians, Senator Theodore J. Bilbo and Representative John E. Rankin, filled the halls of Congress with their anti Semitic tirades. In their lexicon, Jew was synonymous with communist, and they often attacked Jews as subversive allies of the Negro. Rankin, who once described the Fair Employment Practices Commission as a product of alien influences directed by a foreign Comintern that was based upon a hatred for Christianity, actually introduced legislation to outlaw the ADL but got nowhere with it. Both he and Bilbo, it should be pointed out, distinguished between good Southern Jews who backed white supremacy and New York Jews who supported the NAACP. And it kind of just goes back to that. Like, I have a more discerning instant because I do think that there's way more nuance, and we talked about this in the last time we talked about this book. There's a way more nuance between like Ellis Islander Jewish groups that, you know, or the more 20th century groups and like Jews that have been here a long time since like the beginning of the country, like Sephardics and others. But like, you know, why is it that rootless cosmopolitans or anti-Christian or anti-white, like all these other people, like you call, why do people call that anti-Semitic when you point it out? And it's like, you know, because there is such an overlap, almost near congruence with these groups and these ideas. And I don't know all the drama behind people and whatnot. I'm not as involved in these circles as other colleagues that I may have, or I know, or have I've associated with or streamed with. But like, I do like the anti-white label because I mean, I feel like whoever workshopped that, like Jason and them with the no white guilt stuff, like I don't know what people's opinions are of them or whatever. I've met the guy IRL. He's a nice dude, a smart guy. Like whatever workshopping you did to just call them like, hey, they're just anti-white and they hate whiteness and or not whiteness, but they hate white people and they want to white erasure. Like that's really good workshopping. And for once, that's a weapon that I can rhetorically deploy that I'm now seeing like normie people use on a regular basis.
And let me just say, I'm not sure if it was Jason Cohn. I know he'd floated a couple other ideas. Like I've heard anti-white percolating in the scene for like quite some time. I remember hearing about it. It is the most effective rhetorical salvo I think that exists. Because for people who don't know, my background is in marketing and advertising. And what works about it is that it's immediately understandable. And where we get into trouble with our arguments is that oftentimes it requires us to explain what we're talking about. We like coming up with new terms for things, and that works against us. But you can go to a normie and say something's anti-white, and the funny thing is they know exactly what you mean by white, because in our scene on the dissident right, you know, we're very in history, into biology, into demographics. We kind of debate about what's white, who's white, what groups are in them. But you know who doesn't do that is the rest of the world. The rest of planet Earth actually has a pretty good idea of what white means. The only people who debate about it are white people. So once you start from that position, anti-white, everyone kind of knows what it means vaguely European. They don't really give a shit whether Portugal is involved in that, but you have an idea.
Relatively pale skin, you know, like that northern, it's almost like the circle that everyone likes to meme on what's Christopher Sandbach and Ben Franklin say, like, oh, this is what white is. But like northern, Nordic, you know, European, or people like to say the you know, R1B gang, you know, like that European, Northern European haplogroup. Like everyone kind of knows, you know, it goes back to like, here's a reference to like that old Murdoch episode, like talking about Sargon or whatever. It's just like, define a puddle, you know, like, you know what a puddle is. Like it doesn't like, you know what white is, you know,
everyone knows it. And that the fact that most people know what anti-white means, it implies that they know what white means. And the issue being brought to the table here is that a lot of these Jewish groups, they don't like whiteness. They wouldn't say that, but when you present them with pro-whiteness, they react with hostility towards it. And that's relevant. And maybe that's a bit too forward for people, but it is what it is. That's what these groups are. That's what the Anti-Defamation League is. Remember, and I come back to what we said at the start. My reading of the Leo Frank case isn't that they invested so much money and created a whole fucking league just because they cared about justice. Is that they saw blacks and whites uniting against this Jewish employer, and that really, really, really bothered them. And I think there's something that they hate seeing black and white people unite over anything. And in every instance, it seemed that they got their fucking mitts in there and separated them because they just don't want white people involved in any way in these sort of revolutions because they need them as the bad guys. And like I was mentioning with Ben Shapiro's book, seems strange of them citing him, but it's got good primary sources by them saying like, what we want to do is we need more white people as villains. We need more of the status quo demonized. And that's at the forefront. That's been happening for decades. And it is what it is. And that's why I think giving it a name like anti-white is probably the most effective thing you can do. And you can introduce that to your fucking parents, your friends. You can probably, people say that at work now. I'm like, that's good. That's momentum. We can do something with that. And that's why I think even the ADL thing, I'm like, if you start pinning anti-whiteness on them, I don't think that's really been done this effectively before. Maybe I'm too optimistic, but that would require everyone to do it. That would require everyone who listens to this to
that would
like,
require a lot of people to stop excuse me, to stop shark wombing or to just quit shooting at each other.
Yeah, it's like this should be an easy win for us. Like this should be like even people who don't make the Jews their main thing. Like there's loads of people on our side that don't feel terribly passionately about this. I have other things I'm interested
I mean,
in.
I'm not even one that does a lot of it either. I mean, because I think it's a little more multifaceted than just them.
Yeah.
You
But
know?
the ADL's made so many fucking enemies. This should be easy. Like
It should be.
everybody
It
hates
should
the
be.
ADL.
It really should be. But the question becomes is like, and again, there'll be people that'll be like, oh, it's got the woke mind virus or whatever. And I was like, so was wokeness around in like the 1960s when all this stuff was happening? Like, what is your? That's why I hate the word wokeness. Like to me, it's just like if I hear the word woke, I have a definition for it. Like it's a systematizing and homogenizing form of leftist managerialism. That still is a shitty, long-winded definition, but to me, that's how I see it play out. But like, you need a better word for it. That's why I think anti-white's just better. Like, why is it that all these wokies hate white people and hate European culture and want to rewrite every single great European story and novel with some like mystery meat person that hates the original IP?
Yeah,
You know?
and they're doing it because they know it upsets you. That's it. Like
Yes.
they get off on the idea that there's white guys out here that are getting owned by this. That's why they make every squad leader in Starfield like a brown bitch with like short hair. It's like, do you like this character or do you like white guys getting pissed off at it? You know what I mean? And that's we kind of internalize that that's what's going on. Gamergate, it's eternal Gamergate.
Yeah, it all goes back to Gamergate. Focus your energy there. We can end it here, but maybe we'll wrap it up here in a little bit. But like, with the last thing that I did kind of notice, and maybe we'll spend a separate time because I do want to talk about the Andrew Young thing because the whole like Zionism aspect to foreign policy deserves it because I want to talk about it. And have you read by chance? I'm totally planning something else now in the back of my head here, but have you ever read by chance The Israel Lobby by Stephen Walt and John Mearsheimer?
No, I read Mearsheimer recently, but I didn't read that one.
It
If
came
you
out
want,
in 2007. And
if you
to
want
me,
to cover it, I'll read that if you want to do something.
yeah, because I want to also cover it with Stephen Carson Radley, but I'm thinking out loud. We can talk about this later after the show, but I do want to get into that because it kind of overlays with this with the whole Andrew Young affair. But in the 70s and 80s with like the Bach case in 1976 and the issue of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment ordered the university to admit Bach. The UC Davis system was outlawed. Flexibly admissible college admission programs with flexibility that used race as a factor, weighing in the qualifications of applicants. That also happened. But throughout the history of sort of like the Black-Jewish relationship, Blacks were vehemently pro quotas. They wanted their guys in college, whether or not they were qualified or not. And we already kind of know the story of the competency crisis and affirmative action. But, to quote Friedman here, It was not just the Jews, of course, who feared quotas. Many of America's working class whites who formed the base of Nixon and later Ronald Reagan support were similarly alarmed. However, Jews seem to be the most vocal opponents of racial preferences. In the process, they positioned themselves against blacks and black organizations with whom they had been working with so many years. And this goes back to the epilogue of the book where even Friedman's like, listen, as America's demographics change, which it's kind of weird that the ADL keeps track of how many non-Hispanic white people live in this country. But I'm reminded of the tablet magazine that Jacob Savage wrote called The Vanishing, the erasure of Jews from American life. And it was just kind of funny to like the Kyle Ellingson, image. I'm going to share it on screen because this is just kind of too good to not put up. Like, this The Vanishing, Asians and Jews in America. So now you've got the Asian and Jewish relationship coming in some issues here about quotas and whatnot and how wokeness is affecting things. But huh, 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 huh. Interesting. It's a little too good to a little on the nose there. But suddenly everywhere you look, they're disappearing. A slow-moving pressure system of anxiety and exclusion of downward mobility. Maybe you first noticed it at your workplace, or maybe it hit you when your children applied to college or graduate school. It could have been something as simple as opening up a Netflix splash page. It's gauche to count, but you can't help but yourself. In academia, Hollywood, Washington, even in New York City, anywhere where American Jews once made their mark, their influence is in steep decline.
Yeah, I always say, me and my wife, when I open up Netflix, I say there's not enough Jewish shit on here.
It's like the guy with like the bell. Every time that you see a historical inaccuracy, and it's like fucking nogs, and he's like ringing the bell repeatedly. It's just like he's like, there's not enough Jews in my Netflix. Like, that's really weird.
Does anyone notice that there was not enough Jewish people in Hollywood? What an audacious thing to say.
I know, what a bold claim. But he says, for many of us, the instinct is to look inward. We blame intermarriage, assimilation, and the loss of immigrant work ethic. This, of course, is a cope because the significant cause of the decline isn't them themselves, but that American liberalism, our civic religion, has turned on us.
There's so much
good to know that that's the religion of these people.
Also, I just want to call people's attention. I might be bearing the lead here, but the implication that Jews are known for their work ethic. I mean, this is ridiculous.
The immigrant work ethic. The only work ethic that sticks out to me is the Protestant work ethic, but okay.
Yeah. I always hear you can't even say the word Protestant without work ethic auto-completing after it.
I'm now opening up a new tab to write that Protestant. That's the second thing. The first thing is the Reformation. The next thing is work ethic.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it's America's elite institutions, similar downward trends. Museum boards now diversify by getting them to again, it's that Schrodinger's thing here, because if you didn't call yourself white and you just said I'm Jewish, you probably wouldn't have this issue. That's just me. That's just me. Today's Jews watch with Solomonic bemusement as Students for Fair Admissions v. Harvard is argued before the Supreme Court, which Students for Fair Admissions won. This is before the Supreme Court ruled on it. On some level, we sympathize with our Asian American plaintiffs who are suing Harvard for using admissions criteria that discriminate against them on the basis of their race. Maybe they really are the new Jews, facing the same barriers, insidious racism, personality scores, rural geographic preferences that we once did. On the other hand, fancying ourselves to be the high caste members of a beneficial elite, we pretend not to notice that diversity, equity, and inclusion is a cudgel used to us too, even though we help push this shit.
It's just like, I think the Jews' favorite phrase is, consumed by my own mad scheme.
You're being hoisted by your own petard. Like, it's just, my God.
The way this stream has ended is just us like doing accents and shit.
I was doing it really, I was at dinner the other day with some friends from my parish. And it's just because I'm not married, and neither was my friend who was invited to this dinner by a married couple there. There are like 3 men, myself included, who aren't married. And we always, it's just like, well, we can harass you, about finding women. Because we have some married friends there who like their wives are like, please get married or please find girlfriends to bring them to church so we have friends so we're not so lonely. And you know, it's just like eventually these people are going to be nagging us like Jewish ants, you know, about getting married. You know, it's just like, why aren't you like your cousin Barry? Why aren't you married yet? You're almost 35, you know, like and it's just like, you know, this diversity, equity. I don't maybe this part gets cut from the fucking stream.
No,
I
you
don't
gotta
know.
leave it in.
But like it's such
I seem like I get that I would give off the vibe of someone who would have a really good Jewish impression, but I don't. Like I'm not good at like. But also the thing is, when you're, you know, one day you will be married, and one day you will have children, and you'll be like me, where you're always riding that rail between asleep and tired. So sometimes you just drop things without even noticing. So you'll be staring dead eye, and someone will say something. You just go, "Oh God." And then catch them like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know who I was surrounded by. And you have to explain yourself.
it's like you know, because I also keep my like no one knows who I am on like and in real life no one knows who the frog is, which I quite appreciate. But like that tablet article again is it's reflected here, and even then at the end of the book, Friedman's just all like, listen, there's gonna be a lot of like brown people that have no relation to the Holocaust. What are we gonna do? And like you saw this, I think they're gonna put a Holocaust museum in Fortnite.
Yeah.
They did this for MLK, and people were dressing in white and had whips and shit. And I'm just curious what they're gonna do in Fortnite for that, because it's just like I think it's sponsored by
Because
the ADL to do it. But it's
they're
just like
not. Yeah,
that's that's the new medium, right? It is the video games, is the media stuff, and I mean this is where American Krogan is quite good at this stuff, and it's just like you're gonna have to find a way to enculturate them somehow. And even it doesn't matter if you're like Guatemalan, right? Like you can watch the movie uh Air Jordan or whatever, or you know, whatever it was called, that movie with Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, the history and the story of the Air Jordan shoe and
I
getting Michael
saw
Jordan.
that movie. I
I
saw it.
I saw bits and pieces because it was on while I was visiting a friend's place, and I was like, ugh. You know, like, is it so bad that the American, like, because the American demographics have changed so radically? Like, isn't it so strange that like Americanizing people is just here's a movie about the history of a pop culture brand, like
Of a
that
shoe.
that depresses the shit out of me as a white guy.
It's so funny because I won't get off too much on this, but like the movie opens with how like Nike, it's trying to be an underdog story, but it's like Nike was the third largest producer of this basketball shoe in America, but it still owned the running shoe market. So it's still like a highly successful multi-billion-dollar organization. It's not like a scrappy underdog story, but there is this scene. I'm funny you brought this up because maybe people who've seen it know what I'm talking about. The whole story is like worshiping Michael Jordan, and there's something so strange about like the white guy's relationship, like the white American's relationship with like the black basketball player. But in this, it's like a caricature of it where I'm going to see if I can send this to you, because I did just in my mind, in my twisted, dissident, right, polluted mind, I just thought Jewish fingers typed this, because it's this one monologue Matt Damon goes on. He's pitching Nike to Michael Jordan, and he's basically washing his balls, saying that no one in this room will be great. You will be great. You will echo through the ages. You are a god. It's the strangest thing I've ever seen, and the music swells,
That
and it's this
terrifies me. That's so sad.
and in this the context of the scene is Michael Jordan. He's like fucking 21 years old, and there's this like 40-year-old man saying, I worship you. I'm like, I feel strange watching this, and but it seems like the peak of something, or the lowest depth of something.
Well, and to me, it's like the barrel scraping. You know, like we're running out of shit to make movies about, so we're gonna scrape the barrel. And like to me, I see it as a form of how do I Americanize people that have no relation geographically or biologically to this country? Well,
Yeah.
here's what America's about. It's about worshiping black people and making brands about them.
Well, and you know what? Like, just to circle back to a thing we talked about originally. This is where we get into sort of a Marxian critique and the hyper reality stuff, but it's like the commodification of a commodification. The idea that
That's where you get
as-
those black liberation guys, the
yeah,
commodification of black bodies.
yeah, well, it's like within the soul of America is this running shoe. The Air Jordan is integral to the American identity, and it's a basketball shoe with this like one guy on it, but people are obsessed with it to the point where you ask someone internationally, like the Air Jordan is like a symbol of America, and that's so far removed from anything true. That is so far removed from logos, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's like this twisted copy of a cartoon. You know what I mean? And that's what a lot of people, that's the type of stuff leftists are obsessed with. And I'm like, there's something there that I get. And there's a like a scientific investigation on what that is about precisely why this feels so fucking soulless. But it feels so soulless, but it's enacting the ritual of worship and obsession, and that makes it even worse.
Yeah, I mean that's and it kind of goes back to that Nathan you know, Podhoretz article, that My Negro Problem and My. It's just like that weird like overcompensation and like inferiority complex about like their physical grace and beauty, and you're just like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Because like
like
I don't feel that way about those like about them. I like
yeah,
you know,
and they
like
think you're lying.
as a
And that
white guy, I'm just like, I don't think about black people that way, you know?
and
And then I read this article and you're just like, where does this come from?
I was forwarded an article, I think it was in Clossington's chat. It was from the Jacobite, yeah, Jacobite magazine, I think, or Jacobin magazine. It was an article from a few years ago. I think
Oh,
because they
the
don't exist anymore.
leftist rag Jacobin?
Yeah, it was Jacobin or Jacobite. One of them, I think it was Jacobite. But anyway, but it was still like a Jewish article about how it was, the title was something like "How to Destroy the Alt-Right." And I was reading an archive of it. I'll see if I can send it to you. But it was about, they're making the claim that within dissident right movements, it'll sound like a joke, but it's like a third of them are petty criminals, a third of them are federal informants, and a third of them are homosexuals. And I'm like, I know we would all laugh about that, but I'm like, this is coming from the be gay, do crimes people. But that the idea is that they think that we are that. When they talk about like the obsession with like black bodies, they really do think that's us. They think we're the only reason we think these things. The only reason you think a negative thing about a group of people is because you want to fuck them. That's the world they live in, and they try and scream at you that that is you as well. But that would never even occur to us, and they just think we're lying. And so we live in a world where most leftists are saying you're just gay and horny. I'm like, I'm not. I don't know how else to say this to you. I know what being horny feels like. That's not what I am right now. I can dislike something
Silence,
without.
wench. I wish not to be horny anymore. Yeah,
Yes.
right. Like, but I mean, but okay. And this is another weird tangent. Maybe we can end the show on this though. It's just like there are a lot of homosexuals. And there are a lot of like weird sex pests, and there are a lot of like, I mean, it's the whole never ask a white racist the race of his girlfriend or whatever. Like, is there some truth to this, or have I just been like effectively psyoped, you know? And there is that sort of like, you know, or do they have a point?
Well, if it's not that white guys just like Asian girls, if white women took the time to have a sideways pussy, we wouldn't need Asian girls. So this comes back to white women again.
Well,
That's some old racism.
oh
No,
yeah,
but the thing is also we are aware of it, and we're like so like we actually want to ferret out the degenerates, whereas in other scenes they don't. They just kind of let them slide. And just to, it would have been good to end on that joke, but I do want to offer the fact that we are in unprecedented times where you have plastic in your blood, that generally men are lower testosterone now than they used to be. So there's like weird sexual shit that's happening right now that isn't ideologically driven. It's just that like people's minds and attention spans and everything are polluted
oh
by
yeah.
modernity. Like the problem is there's not an immediate ideological solution to correct the ship on how fucked up we've become biologically, and that's manifesting itself sexually too. Like the birth control in the water and SSRIs are as much of an influence on this stuff. So I think we might be the least gay, but there's a lot of critics of the distant red say, you're the most gay. I'm like, oh yeah, more gay than leftists. Like, come on. Not only are they the most gay, they want to be gayer. They just can't
I'm
be.
so gay. I don't want to cut my cock off. Yeah, what a total own.
Like, we're the only side that's post horny.
Yeah,
I am beyond horny.
Send fucking tweet. We are the only side that's post horny. The dissident right, the post nut clarity of politics.
That's even better. I love that.
I'll tweet that out later. But but I mean, what was it? Was it Adorno that said if there weren't homosexuals, there'd be no fascism?
They love that. They
love that quote. But there's and I got some shit for this because I cited Adorno and them not too long ago, him and Horkheimer, because it's just like they'll be like, unlike fascism, it's just like drugs and media and whatnot. But I'm like, well, a lot of us are addicted to the dopamine aspect of the online portions of dunking and ratioing on people. And, we like our peating, we like our drugs, we like our whatnot. But it's just like, I always have difficulty because I do think it's like reading Foucault or Derrida or whatever. Like, is there any, what utility can I find from reading Horkheimer and Adorno? What utility can I find reading Max Boot or whatever? Is there any? I'm trying to figure that out. But we're in unprecedented times, and I do hope that whatever does come out of this, ADL shit, which I'm very skeptical of, because it's been a few days since I've seen Musk talk about it, and he did kind of get boosted by this, and I want something to happen. And I will happily go with boosting and supporting it. And I already said, I've said it on Twitter already. It's a long overdue for them to be banned. And it's a long overdue that, the amount of subversion that has been documented in this book that we've just spent the last 2.5 hours going over, it needs to stop and it needs to end. But we're less organized and powerful now than we were 60 years ago. And and there are some that claim that, listen, you want to do well, you want to fight, you want to win, you have to be successful. So I guess we're just in that strange, unprecedented time of the post nut, post orgiastic fire of revolution. And here we are. We're post horny politics.
Yeah.
I don't know.
One thing that becomes clear when you look at, because a lot of people in our side, our sector specifically, are anti-ideology. I think sometimes they go a bit too far. I think ideologies do tend to emerge through radical social revolutions like the Industrial Revolution. I think right now we're at a very interesting pivot period. I think there's a lot of activity, and this usually tends. We covered this book on the show, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, and you tend to see scientific revolutions occur when the current models can no longer address new data, and you're forced to update it. And usually around this time, there's a chaos that emerges of people trying new ideas and seeing what works, but until one is eventually settled on. But that's the process that we all seem to go through, and I don't think we seem to be in a moment of chaos right now. After we still are unpacking the 20th century, it feels that, and what we learned from there. And I don't think that an ideology has truly emerged to address the information revolution. I still think we're using a lot of 20th century ideas, especially on the left. They're still going at workers and things like that. I think on our side, on the dissident right, there's the best chance of a synthesis of these things we know to be true, and the new information and the new paradigms and the new historical circumstances that are presented to us that are completely unprecedented, that our ancestors never had to deal with. Because remember, if your ancestors were deposited in this current period, they would blow their fucking brains out. We are in mind-bending times. But there will be a new type of ideology that emerges. And that's not to say that the ideology will be the be all and end all, but that will be almost a barometer that like we're clicking into a new historical paradigm. But right now it feels tense. It feels like something's about to happen. There are things happening, like the ADLs being old things are being destroyed when they haven't been destroyed before. And I think it can be exciting if people let it, but also keep your mind open and realize that whatever new paradigm emerges, it will not really be like it will be like the industrial revolution, how that changed fucking everything. Because anyway, I'm off on a bit of a rant
No,
there, but
I
that's
think
what I believe.
there's a lot of truth to that, and there's like that's why I've been reading a lot more Marshall McLuhan lately, because like I think
Yeah.
he got it. I think in a lot of ways, like the typographic man thesis, the medium is the message, but the medium is also the massage, how it changes how you think. Like I know people who think in tweets, like we were just joking about that earlier. Oh, that's a great, send tweet. It's fucking funny. And like that affects us. And I think that's going to be a big part of any sort of ideology or political formula going forward, is that acknowledges the schizophrenic experience that we live in, which is why I think
Yeah.
the postmodern concepts of like the Deleuzian concept of schizophrenia is going to be a part of whatever political ideology that does somehow manage to succeed or grow out of this.
Yep, you got it. And I think that's something when people hear someone like Nick Land, even if you don't agree with his entire corpus of work, like he's on the right track. There's a lot of guys who are on the right track. It's just when people try and wrap their heads around the future, it'll make you go insane. But as long as we keep trying to process it and try and figure out like the word, there's new questions that we need to answer. Anyway, we could spend an entire new episode on this, but
Well, maybe we should, because this will be my last thought, and maybe I'll wrap it up here. Is that I think about that a lot, and that I also see people in America, and this is maybe a critique of the Sohrab Ahmari, Adrian Formula, Common Good, my Heckin' Catholicism thing, is that all that I get from those guys is New Deal me harder, daddy. Like, like, because he had said in responding to a critique of his book from The Economist, he's like, he's a conservative, but his policies aren't too different from that of Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. And he just tweeted saying, hell yes. And it's like, what the fuck is this? Like, and then someone said, well, don't be so critical, because you sound like a right liberal criticizing this is Marxism. And I'm like, he kind of calls himself one, like, even though it's Tridentine Catholicism or whatever, but like, it's this weird, we're in a space where we live in the ashes of the 20th century. Murray Rothbard failed. We did not repeal it. We're in the ashes of it. And I guess like, this whole book is a really good explanation of how we got to here. It's not the end all be all explanation. I don't view like Jewish interests or Jewish groups like this as like the most powerful things in like the Western world. I think it's a little more complex than just them, but I just don't know how. I haven't figured out how we're going to advance or get past it. And yeah, that'll be a conversation for all the time. But before we wrap up here, Dimes, where the hell can people find you and your excellent show with your non-alter ego, potentially real person Judas?
fan favorite Judas. I would tell people check out bloodsatellite.ca. That's where you can find easy access to all of our stuff, because we're on Odysee. We're just getting our YouTube back up because that got banned, but we're going up there. We're getting the live streaming right now too. So bloodsatellite.ca. I'm on Twitter at legally ironic. And that, just to keep it simple, let's just do those two. You can get everything through the main website.
All right. Well, we'll be sure to go find you guys there. Your work's fantastic. I like you both. Your book reviews are entertaining. Your editing work is outstanding when you do your solo interviews. But yeah, so this has been the second. I don't think we'll cover it. Well, maybe we'll do a third one with like the Andrew Young affair. Maybe not. But yeah, this was What Went Wrong, the creation and the collapse of the Black Jewish Alliance by Murray Friedman. Thanks everyone for tuning in and listening.